Chapter 2450. Back then, for the sake of immortality, the heaven-devouring great emperor had once sought out the immortal tree. He had even broken through the passageway between worlds and visited countless star domains in the lower planes. Every time he visited a star domain, he would devour countless cultivation stars and plunge all living beings into misery and suffering. It was precisely for this reason that he had incurred the wrath of both man and God. Chi-Hai said leisurely. But unfortunately, even the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor couldn't find the immortal tree. Yang Kai felt a lingering fear after hearing this. He was sure that the heaven-devouring great emperor had never been to the Hongluo star field. If he had been there, he might have been able to find the immortal tree. However, his arrival would definitely bring an indelible disaster to the Hongluo star field. Chi-Hai continued. Since the immortal tree couldn't be found, the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor could only think of another way. It is rumored that the reason why the great emperors besieged the heaven-devouring great emperor in the Shattered Star Sea was because his actions were intolerable to the great emperors of the world. In fact, this is only part of the reason. Yang Kai's expression changed, and he asked, "What other reasons are there?" "There is another biggest reason, which is that he wants to attack another great emperor and steal something from that great emperor." Hearing this, Yang Kai's mind turned sharply, and as if he suddenly thought of something, he exclaimed, "Could it be?" Chi-Hai nodded and said, "Yes, it's exactly what Brother Yang thought. Great emperors would never fight if there was no irreconcilable enmity between them. However, the actions of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor had undoubtedly touched the bottom line of all the great emperors. If they didn't pay attention to this kind of thing, then the next unlucky one might be them. Therefore, they joined forces and declared war against the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor. That battle was earth-shattering. The universe collapsed, and that was the Shattered Star Sea. And what the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor wanted was the true phoenix fire of the Yenwu great emperor." Chi-Hai's expression was solemn. "The phoenix true fire is the inheritance of the fire phoenix. The fire phoenix will die, but the phoenix true fire will never be extinguished. It even has the heaven-defying divine technique of nirvana reincarnation. Therefore, the true fire of the phoenix was also known as the true fire of nirvana. It was the number one heavenly flame. The heaven-devouring great emperor wanted to obtain the true fire of the phoenix in order to comprehend the mystery of eternal life. If the heaven-devouring great emperor of the great emperors really got it, then he might really get what he wanted. In that battle, the Yenwu great emperor, who was heavily favored by the heaven-devouring great emperor, was the first to fall, and the true phoenix fire was also beaten out. In order to prevent the heaven-devouring great emperor from obtaining the true phoenix fire, the Yuan Ding great emperors used their mountains and rivers bell. Suppressing it was also a helpless move. Without the mountains and rivers bell, the strength of the Yuan Ding great emperors fell sharply, and they followed in the footsteps of the Yenwu great emperors. However, the mountains and rivers bell and the suppressed true phoenix fire were sent away by another great emperor in the chaotic battle. Since then, no one knows where they went. Over the years, countless cultivators have entered the Shattered Star Sea in search of the treasures left behind by the great emperors, but very few people know that the true phoenix fire is suppressed under the mountains and rivers bell. After listening to Chi-Hai's words, Yang Kai immediately understood why he had secretly stayed behind. He could not help but grin and say, "Brother Chi-Hai really knows a lot." Chi-Hai said, "This Chi has been paying attention to the news of the true phoenix fire for some special reasons, and has even looked up countless ancient books for this reason." "Special reasons?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Chi-Hai cupped his fists and said, "To be honest, this Chi's wife was seriously injured 20 years ago. She is unconscious, and although this Chi has tried his best to prolong her life, it is not a long-term solution. If you want to save her in this world, apart from the immortal source liquid on the immortal tree, there is only the true phoenix fire." Yang Kai's face sank and he coldly snorted. "Brother Chi-Hai, are you looking for me to ask for the true phoenix fire? If so, then this Yang has misjudged you. I had a good chat with you just now, but I didn't expect Brother Qi to have such intentions. Farewell. Brother Yang misunderstood. Qi Hai hurriedly waved his hand. Can you listen to me one more time? Yang Kai looked at him coldly and said, I am not related to you, so why should I care about your trivial matters? Qi Hai was so anxious that sweat appeared on his forehead as he said, If Brother Yang is willing to help me, then this Qi is willing to pay any price. As long as Brother Yang asks, this Qi will definitely do it for you. Even if you have to die. Yang Kai grinned, revealing an evil smile. Qi Hai's expression changed slightly, but he soon smiled freely. If Brother Yang really saves my wife, this Qi will kill himself in front of you. Yang Kai was slightly moved, and the corner of his mouth twitched. You're crazy! Qi Hai smiled and said, I wonder if Brother Yang has ever met a woman that he could rely on in life and death and never leave. If you have, then you will definitely understand this Qi's feelings. A few beautiful figures suddenly flashed in front of Yang Kai's eyes, and he couldn't help but feel a little touched. He was thinking, if those people encountered such a situation, what would he do? Suddenly, he somewhat understood Qi Hai's feelings. Although it's a pity, I can't give you the true phoenix fire. Yang Kai shook his head. The true phoenix fire was too precious, and he wanted to leave it for Liu Yan. He couldn't give it to him just because of Qi Hai's words. Who knew if Qi Hai was telling the truth? Even if it was true, he had no friendship with him. Qi Hai said, Brother Yang, you misunderstood. I don't want your true phoenix fire. Yang Kai frowned and said, Then what do you want? Qi Hai replied, I just want to know if it's convenient for Brother Yang to come with me. You only need to use the Nirvana divine technique of the true phoenix fire to save my wife without any loss to you. That's all? Yang Kai was surprised. That's all. Qi Hai nodded seriously. Yang Kai pondered for a while and said, What kind of injury did your wife suffer? Why does it have to be the true phoenix fire to save her life? Qi Hai's expression darkened and said, Rather than an injury, it's better to say that she was poisoned by a cold poison. Outside the borders of our eastern territory is a vast desolate ancient land. Very few people set foot in that desolate ancient land, so opportunities and dangers coexist. Many masters in the eastern territory like to explore the desolate ancient land. My wife went there alone 20 years ago, and after a month, she returned with serious injuries and has been in a coma ever since. According to the diagnosis of my Qi family fort's alchemist, my wife was poisoned by the heavenly frost earth rain. Heavenly frost earth rain. Yang Kai's face changed and he cried out, One of the 10 great poisons? Qi Hai looked at Yang Kai in surprise and said, Brother Yang knows about the heavenly frost earth rain? Yang Kai gently nodded. I've heard of it. Qi Hai smiled bitterly and said, Since Brother Yang has heard of it, and knows that it's one of the 10 great poisons, then you should know that there's basically no cure for it. That's true. Yang Kai sighed. One of the 10 great poisons, if there was no cure, then it was basically waiting for death, unless one encountered some kind of treasure, such as the immortal tree. However, the Phoenix True Fire with the Nirvana Divine technique may bring my wife a chance of survival. Qi Hai looked at Yang Kai with burning eyes and said, My main purpose in entering the Shattered Star Sea this time was to find the Phoenix True Fire. I originally wanted to bring it back to Qi family fort, but, after seeing what happened just now, this Qi realized that I was too naive. With my current strength, let alone subduing the Phoenix True Fire, I can't even get close to it. Qi Hai had naturally seen Yang Kai's golden divine dragon source power erupting and fighting with the Phoenix True Fire, and that terrifying battle had made him tremble all over. Brother Qi thinks too highly of me. I haven't subdued it, so I'm just temporarily suppressing it. Yang Kai explained lightly. Suppressing. Qi Hai gulped. This sounded even more unbelievable than Yang Kai subduing the Phoenix True Fire. He murmured with admiration, Brother Yang is really a god. Yang Kai frowned and said, Although Brother Qi's feelings for sister-in-law are touching, please forgive this Yang for not being able to help. Qi Hai's expression darkened. He knew that this kind of thing couldn't be forced. Yang Kai hadn't subdued the Phoenix True Fire yet, so even if he wanted to help, he couldn't. This was the truth. If Yang Kai wanted to save his wife, he had to refine the Phoenix True Fire first. Otherwise, once the Phoenix True Fire was summoned, not to mention saving someone, it would burn them to ashes in an instant. Then when Brother Yang has refined the Phoenix True Fire, can you go to Qi family fort in the Eastern Territory? Qi Hai looked at Yang Kai with a pleading expression and said earnestly, "Now, this is the only way for my wife to survive. Brother Yang, rest assured that this Qi will never spread what I saw, or I will be struck by lightning." Qi family fort in the Eastern Territory? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Yes. If it's the Eastern Territory, then I may make a trip there. Yang Kai nodded. This time, whether or not he could inquire about Xiao Xiao from Yin Lixing, he had to make a trip to the Eastern Territory because Xiao Xiao was most likely in the Eastern Territory. Really? Qi Hai was overjoyed when he heard this and said somewhat helplessly, "That's great. Right, Brother Yang, if you go to the Eastern Territory, just ask about the ancient wildlands, my Qi family fort is nearby. We'll talk about it when the time comes." Yang Kai didn't immediately agree. This kind of thing wasn't easy to promise, otherwise, if he didn't fulfill his end of the bargain, Qi Hai might hold a grudge against him. Qi Hai obviously understood this, but now that the initiative was completely in Yang Kai's hands, he couldn't force him. He could only take out a communication bead from his space ring and carefully hand it to Yang Kai. "Brother Yang, this is this Qi's communication bead, it may be useful in the future." Yang Kai took it and threw it into his space ring, cupped his fists and said, "Then let's part ways here." Qi Hai nodded with a complicated expression. Before Yang Kai could leave, Qi Hai suddenly said, "Brother Yang, wait. What's wrong?" Yang Kai looked back at him. Qi Hai said seriously, "Brother Yang, do you want to chase after the mountains and rivers bell?" Yang Kai grinned and said, "How could I miss the treasure of the great emperors? I should at least give it a try." Qi Hai said, "The Yuan Cauldron Great Emperor's Mountains and Rivers Bell is infinitely powerful. Basically, no one in the Tao Source realm can successfully subdue it unless they gain the approval of the artifact spirit and have it choose a master." Yang Kai heard this, flicked his hair, and said confidently, "I'm so handsome, it should take a liking to me." Qi Hai's face darkened. Chapter 2451. "Brother Yang, you are a dragon among men, but if you want to subdue the mountains and rivers bell, you can't just rely on your handsomeness." Qi Hai braced himself and said, now that he had a favor to ask of Yang Kai, he couldn't speak too bluntly lest he upset Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression changed as he asked, "Does Brother Qi mean that you know how to subdue the mountains and rivers bell?" "I naturally don't know how to subdue it, but this Qi has a piece of information that I can provide to Brother Yang." "Oh? Let's hear it." Yang Kai immediately became interested. Qi Hai said, "The world only knows that the mountains and rivers bell is the natal emperor artifact of the Yuan Ding Great Emperors, but they don't know that the mountains and rivers bell is actually not the Yuan Ding Great Emperor's artifact, but an ancient exotic artifact." "Ancient exotic artifact?" Yang Kai's eyes narrowed when he heard this. "Indeed." Qi Hai nodded and said, "The Yuan Ding Great Emperors were able to become great emperors because they obtained the mountains and rivers bell. It can be said that the mountains and rivers bell made them famous as great emperors." "There's such a thing?" Yang Kai was surprised when he heard this. This was really a secret. If Qi Hai hadn't told him, he wouldn't have known about it. Otherwise, how could the mountains and rivers bell suppress the Phoenix True Fire? After suppressing it, even the heaven-devouring Great Emperor couldn't break its defenses. If it were an ordinary Emperor artifact, it would be impossible to suppress such a divine fire for tens of thousands of years. When Yang Kai heard this, he felt that this made sense. The Phoenix True Fire was extremely overbearing, but it was still suppressed by the mountains and rivers bell for tens of thousands of years. If the mountains and rivers bell hadn't flown away on its own this time, the Phoenix True Fire might not have been able to see the light of day again. "Then what is the information Brother Qi is talking about?" Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. Qi Hai's expression turned solemn as he said, "According to ancient records, Back then, the great emperors of Yuan Ding had ventured deep into the savage, desolate, ancient lands of the Eastern Territory. At that time, the Yuan Ding great emperors were only ordinary people in the emperor realm. They wanted to subdue the mountains and rivers Bell, but they didn't know how to do so. In the end, they had to endure the 81 bell rings to gain the mountains and rivers Bell's approval and bring it out of the savage, desolate, ancient ground. The mountains and rivers Bell actually came from the savage, desolate, ancient ground. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Previously, he had heard Chi Hai mention the savage, desolate, ancient ground, so he didn't pay too much attention to it. However, now that he heard that the mountains and rivers Bell actually came from the savage, desolate, ancient ground, he realized that it was an incredible place. He secretly decided that if he had the chance, he would go there and take a look. However, the great emperors of the Yuan Cauldron realm had actually withstood 81 rings of the bell to obtain the recognition of the mountains and rivers Bell's spirit. It was truly amazing. Yang Kai had also experienced the power of the mountains and rivers Bell. When the cultivator of the Third Order Dao Source realm came into contact with it at close range, he was shocked to death on the spot. He wasn't confident that he could withstand 81 rings of the bell. Chi Hai's words undoubtedly provided Yang Kai with a way to subdue the mountains and rivers Bell, but it was also extremely dangerous. Brother Yang, if you don't have the confidence and opportunity, I advise you not to pay attention to the mountains and rivers Bell. There are still many good things in the Shattered Star Sea. You and I can travel together. Not waiting for him to finish his words, Yang Kai interrupted him. I still want to go and have a look. Chi Hai's face darkened. He said, in that case, this Chi won't persuade you anymore. Brother Yang, be careful. Many thanks, Brother Chi. Until we meet again. Yang Kai grinned, and as he spoke, his figure leapt up into the sky. Chi Hai stood in place, staring at Yang Kai's back with a complicated expression. After a long time, he sighed heavily, found another direction, and left alone. He didn't have much of a friendship with Yang Kai. Yang Kai promised him that he would go to the Qi family fort in the Eastern Territory to take a look if he had the chance. If it were someone else, not only would they ignore him, they might even kill him to silence him. After all, Chi Hai had just witnessed Yang Kai suppressing and subduing the Phoenix True Fire. If this kind of thing were to spread, Yang Kai wouldn't have a good time in the future. It was because of this concern that Chi Hai took the initiative to swear that he would not tell anyone what he saw. However, he had no confidence that Yang Kai would go to the Qi family fort to find him. If Yang Kai didn't go, his wife would undoubtedly die, but even if Yang Kai went, his wife would only have a slim chance of survival. Yang Kai chased in the direction of the mountains and rivers Bell for half a day before suddenly sensing the soul imprint he had planted on Lan He. When Lan He had passed by him earlier, Yang Kai had deliberately patted her on the shoulder in order to plant a soul imprint on her so that he could track her. As for causing Lan He's displeasure and suspicion, that was unavoidable. Without this soul imprint, Yang Kai certainly couldn't track the whereabouts of the mountains and rivers Bell. Flying in the direction of the soul imprint, Yang Kai finally saw Lan He somewhere in the void after another hour. However, what surprised him was that Lan He was fighting with someone at this time and was being besieged. Yang Kai fixed his eyes and found that the two people besieging her were from the Third Order Dao Source realm. Their cultivations were quite good. Lan He was fighting against two people by herself and looked quite embarrassed. She had suffered a lot of injuries and was stained with blood. Glancing around again, Yang Kai found that almost all of the dozens of cultivators who had appeared in the dark red stars were here. The mountains and rivers Bell stayed in the void, motionless. Everyone looked at the mountains and rivers Bell with greedy and covetous eyes, but no one came forward to compete for it, which made Yang Kai feel very strange. He didn't know what was going on. However, what made him feel a little relieved was that Yin Lixing of the Netherworld sect was also here and hadn't left. This discovery made Yang Kai feel a little relieved. The Shattered Star Sea was extremely vast. If he lost Yin Lixing here, he really wouldn't know where to find him. Almost everyone was waiting quietly in the void. Only Lan He was fighting with the two opponents, so as soon as Yang Kai came over, he attracted a lot of attention. Lishing also glanced at him faintly, but because Yan Kai was wearing a mask, he wasn't worried about being recognized. "Don't come over!" Just as Yan Kai rushed over, Lan He, who was fighting someone and had fallen into a disadvantageous position, suddenly shouted in Yan Kai's direction. Because of this distraction, 2 wounds immediately appeared on her body, causing blood to spurt out. Yan Kai looked at her in amazement. He didn't know why this woman had stopped him from approaching, especially when she was besieged. If it was because of his previous actions that made her feel disgusted, then it was a bit too sensitive. But soon Yan Kai understood her intentions. As soon as he rushed over, he noticed the abnormalities around him. There was a natural spirit array hidden in the void, and it was extremely well hidden and dangerous. From the outside, he couldn't detect it at all. But as soon as he entered, he felt a sense of crisis and couldn't find a way out. No wonder no one acted rashly even though the mountains and rivers bell was right in front of them. The place where the mountains and rivers bell was located seemed to be the most dangerous place in the entire natural spirit array. After understanding this, Yan Kai's face darkened. Glancing around, Yan Kai saw that the several dozen cultivators around him were all looking at him with gloating expressions, their faces filled with ridicule. Yan Kai coldly snorted and shouted, "What are you looking at, a bunch of trash? Do you believe this young master won't gouge out your eyeballs?" He had accidentally rushed into this natural spirit array, so he was somewhat annoyed. Although it was normal for those people not to remind him, it was infuriating for them to take pleasure in his misfortune at this time. As soon as this remark came out, dozens of eyes were fixed on Yan Kai. Murderous intent instantly filled the air, causing the surrounding space to freeze. Which of the cultivator who came here wasn't an elite from a great sect? They had always thought highly of themselves, but now they were being called trash by Yan Kai. Who could bear it? What's more, Yan Kai had cursed everyone with just a few words. This was too lawless, and didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Many people looked at Yan Kai as if they were looking at a dead man. Yan Kai curled his lips, looking as if he didn't put these people in his eyes. He turned to Lan He and asked, "What kind of enmity do these two have with you? Why do you have to fight here?" Previously, only Lan He had warned him not to come over, and she was besieged, which made Yan Kai feel slightly moved. Naturally, he couldn't just sit back and watch. Lan He snapped, "Sex enmity has nothing to do with personal enmity." The reason why she had called out to Yan Kai before was actually not to save Yan Kai's life. She just wanted Yan Kai to pass a message to her sect, informing them of her situation. If she died here, at least someone would know. But this idiot had actually rushed in. Now, he couldn't leave even if he wanted to. Lan He found that ever since she met this guy, everything had gone wrong. It was as if he had cursed her. One of the 2 people besieging Lan He shouted, "Bitch, our sect's big brother has been castrated by you. From now on, this person is neither human nor ghost. How dare you say it has nothing to do with personal enmity?" As soon as he said this, everyone's expression became brilliant. They secretly sympathized with that inexplicable eldest senior brother. A man being castrated was such a tragic thing. Just thinking about it made people feel a chill in their crotch, and a cold wind blew past them. "Lan," he said coldly, "he used that thing to commit crimes, so he should be punished." The man said angrily, "With your appearance, no man in the world will be interested in you. I think you are jealous, so you did this to Big Brother." Another person also hooted, "That's right. As a woman, you don't have anything. I'm afraid you won't be able to taste a man for the rest of your life. If you don't believe me, you can try taking off your clothes now and see which man here is willing to take a second look at you. This is a woman?" Among the surrounding cultivators, one of them widened his eyes and asked in amazement, "I must have been blind. I thought she was a man. Tsk, this woman is really interesting. Could it be that she was born in the wrong body? Haha, you don't understand. The more this kind of woman is, the more interesting it is to play with her. Hiss. Brother, you have such a strong taste." Chapter 2452. The noisy discussions coming from all directions made Lan He's face turn red, either from anger or something else. Although she was carefree and had a neutral appearance, she was still a woman after all. Being said such words in front of her, she was naturally very embarrassed and angry. Even if her temperament was not bad, at this moment she was disturbed to the point that her mind was in chaos. Seeing this, the two cultivators besieging her looked happy and became even more ruthless. Lan He's strength was good, and although the two of them had the absolute upper hand, they still had to pay a certain price if they wanted to take her down. But at this moment, Lan He's state of mind was in chaos, and it was only a matter of time before she was defeated. At this moment, another person laughed and said, "Who in the entire Eastern Territory doesn't know the name of Heavenly Wolf Valley's big brother Lan He?" "Oh, sorry, I misspoke, it's Big Senior Sister, ha ha ha." This person's voice sounded familiar to Yang Kai. He turned his head and saw Brahma Holy Land's holy sons, Zhang Hao and Zhang Xian. The one who spoke was Zhang Hao, who had exchanged a blow with Yang Kai before. Listening to the meaning of his words, it was obvious that he knew Lan He, but he didn't have any friendship with her. They even had some disputes, so he decided to add insult to injury at this time. "Heavenly Wolf Valley?" Yang Kai raised his brow. He felt like he had heard the name of this great force before, but when he thought about it carefully, he couldn't remember. "Then is she a man or a woman? Hurry up and let us see!" Someone shouted and immediately echoed. "Shut up!" Yang Kai looked around coldly and sneered. "A group of men. Is it fun to watch a woman being bullied?" The person who had shouted angrily immediately shouted, "Boy, who do you think you are? You were so arrogant just now, and now you dare to be so condescending? Do you dare to tell us your name?" The others also glared at Yang Kai, extremely dissatisfied with his arrogant attitude. Yang Kai coldly snorted and ignored that person. Instead, he took a step forward and floated towards Lan He. Halfway there, he waved his 10 fingers and summoned hundreds of golden blood threads. In an instant, a golden light burst forth as the golden blood thread cut through the air. Although the two people besieging Lan He had not relaxed their attacks on Lan He, they were also vigilant of Yang Kai's movements. After all, this guy seemed to have some friendship with Lan He. Therefore, as soon as Yang Kai moved, the two of them reacted. One of them slashed towards Yang Kai and shouted, "Boy, you're courting death!" This saber strike was absolutely stunning. It was as if it was going to shatter the sky. The incomparably ferocious blade light made the world dim. The expressions of the onlookers changed one after another. Suddenly, the golden blood threads transformed into a giant golden net that enveloped the world and directly enveloped the saber wave. Hissing sounds could be heard incessantly. Although the saber light was powerful, however, it was unable to break through the golden blood thread's defense and was immediately suppressed. On the contrary, the giant golden net did not give up. It pounced in front of the cultivator and slowly closed, as if it was going to wrap him up. The cultivator's expression changed greatly. Although he did not know what was strange about this golden net, the terrifying power fluctuations coming from it were not fake. How could he dare to let it touch him so easily? His figure flickered as he retreated. But in the next moment, his eyes suddenly widened, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Because Yang Kai, who was originally a few dozen meters away, had suddenly appeared in front of him. He actually approached him like a ghost and revealed a sinister grin. His white teeth glowed with a cold light, causing his hands and feet to turn cold, and his entire body to shiver. He did not notice how Yang Kai had approached him. It seemed that in the blink of an eye, the two of them were already face to face. When their eyes met, the cultivator only saw the image of a white lotus bud suddenly appear in Yang Kai's left eye. The bud was spotless, pure and flawless, and disappeared in a flash. In the next moment, his knowledge sea shook violently, causing him to feel dizzy and almost lose his footing. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and punched, causing a burst of fist force to erupt. Kacha, at the same time, the sound of ribs breaking rang out and blood splashed out. The cultivator stood in place in a daze, his eyes bulging as he stared at Yang Kai in disbelief. Gasps could be heard from all around. Because everyone saw Yang Kai pounce in front of his opponent. They did not know what kind of secret technique or divine technique he used, but his opponent's expression instantly became pained. And as Yang Kai's punch blasted a large hole in the cultivator's chest, his arm going straight through, the eyelids of the people standing behind the cultivator twitched wildly. At this moment, Yang Kai was still holding a beating heart in his hand. It was so bloody that no one dared to look directly at it. He exerted a little force, and the heart suddenly burst open. As the sound was heard, the cultivator whose chest was penetrated by him also tilted his head and stopped breathing. Gulp! Gulping sounds could be heard, and many people finally looked at Yang Kai with a different expression. Even the strongest people present, who thought highly of themselves, had a serious expression on their faces. Killing a cultivator of the same level in the blink of an eye, and it seemed that he did not use his full strength, was something that few people present could do. Even if they could do it, they would need to use a powerful secret technique that also consumed a lot of energy. On the other hand, Yang Kai seemed to have just summoned a large golden net and then swung his fist. It was as simple as killing a chicken. It was not until this moment that everyone realized that the reason why Yang Kai was so arrogant and condescending was because he had the capital to back it up. It's him. Zhang Hao's eyes narrowed as he stared closely at Yang Kai, seemingly having discovered something. Who? Zhang Xian asked in a low voice. Zhang Hao said with a sullen face. If I'm not mistaken, this guy is the one who was with Yuing before. Zhang Xian was shocked. How is that possible? Wasn't that guy injured by you in one move? How can he be so strong? What's more, the two of them look different. He had a look of disbelief on his face. Zhang Hao said, the appearance can be changed, but the aura can't be changed. I felt it as soon as he attacked. This kid hid his strength well, and he definitely hid it before. But now that he is here, where is Yuing? Zhang Xian said with a sullen face. This boy is so ruthless. It seems that Yu Ying's fate is grim. Zhang Hao said worriedly. I hit this boy before, and I don't know if he will bear a grudge. If he attacks me. Speaking of this, his face turned slightly pale. As the holy son of Brahma Holy Land, he was not afraid of anyone in the Tao Source realm, but now that he saw Yang Kai's decisive and ruthless attack, he couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. Zhang Xian's expression changed as he said, if Yuing really dies at his hands, we can send a message to Netherworld Sect. Yin Luxing is not an easy person to talk to. Zhang Hao's eyes lit up when he heard this and he nodded. Good, that's a good idea. While the two were secretly communicating, the battle on Lan He's side was also over. Although Lan He's appearance and figure were not very good, her strength was not to be underestimated. Previously, she was besieged by two people and was at a disadvantage, but now, Yang Kai had killed one of them with lightning speed, causing the other to be shocked and lose his mind. Lan He took the opportunity to counterattack and killed him quickly. Two rays of starseal light flew up, one for Yang Kai and Lan He, and the other two space rings were quickly divided up. After surviving a disaster, Lan He glanced at Yang Kai gratefully. No matter what reason Yang Kai had to help her, he had saved her life. If Yang Kai hadn't taken action, she would have died here sooner or later. At most, she would have dragged someone down with her before she died. Who was the one who asked this young master what he was before? Yang Kai turned his eyes and looked around, arrogantly shouting. Come, 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 this young master will tell you now. The person who had spoken before didn't dare to stand up and had long since hidden behind the crowd, his eyes flinching as he trembled with fear. Friend, shouldn't you keep a low profile? Zhang Hao suddenly sneered, looked at Yang Kai, and said, could it be that you think you are invincible and don't put anyone here in your eyes? His words dragged everyone in, causing many people to be unhappy and glaring at Yang Kai. Although Zhang Hao was suspected of sowing discord, Yang Kai's attitude was really too much. So what if I don't put you in my eyes? Bite me if you have the guts. Yang Kai looked at Zhang Hao coldly, not knowing what he meant by jumping out at this time. Zhang Hao snorted coldly, but he didn't get angry. He just looked at Yang Kai with a cold smile. Where is my junior sister Ewing? Someone suddenly asked. Yang Kai frowned and looked at the speaker with a strange expression. Because the person who spoke was actually Yin Lixing. This is interesting. I haven't gone to him yet, but he actually came to me first, and asked about Ewing as soon as he opened his mouth. How did he know that Ewing was with me? After all, he had changed his appearance. But soon, Yang Kai reacted and glanced at Zhang Hao meaningfully, realizing that Zhang Hao should have recognized him when he made a move just now. I haven't seen you for many years. I didn't expect you to have grown to this extent. Yin Lixing looked at Yang Kai with some shock. Obviously, he already knew his true identity. After all, Zhong Jinyong had sent him a message before, revealing some information to him. It was precisely because of this that Yin Lixing was shocked. He could cultivate to the third-order Tao source realm because of the strong cultivation of his sect and the guidance of a good master. He didn't believe that Yang Kai also had such good fortune. If Yang Kai didn't have such conditions, but still cultivated to the same level as him, it meant that Yang Kai had a great opportunity. You're not bad either. Yang Kai sneered. Now that his identity had been exposed, there was no point in hiding it anymore, so he simply reached out and took off the mask from his face, immediately restoring his original appearance. Chapter 2453. Sure enough, it's you! Yin Lixing's expression suddenly changed, as if he had just met an enemy, his eyes turning red as he gritted his teeth and said, You're really lucky. Not only did you survive that disaster, but you even managed to come to the Shattered Star Sea. Yang Kai looked at him coldly and quickly said, Yin Lixing, I will only ask you one question. You'd better answer honestly. Where did the puppet that was with me go? Yin Lixing heard this and smiled slightly. Who knows? Since it's your puppet, why are you asking me? Sure enough, he knows about Xiao Xiao. Yang Kai's heart moved. Although Yin Lixing did not answer Yang Kai's question directly, Yang Kai could still see this from his tone and demeanor. Yang Kai's mind suddenly became fiery as he stared at Yin Lixing with scorching eyes. It looks like you're not going to tell me. Yin Lixing grinned. Since you know, why bother asking for a rebuff? Very good. Yang Kai nodded, his aura becoming extremely dangerous in an instant, like a cheetah ready to pounce on its prey, making people shudder. Since you don't want to say it, this young master will beat you until you do. Yin Lixing's face sank as he said, Do you really think you are invincible? I dare not call myself invincible, but I have no problem pinching you to death. Yin Lixing laughed angrily. Why? Because you are a Star Master? What? Brother Yin, what did you just say? This boy is a Star Master? Aren't Star Masters only those cultivators who come from the territory of the lower planes? Could this boy be one? Hiss. It is said that Star Masters possess complete star source. They have a unique advantage in martial Tao cultivation. I don't know if the rumors are true or false. Upon hearing that Yang Kai was actually a Star Master, the surrounding cultivators suddenly burst into an uproar, all of them looking at him with fiery eyes, as if they were looking at a huge piece of delicious meat. After coming to the Shattered Star Sea, everyone had gone through untold hardships to search for source strength, but all they could find was some broken source strength. Although absorbing and refining it would be beneficial to one's cultivation, it was only a broken source after all. How could it compare to the complete source of stars? The complete source of stars allowed one to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth in a more comprehensive manner. This was something that a broken source of power simply couldn't compare to. It was said that a long time ago, there were also some complete stars in the Shattered Star Sea, but with the passage of time and the opening of the Shattered Star Sea over the years, those complete stars had long been taken away by the ancestors, leaving behind some broken origin powers. Perhaps after a few more years, even the shattered source strength in the Shattered Star Sea would no longer exist. At that time, the Shattered Star Sea would lose its current purpose and attraction to the cultivator. This was why everyone reacted so strongly when they heard that Yang Kai was the Star Lord. Yin Lixing laughed and said, This boy is indeed a Star Master, this Yin can guarantee this. Hearing this, everyone looked at him strangely. Lan He coldly snorted and said, It's really funny, the people of the Netherworld sect actually still have integrity. Previously, Yang Kai had saved her life, and now that Yang Kai was about to be targeted, she couldn't help but speak up. Naturally, she stood up and spoke up for Kai Yang. It seemed that she wanted to advance and retreat with him. Yin Lixing's face sank as he looked around and said, "If you don't believe me, you can ask him what his cultivation was 7 years ago." A tall and sturdy man immediately looked towards Kai Yang and said in a booming voice, "Little brat, if you hear this, then quickly answer." Although Yang Kai had killed a cultivator of the same level with a single move, which was very frightening, he was still alone. At this moment, with so many people staring at him, no matter how powerful he was, he wouldn't be able to make any waves. Yang Kai heard this and glanced sideways at the burly man. He coldly snorted and said, "It's none of your business." He didn't put the burly man in his eyes, which made the burly man's face turn livid. Yin Lixing smiled and said, 7 years ago, he was just a second-order origin king. Brother Yang, do I remember him clearly? Second-order origin king! How is this possible? Cultivating from the second-order origin king to the third-order Dao source realm in 7 years. Ayaya, how could such a thing be possible? Brother Yin, you're not lying to us, are you? In 7 years, a person could cultivate from the second-order origin king to the third-order Dao source realm. Such progress was simply terrifying. With so many people present, compared to their current cultivation 7 years ago, it was at most a small improvement, or no improvement at all. Yin Lixing said, "What good would it do me to lie to you? He may have had some other opportunities to reach this level, but his status as a Star Master is his greatest advantage. I've long heard that the warriors from the lower star fields are all geniuses, especially the Star Lords. Their cultivation speed is as fast as flying. If Brother Yin is right, then I've really learned something today. You believe the words of a Netherworld sect disciple? This Yin Lixing clearly has a grudge with that guy, so he deliberately pointed out that he is a Star Master. He clearly wants to borrow a knife to kill him. Then I'll admit it. Who doesn't want a complete star source? If one can obtain it." Whispers could be heard all around. Yang Kai sneered and glanced sideways at Yin Lixing. "Why are you only talking about me? Why don't you talk about yourself, Brother Yin? 7 years ago, you were just a third-order origin king, right?" Yin Lixing smiled lightly and said, "So what if I was?" As soon as this statement came out, many people were shocked and turned to look at Yin Lixing. Yang Kai had cultivated from the second-order origin king to the third-order Dao source realm in 7 years, which was amazing enough, but Yin Lixing's progress was not much worse than his. Compared with these two, everyone felt that they were simply mediocre. Yin Lixing said generously, "There's no harm in telling you that this Yin is actually a Star Master, so I can deeply understand how fast a Star Master can cultivate." As soon as his voice fell, everyone turned to look at him with fiery eyes. Yin Lixing coldly snorted and said, "But I am different from this little brat. This Yin is the legacy disciple of my sect master. If you want to touch me, you should think twice." Hearing this, many people's expressions flickered, but after a while, many slowly shook their heads and looked away from Yin Lixing. Yin Lixing was indeed very attractive as a Star Master, but he was the legacy disciple of the Netherworld sect master, so he must have a lot of life-saving cards in his hands. If they really fought a life-or-death battle with him, it was likely they would go for wool and come home shorn. On the contrary, Yang Kai seemed to be easier to deal with. However, it was also because Yin Lixing admitted that he was a Star Master that his previous words were more convincing, and the eyes of these people looking at Yang Kai became more and more fiery. Yin Lixing laughed and said, "Yang Kai, there is a path to heaven but you don't want to walk, there is no door to hell but you insist on barging in. Today, with so many heroes here, let's see where you can run." Yang Kai's face became sullen as he scolded. "You want to kill with a borrowed knife? Shameless! Who told you to have a complete Star Master's star source?" Yin Lixing didn't care and shouted, Everyone, my Netherworld sect has a secret technique that can completely strip a Star Master's star source from a Star Master without the slightest loss. If any of you can capture this person, you can ask this Ian for help to strip his star source. This Ian promises to do his best and will not have the slightest selfishness. Haha, with Brother Yin's words I can rest assured. I was just thinking about how to snatch this boy's star source even if I killed him, but it turns out that the Netherworld sect has such an amazing secret technique. The big man who had been scolded by Yang Kai earlier laughed loudly. Yin Lixing said, "This person's strength is extraordinary. If you want his Star Master's star source, it's best to join forces." He was blatantly encouraging everyone to join forces to deal with Yang Kai. Although everyone present didn't like his approach, with the temptation of star source in front of them, they couldn't help feeling a rush of excitement. What's more, Yang Kai's previous arrogant and domineering attitude was really infuriating. In an instant, dozens of auras locked onto Yang Kai, and the pressure was almost suffocating. Lan He, who was standing next to Yang Kai, turned pale and frowned. Although she was also quite strong, she had never been enemies with so many people before, so she couldn't help feeling a little uneasy. Feeling that her future was uncertain, she quietly glanced at Yang Kai. Looking around, Lan He couldn't help feeling surprised. Because Yang Kai was standing there calmly, without the slightest fear or timidity. The dozens of auras that had locked onto him were like a spring breeze, not deterring or affecting him in the slightest. This person's mental fortitude is quite strong. Lan He was secretly horrified. Previously, she didn't like Yang Kai very much. She always felt that this guy was strange and wasn't a good person, but after Yang Kai saved her life, her impression of Yang Kai somewhat changed. After all, so many people were just watching the show, but only he had pulled out a sword to help. She was also not related to him, so for him to do this, it was obvious that he was a warm-hearted person. Now that the situation had changed, and it was Yang Kai's turn to be targeted, Lan He naturally couldn't just stand by and watch. Just as she secretly made up her mind to help Yang Kai suddenly whispered, "Miss Lan, you leave here first." Hearing this, Lan He frowned and shouted, "What's wrong? Brother Yang, are you looking down on me, Lan He?" Yang Kai was stunned and looked at her. "When did I mean that?" Lan He snorted and said, "Then what do you mean by driving me away? Since you pulled out a sword to help before, I, Lan He, naturally can't just sit back and watch. Don't worry, if they really dare to bully you with numbers, I will help you. I will never hold you back." Yang Kai looked at her in a daze and said, "You will die." Lan He's tender body trembled slightly, but she still firmly said, "If I die, then I die. In any case, I'm not leaving." A strange light flashed in Yang Kai's eyes as he looked Lan He up and down a few times, as if he wanted to get to know her all over again. Suddenly, he showed a look of realization and said, "Miss Lan He is from Heavenly Wolf Valley?" "Yes." Lan He nodded and replied. She didn't know why Yang Kai was asking this at this moment of life and death. This person was strange enough. Chapter 2454. I remember Heavenly Wolf Valley. Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, "When this matter is over, I have something to ask of Sister Lan. I hope Sister Lan won't refuse." Lan He said bitterly, "If I can survive, as long as it's not too excessive, I will promise you anything. Don't worry, I won't die." Yang Kai laughed. Lan He looked at him strangely, not knowing where he got the confidence to say such big words. Was he blind? Couldn't he see that he was surrounded by dozens of Dao Source Realm cultivators? These Dao Source Realm cultivators were not ordinary cultivator, they were all elite disciples of great sects. If they joined forces, the average cultivator from the Emperor Realm would not be their opponent. Did he think he was more powerful than those from the Emperor Realm? "Little brat, you still dare to boast shamelessly!" The big man suddenly shouted angrily. With a flick of his wrist, an axe suddenly appeared in his hand. Energy surged, and his imposing manner was extraordinary. He said, "If you know what's good for you, obediently surrender, and we may leave your corpse intact. If you dare to be stubborn, pay." Yang Kai opened his mouth and spat at the big man like an arrow from a bow. The big man, who was clamoring, changed his expression drastically and quickly dodged to the side. Although this spit was not very lethal, it would be too disgusting if it hit him. After regaining his footing, the big man said with an ashen face, "Are you a child? How dare you spit at me? Do you have any shame?" Yang Kai sneered. "So many of you are eyeing me covetously. You don't even have to talk about shame, but I just spat at you and you think I have no shame? Ridiculous." Yin Lishing snorted. "Don't talk nonsense. You will die today. Is that so?" Yang Kai looked at him coldly. He lifted his foot. Taking a step forward, he said majestically, "Then this young master wants to see which blind fool dares to make a move against me. This young master will tell you first, if anyone dares to make a move, I will make you all die here." As soon as these words came out, everyone's expression changed and they all looked dignified. The amazing cultivation that Yang Kai had displayed before was still vivid in his mind. Therefore, at this moment, although his words were somewhat alarmist, it still made people somewhat fearful. They were afraid that this guy would risk his life and fight to the death. For a moment, the dozens of people were all stunned in place. They were not willing to be the ones who stood out. They only wanted to wait for others to make the first move and then reap the benefits. Yin Lishing also saw this, and his face sank as he shouted in a low voice, "Since all of you are so cowardly and afraid of getting into trouble, why don't all of you take action? Then after this Yin snatches his source energy, don't be jealous." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly waved his hand and shouted, "Netherworld Purgatory Hand!" A gust of cold wind blew, and a burst of ghastly wails and howls suddenly sounded, and a huge ghost shadow suddenly appeared. He rushed towards Yang Kai with a ferocious expression. The ghostly figure had yet to arrive. Kai Yang felt a chill run down his spine, as if even his blood had been frozen. Before he had time to make a move, Lan He, who was standing beside him, suddenly shouted, "Heavenly wolf howls at the moon!" A wolf's howl suddenly rang out, accompanied by Lan He's finger pointing forward. A vigorous silver wolf figure appeared out of thin air. It was huge, like a heavenly wolf, and it opened its bloody mouth and bit towards the ghostly figure. In an instant, these two strange creatures collided, setting off a frenzy of battle. At the same time, Yin Lishing made his move. Several Netherworld sect disciples around him also took action. Zhang Hao and Zhang Xian of Brahma Holy Land glanced at each other, and quickly formed hand seals, seemingly using some kind of secret technique. When the others saw that someone had taken the lead, they no longer just watched from the sidelines and summoned their artifacts, cast their secret techniques, and bombarded Yang Kai. For a moment, the void lit up with colorful lights as energy fluctuated wildly. Lan He's face suddenly turned pale as she stood in place in a daze, her eyes dim as if they had lost their luster. With so many Tao Source Realm Masters attacking at the same time, she could not resist no matter what. What awaited her was only the call of death. At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly let out a long roar. With a flash of brilliance, a large long sword appeared in his hand as Emperor Aura filled the air. He stood in place, as firm as a mountain, as he slowly rotated the long sword while chanting, "A million swords, one man holds the pass!" Asterisk chi 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 chi, asterisk countless sword waves burst out, like a swarm of locusts, heading towards the opposite side. Rumbling sounds rang out incessantly as the scene of energy colliding was shocking, causing everyone's heart to tremble. An Emperor artifact! Where did this boy come from? He actually has an Emperor artifact in his hand. Don't let him go, kill him! Although many of the cultivator who entered the Shattered Star Sea were the elite disciples of various sects, or even the descendants or direct disciples of sect masters and elders, Emperor artifacts were still rare for them. Except for a few people who had Emperor artifacts, no one else was qualified to possess one. At this moment, seeing that Yang Kai actually took out an Emperor artifact, the dozens of cultivators suddenly became excited. In their opinion, Yang Kai was simply a huge treasure trove. Not only did he have a complete star source, but he also had an Emperor artifact. If they could kill him and snatch his things, they would become rich overnight and become someone with an Emperor artifact. For a moment, everyone's heart was burning with excitement. After a series of collisions, Yang Kai also staggered back as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Although he relied on the power of Myriad's sword to barely resist the joint attack of the dozens of cultivators, he was only one person after all. How could he compete with so many people? To be able to do this, it was all thanks to those people not using their full strength at the beginning. Otherwise, Yang Kai would have suffered more than just minor injuries. Damn it, you really dare to attack together! Yang Kai looked forward with a pale face as he gritted his teeth and shouted angrily. Yin Lixing snorted. It's too late to beg for mercy now. You will die today! Zhang Hao hurriedly said. Quickly hand over that Emperor artifact! Although the others did not speak, the greedy light in their eyes had already explained their thoughts. Yang Kai grinned ferociously as his figure flickered and suddenly appeared in front of the mountains and river's bell. Yin Lixing's face changed as he cried out in shock. What are you doing? Yang Kai laughed. What am I doing? Isn't it obvious? I told you before that if anyone dares to attack me, I will make you all die without a burial place. His cold eyes swept across the crowd as a crazed look appeared on his face. Are you crazy? Yin Lixing seemed to be aware of Yang Kai's intentions and his face suddenly turned pale. The others also turned pale with fright as their legs went soft. Yang Kai's face was cold and his eyes were cold as he said in a cold voice. You force me to do this. Saying so, he suddenly raised the Myriad sword in his hand high. Wait, if you have something to say, we can talk it out. Why do you have to do this? Zhang Hao shouted in horror. It's too late to say anything now. Die for me! Yang Kai shouted as the Myriad sword in his hand smashed down on the mountains and river's bell. It's over! Seeing this, Yin Lixing's forehead was covered in cold sweat as he turned around and rushed out without looking back. Run! Zhang Hao also shouted. This brat is crazy. Hong. The Myriad sword slammed into the mountains and river's bell, causing a dull bell sound to explode as a sound wave visible to the naked eye swept out in all directions. Yang Kai was the first to bear the brunt. Even though he desperately circulated his source chi to protect himself, he could not help but sway and almost fainted on the ground, coughing up a mouthful of blood. The dozens of Dao source realms who had their backs to Yang Kai and wanted to escape from this place did not fare any better. This place was a natural spirit array, so after falling into it, they could not find a way out at all, so even though they desperately tried to escape, it was useless. When the sound wave hit them, they were immediately sucked into it. Previously, on the dark red stars, a young man was killed on the spot just by touching the mountains and river's bell lightly. Now, Yang Kai was using an Emperor artifact to strike the mountains and river's bell, causing an incomparable backlash. After the sound wave, everyone coughed up blood, and even the light of their defensive artifacts dimmed a lot. Not only that, the sound wave seemed to have a suppressive and sealing power. After it swept out, everyone was frozen in place, as if they had fallen into a swamp, unable to move at all. Hong. Before they could catch their breaths, another loud sound rang out. Everyone's heart trembled as they turned their heads to look, only to see Yang Kai actually holding the Emperor artifact and striking the mountains and river's bell again with a ferocious look on his face as he laughed maniacally. Are you happy? Are you happy? Tell me loudly, are you happy or not? Madman! Madman! This guy has already lost his mind. You bunch of trash, how could you think of provoking him? Now you're all going to be buried with him. Stop, let's talk nicely, don't do this, I beg you. Brother Yang, it's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. Instead of everyone dying together, why don't we sit down and talk? Seeing the terrifying sound wave sweep over again, everyone cried for their fathers and mothers. All of them were filled with hatred in their hearts, but they had no choice but to say something against their will with a smile on their faces. I won't listen, I won't listen, I won't listen! Yang Kai coughed up blood and shook his head, raising the Myriad sword for the third time and declaring, I've made a profit by dragging so many of you down with me. Today, none of you will leave here alive. Lord Yang, I'm willing to offer you my space ring. Please spare my life. Someone suddenly shouted. Yang Kai's hand movement paused as he sniffed and shouted righteously. Do you think this young master is the kind of person who only cares about money? Don't look down on me and humiliate this young master's character. The person was stunned, not knowing how to respond. Yang Kai said in a deep voice. What good things are in the ring? Everyone, the person who spoke was also stunned, not knowing what Yang Kai meant. It was only when a cultivator next to him quietly kicked him that the person realized and hurriedly said. There are many good things, a lot of them. I guarantee that Lord Yang will be satisfied. Yang Kai immediately beamed and said, Wouldn't it have been better if you said that earlier? Why did you have to suffer? Tell me, aren't you a cheap wretch? Yes, I'm a cheap wretch. The corner of the person's mouth twitched. Chapter 2455. Since that's the case, I'll spare your dog life. Yang Kai coldly snorted before turning to Lan He and saying, Sister Lan, go and get his space ring. Me? Lan He was taken aback. Although she felt that this was not a good idea, she also knew that Yang Kai was in some inconvenience now, so she could only nod and fly to the cultivator and extend her hand to him. The cultivator took off the space ring with a pained expression and reluctantly handed it to Lan He. Yang Kai shouted with a sullen face. Who still wants to buy their life? If you want to buy it, hurry up, you won't have this chance anymore. Isn't this looting a burning house? Boy, don't go too far. There are several dozen of us here, so we may not be afraid of you. I advise you to quit while you're ahead. Yes, Brother Yang, you should be lenient when possible. Leave some leeway so that we can meet again in the future. Be lenient when possible? Yang Kai sneered and said contemptuously. I didn't see any of you sparing me just now, but now you're talking nonsense. What's the use? I'll say it one last time, whoever wants to buy their life, hurry up and cooperate, otherwise, don't blame this young master for being ruthless and killing all of you here. Saying so, he raised the myriad sword high again, as if he was about to strike. The several dozen Dao Source Realm cultivators all had ugly expressions on their faces. Yang Kai had only rung the mountains and rivers bell twice just now, but most of the cultivators had already been injured. Unfortunately, inside this natural spirit array, they couldn't escape even if they wanted to. If Yang Kai had rung the mountains and rivers bell a few more times, they might really all die here. Don't compromise. The weaker you are, the more he will take a yard after taking an inch. Never compromise with him. Everyone, join hands and fight him. We may not necessarily lose our lives. Yin Lixing suddenly shouted. Among everyone, he didn't want to see Yang Kai show off like this, so when he saw that someone wanted to compromise, his eyes immediately turned red. Brother Yin, you're really unyielding. Yang Kai looked at him and sneered. Then this young master will wait and see. Let's see how long you can be so stubborn. Yin Lixing's face was so gloomy that a layer of frost could be scraped off from it. Changing the topic, Yang Kai said in a low voice. I will only count to 3. After 3, if you still don't cooperate, then all of you can go to hell. 1, 2. Not waiting for Kai Yang to count out 3 words, someone had already shouted out. Brother Yang, I'm willing to hand over my space ring. Please let me live. Very good. Yang Kai's eyes turned to the person who spoke and said, Take out your ring and stand aside. Lan He silently walked in front of that person and stretched out her hand. After the man handed over his space ring, he immediately flew to the side. I'm also willing to hand over my space ring. Me too. Fine. There was nothing good anyway. It's better than dying here. In an instant, taking out space rings to buy their lives became the general trend. Soon, more than half of the dozens of cultivators chose to hand over their space rings. Lan He's mood was extremely complicated. She thought she was going to die this time. After all, she had to fight against dozens of Dao Source Realm cultivators. How could she have a chance to survive? But the situation turned around. She and Yang Kai, who should have been at an absolute disadvantage, were now leading the dozens of cultivator by the nose. All of this was too sudden. It was all thanks to Yang Kai alone. In the face of dozens of Dao Source Realm cultivators, being fearless was a sign of bravery. Cleverly using the power of the mountains and river's bell to deter the enemy, making the enemy unable to advance or retreat was a sign of strategy. It was the first time Lan He had encountered such a brave and resourceful person. In a short while, she had collected more than 20 space rings. Even though she was the great senior sister of Heavenly Wolf Valley and had seen a lot of big scenes, at this moment, she was trembling with excitement. The more than 20 space rings were heavy and extremely heavy. These were the space rings of the elite disciples of various sects. Each of them was extremely rich. She could hardly imagine how much wealth would be gathered from more than 20 space rings. After a while, the originally hesitant cultivator did not dare to delay any longer. The Emperor artifact in Yang Kai's hand had been placed in front of the mountains and river's bell. Who knew when he would strike it again? One by one, they could only take off their space rings in humiliation and hand them to Lan He. They secretly swore in their hearts that they would teach Yang Kai the consequences of offending them one day. The dozens of Dao Source Realm cultivators who had gathered together were now divided into two groups. One group was those who handed over their space rings, while the other group was still stubborn. There were not many stubborn people in the group, only 5 or 6. Yang Kai looked around and found that these people were from Netherworld Sect and Brahma Holy Land. He sneered at Zhang Hao. "It seems that Holy Son Zhang Hao wants to die here." Zhang Hao frowned and said, "Brother Yang, how about we make a deal? If you let me and Zhang Xian go, we will remember today's kindness and repay it generously in the future." "In the future?" Yang Kai sneered and said with a cold face. "We can talk about the future. Today, I only want your space rings." Zhang Hao said, "Brother Yang, why do you have to do this? You have offended at least 20 sects. Will you still have a foothold in the star boundary in the future?" Yang Kai heard this and nodded deeply. "Brother Zhang Hao is right. I haven't thought about this yet." Zhang Hao was overjoyed, but before he could say anything, Yang Kai said, "You mean, you want me to kill them after I take their things?" TSK, Brother Zhang Hao is so vicious. You really can't judge a book by its cover." As soon as he said this, the faces of the cultivator who had handed over their space rings changed drastically, and they glared at Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and hurriedly said, "Brother Yang, you misunderstand. How could I encourage Brother Yang to do such a thing? Wouldn't that ruin Brother Yang's good reputation? I just want to say that having more friends is better than having more enemies. Brother Yang, what do you think? You want to be friends with me?" Yang Kai smiled slightly. Zhang Hao cupped his fists and said, "Brother Yang, if you don't mind, I don't, and you don't have the qualifications." Yang Kai's face turned cold as he stared at him. The smile on Zhang Hao's face suddenly stiffened, and his face turned red. He was embarrassed to the extreme. He was the holy son of Brahma Holy Land. Even in the entire star territory, he was a leader of the younger generation. Who didn't he have the qualifications to be friends with? Yang Kai was just a Dao Source Realm cultivator, yet he dared to boast so shamelessly. What's more, he was spitting on him in front of so many people. How could he step down from this? He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Zhang Xian, who was standing to the side, also had an ugly look on his face. He and Zhang Hao were both holy sons, so when Yang Kai slapped Zhang Hao's face like this, he also felt his face burning, as if he had been slapped hard. "Brother Yang, do you really have to be so stubborn?" Zhang Hao said coldly. Yang Kai snorted and said, "If you keep talking, this young master will take your dog life first." "Good, we will remember today's matter. I hope you can still be so arrogant when we meet again in the future." Zhang Hao threw down these words fiercely before he and Zhang Xian took off the space rings on their hands and threw them to Lan He. Then, they turned around and walked towards the crowd. Yang Kai curled his lips and said, "What's the use of only talking tough? If you have the guts, come and fight with this young master. Let this young master teach you how to behave properly." Zhang Hao's figure paused. he was almost provoked by Yang Kai to turn around and attack. Fortunately, at the critical moment, he suddenly remembered the scene of Yang Kai instantly killing a cultivator of the same level. He knew that he was no match for such terrifying strength. Even if he joined forces with Zhang Xian, they would only be able to maintain a stalemate at best. Another cheap bastard who wants to be humiliated by this young master before he is willing to cooperate. Yang Kai sneered. Zhang Xian suddenly turned around and looked at Lan He. Sister Lan He, although I don't know what your relationship with Brother Yang is, you have to be careful. Before Zhang Hao and I saw him in a room with Netherworld Sex Yuing. That Yuing came out of a flight-type artifact in disheveled clothes. I think you know better than me what kind of woman Yuing is. We are all disciples of the Eastern Territory sects, so I don't want you to become the demon race's pawn. Yang Kai heard this and his face sank. You dare sow discord? This young master and that Yuing are pure and innocent, so don't ruin my reputation. Zhang Xian chuckled and said, That's what Yuing said before. After saying so, he walked into the crowd without looking back. Lan He frowned slightly and glanced at Yang Kai with a strange expression. Yang Kai said, Sister Lan He, you don't believe it, do you? Lan He said, Brother Yang's matter has nothing to do with me as long as he has a clear conscience. Yang Kai thought for a moment and nodded. That's true. After saying so, he turned to look at Yin Lisheng and said with a fake smile, Brother Yin, now there are only a few of you left. Do you want to cooperate, or cooperate? The remaining 3 people were all disciples of Netherworld sect. Yin Lisheng's status in Netherworld sect was extremely high. After all, he was the sect master's direct disciple, so even though he had only been in the sect for a short time, he was still the one in charge. Since he didn't express his position, the remaining 2 couldn't make a decision. Yin Lisheng smiled proudly and said, This Yin hates it when others threaten me. Anyone who threatens me doesn't have a good end. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he said, What a coincidence, Brother Yin and I are the same in this regard. Yin Lisheng said, Arrogant people always have many things in common. Yang Kai, if you really want my space ring, then fight me. If you can beat me, this Yin will hand over the space ring with both hands. You want to fight me one-on-one? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes at him. Brother Yang, you don't dare? Yin Lisheng sneered. Yang Kai snorted and said, Since Brother Yin is so refined, then this young master will give you a chance. As soon as this remark came out, Yin Lisheng's face lit up. Although the strength Yang Kai had shown before was extraordinary, Yin Lisheng had full confidence that he could remain invincible. This was why he could speak so confidently when facing Yang Kai, and even when falling into this natural spirit array, he didn't panic. If he wanted to leave here, he could do so at any time, but the price he would have to pay was a bit high. Unless it was a last resort, he wasn't willing to do so. Chapter 2456. Yin Lisheng had thought that a treacherous person like Yang Kai would definitely not agree to his challenge, and at that time, he would be able to ruthlessly humiliate Yang Kai and vent the resentment in his heart, but he hadn't expected Yang Kai to actually agree. This made him ecstatic. In a head-on fight, he wasn't sure if he was Yang Kai's opponent, but he still had a trump card. Once he used it, Yang Kai would die without a doubt. Yin Lisheng secretly made up his mind that when he fought Yang Kai, he would directly use his trump card and not give Yang Kai the slightest chance to resist. Just as his mind was racing, Kai Yang suddenly pointed his finger towards the several dozen people beside him and said, Since Brother Yin likes to fight alone so much, then why don't you challenge this group of friends? I believe they will definitely accompany you to have some fun. Yin Lisheng was stunned when he heard this. The dozens of cultivator also looked stunned. Lan He was also stunned. Zhang Hao's face turned cold as he quickly said, Yang Kai, don't go too far. We even gave you our space rings, what else do you want? That's right, you should settle your grievances with Yin Lisheng yourself, why involve us in this? Zhang Xian also shouted. We will never help you. Yes, don't treat us as fools. The group of people suddenly clamored and accused him. Yin Lisheng sneered. Brother Yang doesn't have the guts to fight with me, so just say it. No one will laugh at you, so why beat around the bush? Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and said, Brother Yin is the direct disciple of the Eastern Territories' Netherworld Sex Sect Master. I, Yang Kai, am just a loner, so of course I don't have the guts to fight with you. What if I accidentally kill you? Wouldn't that be a disaster? You don't have the guts to fight with Yin Lisheng. Why should we fight? We won't fight. Yes, we won't fight. If you want to fight, go fight yourself. He really thinks we're idiots. This brat actually wants to drive the wolf to devour the tiger. How laughable. Everyone was extremely dissatisfied with Yang Kai because they had reluctantly handed over their space rings, but now that he wanted them to deal with Yin Lisheng, how could they be happy? All of them were shouting at the same time, filled with indignation. Lan He looked at Yang Kai with a worried expression, fearing that he would make things out of hand. Now that he had used the mountains and rivers bell to threaten everyone, it was already a miracle that he had plundered so many space rings. If he did something excessive, it would likely cause some unnecessary trouble. She secretly winked at Yang Kai, hinting him to stop while he was ahead, lest he go too far. Yang Kai ignored her. With a cold face, he said, You probably didn't hear what I said at the beginning. What did he say? Kid, why don't you tell me what you're trying to do? Yang Kai snorted. This young master said that whoever doesn't hand over their space ring will die. Yes, you did say that, but we have already handed over our space rings. What else do you want? Yang Kai said. Now Yin Lisheng is unwilling to cooperate. This young master wants him dead. Do you have any objections? Zhang Hao said. Naturally, we have no objections. You and Brother Yin can solve your own grievances. There is no need to involve us. That's good. Yang Kai grinned and shouted. This young master is going to ring the mountains and rivers bell now and kill that little bastard Yin Lisheng. If you still want to live, leave this place quickly. This young master will not stop you. What? You still want to ring it? Don't, Brother Yang. Calm down. As soon as these words came out, everyone paled in shock. Yang Kai sneered. Since you have handed over your space rings, this young master will also keep his word and let you live. This young master only wants to deal with Yin Lisheng now, so if you don't want to die, scram. Zhang Hao angrily said. The situation here is complicated. If we could leave, how could we have been threatened by you before? Yang Kai, aren't you lying through your teeth? Zhang Xian also said. You can't be shameless to this extent. Yang Kai calmly said. I don't care. If you don't have the ability to leave and are killed by the mountains and rivers bell, then you can only blame your bad luck. It has nothing to do with this young master. Changing the topic, he shouted angrily at Yin Lisheng. Believe in Yin, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death. Have a good trip to the Yellow Springs. Saying so, he swung the myriad sword in his hand towards the mountains and rivers bell. Lan He's eyelids twitched when she saw this, and she quickly pushed her source chi to protect herself. Many martial artists also turned pale with fright as they cried out one after another. Stop it! Stop it! Damn it, stop! If you have something to say, we can help you persuade Yin Lisheng. Yes, we can have a good chat with Yin Lisheng and make him hand over his space ring. Amid the chaos, Yang Kai's myriad sword stopped less than an inch away from the mountains and rivers bell and looked at everyone. You want to talk to Yin Lisheng? Everyone broke out in a cold sweat and nodded their heads repeatedly. Yang Kai said with an embarrassed expression. Believe in Yin is a proud man and won't give in easily. If it's just a chat, I'm afraid it won't be of much use. Brother Yang, don't worry, if this Believe in Yin doesn't know what's good for him, we will use other methods to talk to him. Someone said with a ferocious expression. Yang Kai said. Oh, that's not good. You have already handed over your space rings. Logically speaking, what happens next has nothing to do with you. This is a grudge between me and Yin Lisheng. How can you be involved in this? Everyone's faces darkened as they looked at his hypocritical appearance, cursing Yang Kai in their hearts, but no one dared to show it. Brother Yang, you don't have to mind, this Believe in Yin is so untactful and should be taught a lesson. Young people only understand how high the sky is and how deep the earth is when they encounter some hardships. Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he heard this and said, What this friend said is right. In that case, I will have to trouble you with this matter. I didn't force you. Haha, this matter is voluntary. As soon as these words fell, the several dozen cultivators turned their heads and looked at Yin Lixing. Yin Lixing's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and the two Netherworld sect disciples standing next to him were also pale and confused. For some inexplicable reason, they'd actually stood on the opposite side of everyone, and it simply caught them off guard. Yin Lixing, if you know what's good for you, quickly hand over your space ring, otherwise everyone will die here. Yes, if you don't cooperate, don't blame us for being impolite. Quickly hand it over. Everyone seemed to have been implicated because of Yin Lixing's unwillingness to cooperate, or perhaps because they were unlucky and wanted to see others suffer, so at this moment, their attitude towards Yin Lixing was not good, and they all shouted at him. Yin Lixing was so angry that he seemed to be on fire as he said with a sullen face, "You are all elite disciples of your respective sects, the pride of your sects, yet you are willing to be driven by one person. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at?" With this sentence, many people's expressions darkened and they looked embarrassed. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and said, "Yin Lixing means that you should silence him so that no one will spread what happened today." Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up, secretly thinking that this was a good idea, and a few people's eyes flashed with fierce light. Yin Lixing said with a black face, "Yang Kai, you are such a despicable person, this Yin really misjudged you." Yang Kai snorted and said, "When you tried to kill me in the Starlight Corridor, you should have thought of the consequences." Yin Lixing clenched his teeth and said, "Don't force me, if you push me too far, none of you will have a good end." Yang Kai jumped back and said with a glare, "Oh, I'm so scared." He turned his head to look at the dozens of cultivators and said, "This guy actually dares to threaten you. I don't know if you can tolerate it, but I can't. If I were you, I would rush over and tear him apart." Even though Yang Kai was adding fuel to the fire and sowing discord, everyone was still a little unhappy, feeling that Yin Lixing's words were too big. Zhang Hao pondered for a while and said, "Brother Yin, a wise man submits to circumstances. I know you have means and trump cards, but do you really think you can be an enemy of so many of us? Zhang Hao, you are also forcing me." Yin Lixing's eyes spat fire and his voice was cold. Both of them were disciples of great sects in the Eastern Territory, and had known each other for a long time. Although there was no friendship between them, they were both from the Eastern Territory after all. It was one thing for others to join forces to force him, but even Zhang Hao was doing the same, which made Yin Lixing extremely uncomfortable. Zhang Hao quickly said, "Brother Yin, it is not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. This is the Shattered Star Sea, there are many opportunities." He didn't use divine sense transmission, but openly said these words in front of Yang Kai. Obviously, he also bore a grudge and wanted to find an opportunity to take revenge. Kai Yang curled his lips in disdain, as if he didn't care. Yin Lixing's face was calm, and after thinking for a while, he nodded and said, "Good, this Yin will remember today's matter. Yang Kai, I will make you pay back 100-fold in the future." Yang Kai chuckled and said, "Brother Yin, you are the meat on the chopping block, and I am the knife. Is it really okay for you to say such harsh words?" Yin Lixing stared at Yang Kai without saying a word. Yang Kai snorted and said, "Miss Lan He, take their space rings." Lan He nodded, walked over to Yin Lixing, and stretched out her hand. Yin Lixing said, "Heavenly Wolf Valley, this Yin will also remember this. I will definitely pay you a visit in the future." Lan He's complexion changed slightly, but at this time, she knew that it was useless to say anything, so she just took the space rings of the 3 Netherworld sect disciples, turned around, and left. After a while, she came to Yang Kai's side and said, "There are a total of 46 space rings here. Brother Yang, please count them." Yang Kai happily took them and said, "Miss Lan He should also pick some." Lan He shook her head and said, "I don't need it, I didn't do anything." Yang Kai was about to say something when his complexion suddenly changed, and his source chi fluctuated violently. Lan He also looked surprised, not knowing what had happened to Yang Kai. Looking around, she saw a black chi appear on Yang Kai's wrist, and this black chi was like a spirit snake, spreading towards Yang Kai's arm. Wherever it passed, Yang Kai's flesh and blood would turn into a bloody mess, revealing his white bones. The corroded parts of his body emitted a sizzling sound that made one's scalp tingle. A fishy smell instantly filled the air. Azura Earth Demon! Lan, he exclaimed. Chapter 2457. Yang Kai's complexion was ashen as he constantly formed seals with his hands. His source chi surged endlessly, and it took him a lot of effort to stop the black chi. However, looking around, the front right arm had been corroded into a horrible state, dripping with blood. The black chi that had been stopped was like a living creature, struggling and wriggling desperately towards Yang Kai's shoulder. Yang Kai raised his head, glared at Yin Lixing, and said fiercely, "You dare plot against me!" Yin Lixing's expression was also sluggish at this moment. The Azura Earth Demon was a secret technique of the Netherworld sect. Only the top and most outstanding disciples of each generation could cultivate it. Moreover, when cultivating it, one had to connect to the real Netherworld purgatory and condense the Yin Qi of the Netherworld into Earth Demon power. However, once successfully cultivated, the power of this secret technique was infinite, and no one below the Emperor realm could resist it. Yin Lixing had quietly hidden this wisp of Azura Earth Demon in his space ring, and after Yang Kai took it, he suddenly stimulated the power of this secret technique, and sure enough, Yang Kai was hit. But what shocked Yin Lixing was that Yang Kai was actually able to stop this Azura Earth Demon. Although he seemed to be seriously injured, none of his vitals were injured, so there was no danger to his life at all. After a moment of shock, Yin Lixing immediately recovered, and his figure flickered as he pounced towards Yang Kai like a great ping spreading its wings, roaring with a ferocious expression. "This Yin can only seize the moment for revenge. 10 years is too late, Yang Kai, die!" At the same time as Yin Lixing made his move, Zhang Hao and Zhang Xian also attacked together. The source chi of the two surged, and using some kind of secret technique, they merged into one and turned into a stream of light that shot towards Yang Kai. Their momentum was peerless. The others also reacted quickly. They all shouted as they rushed towards Yang Kai. Previously, they were forced to hand over their space rings, so they had long been suppressing their anger. Now that they saw Yang Kai being attacked by Yin Lixing and seriously injured, they naturally wanted to take this opportunity to take revenge. "Yang Kai, run!" Lan He was startled as she watched the situation change. He hurriedly shouted at Yang Kai. Yang Kai's face was distorted. It was unknown whether it was because of the pain or something else. A hint of madness flashed in his eyes as he said, "You can't escape." He could not see through this natural spirit array at all. Unless he had time to calm down and study it slowly, there was no way he could escape from here. Raising the myriad sword in his hand, Yang Kai slammed it towards the mountains and rivers bell and shouted, "You want to take my life? I'll let you all die first!" Boom! Along with the strike of the myriad sword, a halo of light suddenly swayed out from the mountains and rivers bell, and a terrifying sound wave swept out. Everyone's eyelids twitched, and in an instant they cried for their parents. However, to everyone's surprise, the sound wave didn't spread too far. Instead, it directly exploded. Yang Kai was sent flying with a bang. "Ha! You can forgive the sins of heaven, but you can't live with the sins of your own making." Zhang Hao was overjoyed when he saw this. Although he didn't know why the sound of the mountains and rivers bell being struck this time was different from before, this was the best opportunity to kill Yang Kai. He shouted with all his might, "Everyone, let's attack together and let this surnamed Yang die without a burial place." The rest of the people also looked refreshed and rushed forward. Yang Kai's head was dizzy and he couldn't tell north from south. The change of the mountains and rivers bell this time was also beyond his expectations. He never expected such a thing to happen. He didn't know if it was the work of the artifact spirit. But at this moment of life and death, the mountains and rivers bell suddenly shook slightly on its own. Along with this vibration, the void suddenly collapsed. This natural spirit array that shrouded such a large area of the void collapsed and disappeared in an instant. Looking around, a black hole the size of a house appeared out of thin air. The mountains and rivers belt turned into a stream of light and rushed directly into the black hole, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The next moment, the black hole expanded at an extremely fast speed, and at the same time, a huge suction force came from the black hole, pulling in all the cultivators' bodies. "What's going on? What's going on? Not good, let's get out of here, the space here is collapsing. Surnamed Yang, you're not human!" Everyone shouted and panicked. Even Yin Lishing, who was determined to kill Yang Kai, had a change of expression at this moment. How could he care about Yang Kai's life and death? He turned around and tried to escape. But the suction force from the black hole behind him was simply too strong. No matter how hard he tried, he could only hover in place, unable to leave at all. As the black hole rapidly expanded, the suction force also became stronger and more terrifying, making every cultivator feel desperate and powerless. Yang Kai and Lan He, who were closest to the black hole, were the first to be sucked in and disappeared. After a while, one cultivator after another screamed miserably and made strange postures as they were swallowed into the black hole in a panic. In less than 10 breaths of time, none of the several dozen cultivator could escape the suction of the black hole and were all swallowed up. And the black hole was still expanding. It wasn't until a certain moment, when the black hole seemed to have expanded to a limit, that it suddenly shrank towards the center and disappeared in an instant. The void returned to calmness, leaving behind a rich fluctuation of space force, indicating that there had been a change here. In a daze, Yang Kai woke up, and the first thing he heard was Lan He's call. The pain in his arm was still unbearable. It was a pain that touched his soul, as if his soul was about to be torn apart. He vaguely knew what had happened just now, but because he had been blasted by the sound waves of the mountains and rivers bell at close range, his mind was shaken and he was not in the mood to investigate the situation around him. He only saw the formation of a black hole and felt a huge suction force pulling him in. Then, he arrived here. If it weren't for a supreme treasure like the soul-warming lotus, that shock alone would have been enough to shatter his soul. As the shouts in his ears became clearer and clearer, Yang Kai shook his head and finally recovered some of his spirit. He turned his head and looked around, but he couldn't see anything at all. There was no light in this place, only chaos and nothingness. A familiar feeling suddenly lingered in his heart. "A void corridor!" Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he exclaimed in surprise. This was clearly the interlayer between the cracks of the void, a passageway in the void. Void corridors existed everywhere in this world, but if one didn't understand the Tao of space, they wouldn't be able to detect them and wouldn't have the opportunity to enter here. Recalling the previous scene, Yang Kai immediately understood that the reason why he had come to this void corridor was because of the mountains and rivers bell's sudden eruption, shattering the void with great power. The black hole was the most obvious sign. Suppressing the various discomforts and pains in his body, Yang Kai quickly released his divine sense, and found Lan He not far from him. At this moment, Lan He's situation was worrying because she had been entangled by a void current, and was trapped inside, unable to move. There were dangers everywhere in this void corridor, but the biggest one was this void current. This void current was similar to a river and was invisible, but it was formed by chaotic space force. Once a person fell into it, it would be very difficult to get out, and could only wait to be swallowed up by this void current. Even Yang Kai had to be careful of these void currents when walking in this void corridor. Although Lan He's cultivation was high, she didn't understand the Tao of space, so after falling into the void current, she was helpless and could only wait for death. Yang Kai quickly came to her side and called out, "Sister Lan He!" Lan He was slightly startled and immediately called out in a low voice, "Yang Kai?" "Yes, it's me," Lan He replied. "I'm entangled by a strange force and can't get away. Don't come close." She was afraid that Yang Kai would follow in her footsteps, so she quickly reminded him. Yang Kai grinned and said, "Don't worry, this is a void current. I'll save you now." Lan He shook her head and said, "No, I've tried. The harder I try, the deeper I sink. It's like a swamp. If you continue to help, it will only backfire." If you have a chance to leave this place in the future, go to Heavenly Wolf Valley in the Eastern Territory and tell them that I, Lan He, have died here. She seemed to feel that she had no hope of surviving and even had to make arrangements for her funeral. Yang Kai remained silent, crouched down, and quietly sensed her. Lan He spoke for a while, but seeing that Yang Kai didn't respond, she said sadly, "Right, take my space ring and give it to my Heavenly Wolf Valley's people." Saying so, she was about to take off her space ring. Yang Kai suddenly stretched out his hand and patted her position. Space force instantly fluctuated, turning into an invisible force that affected the movement of the void current. After a short while, the surging void current was directly smoothed out, and Yang Kai stretched out his hand and pulled Lan He out. This, how? Lan He seemed to be unable to believe that she had escaped so easily and couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. But soon, she reacted and cried out involuntarily. "Are you proficient in the Tao of space?" Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and said, "I know a thing or two." Lan He was surprised. "Are you Master Li Wuyi's disciple?" Li Wuyi again. Yang Kai had heard this name more than once and already knew that he was a famous master in the star boundary. He was a powerful third-order Emperor Realm Master, and was proficient in the Tao of space. It was not an exaggeration to say that this person was the strongest master under the 10 great emperors. Yang Kai shook his head and said, "I've heard of him long ago, but I never had the chance to meet him." He was not going to continue talking about this topic and said, "I'll take you to a safer place first. I still need to heal." Hearing this, Lan He recalled that he had been attacked by Yin Lixing before and hurriedly said, "That Azura Earth Demon is a secret technique of the Netherworld sect. Its corrosive power is extremely strong. Under the Emperor realm, anyone who gets hit by it will die without a doubt. How can you be okay?" Yang Kai chuckled and said, "I was just lucky, or that little brat Yin Lixing's cultivation isn't good enough." This Azura Earth Demon was indeed terrifying. Yang Kai estimated that if it were any other Tao Source Realm cultivator, they would not be able to escape from it, but his strength was not comparable to an ordinary Tao Source Realm cultivator at all. Whether it was the quality of his physique, source chi, or spiritual energy, they were far beyond the level of a Tao Source Realm cultivator, so he was able to suppress this Azura Earth Demon. Even so, half of his arm was corroded beyond recognition. Chapter 2458. After shuttling through the void corridor with Lan He for a while, Yang Kai suddenly stopped. Lan He didn't know what was going on, but she didn't dare to disturb him rashly, and just stood quietly to the side. After a while Yang Kai said, "It's safe here. The space here is relatively stable. Miss Lan He, please rest here for a while. I need to heal my wounds. Once I've healed, I'll send you out." "Send me out?" Lan He was stunned, but when she remembered how Yang Kai had easily rescued her before, she immediately felt confident in him and nodded. "Good, you don't need to worry about me. It's more important to heal your wounds as soon as possible. The Azura Earth Demon's corrosive power is extremely strong. The longer you delay, the more troublesome it will be." Yang Kai stretched out his hand, circulated his space force, and waved it around her a few times before saying, "I've left a space imprint here. If anything happens, I'll be able to detect it immediately and come over immediately." After saying so, he turned around and flew away. After Yang Kai left, Lan He slowly sat down cross-legged and released her divine sense to investigate the situation around her. She found that, as Yang Kai had said, the space here was relatively stable. Without the strange power she had encountered before, she didn't dare to move and could only wait here. Not far away, Yang Kai also sat down cross-legged, took out a large number of healing pills from his space ring, and stuffed them into his mouth like he was eating beans. His current injuries weren't too serious, and the injuries caused by the mountains and rivers Bell were quickly recovering. The only troublesome thing was the Azura Earth Fiend. This thing was like a maggot in a tarsal bone, tightly wrapped around his arm. Yang Kai had to circulate his source chi to force the Earth Demon's power out of his body. Fortunately, his source chi was vigorous and pure. Even if this secret technique was extremely powerful, It couldn't stop him from expelling it. Time passed little by little. Yam Kai forced the Azura Earth Demon's power out of his body little by little, his expression meticulous and his movements methodical. After about 5 or 6 days, he finally let out a heavy sigh of relief. The Azura Earthly Demon had completely disappeared. Only the corrosive wound on his arm had not completely healed. However, with his strong physique and recovery ability, he was able to recover. However, with his strong physique, this kind of injury was actually nothing. After 5 or 6 days of recovery, the injuries caused by the mountains and rivers Bell had also healed. Yam Kai swung his arm, slowly stood up, and walked towards Lan He's location. Not long after, Yam Kai came to Lan He's side and found that she was still sitting cross-legged in the same place. The space seal he had set up before also showed no signs of being touched, indicating that this place had been calm for the past few days and had not been affected by the void's power. Sensing Kai Yang's arrival, Lan He is Brother Yang. There's no problem, Yang Kai replied with a smile. That's good. Lan He also breathed a sigh of relief. After a pause, she said, Can we go out now? Yang Kai said, Of course, come, I'll send you out. What about you? You still want to stay? Yang Kai smiled faintly and said confidently, I am very familiar with this place. There won't be any danger. I want to find the mountains and rivers Bell. It also entered this void passageway, and I don't know where it is now. So it's like that. Lan He knew that she couldn't persuade him too much. After all, she wasn't very familiar with Yang Kai. Then I hope Brother Yang's wish will be fulfilled soon. I'll count on your auspicious words. Yang Kai grinned. Right. Lan He suddenly remembered something and said, You said before that you had something to ask of me? After being reminded by her, Yang Kai also remembered something and patted his head. It's like this, I have a friend. More than a year ago, he set out from the Northern Territory to your Heavenly Wolf Valley. Brother Yang's friend? Does he want to join my Heavenly Wolf Valley? But why did he set out from the Northern Territory? Lan He was surprised. If he was a cultivator from the Northern Territory, he should have chosen a sect in the Northern Territory first. There was no reason for him to travel to the Eastern Territory. After all, the distance between the two large territories was extremely far. If he didn't use a space array that could cross territory, he might not be able to get there in several years. It's a bit complicated, let's talk about it as we go, Yang Kai said as he took Lan He to find the weak point in the space while explaining to her. The friend he was talking about was naturally Ling Yinchin. When he heard Zhang Hao, the holy son of Brahma Holy Land, mention Heavenly Wolf Valley, Yang Kai felt like he had heard of this sect before, but he couldn't remember when. Later, a thought flashed through his mind and he suddenly remembered. Ling Yinchin had mentioned Heavenly Wolf Valley in front of him before. Because Ling Yinchin's dead husband was a disciple of Heavenly Wolf Valley in the Eastern Territory. The two met and fell in love in the solitary void-sealed world and later became husband and wife, but her husband was unfortunately killed in the process of saving her. Ling Yinchin cherished his memory to this day. The high-grade spirit purifying array she lent to Yang Kai at that time was bought by her husband at a high price, and it was also the object of her yearning. Because of this, after the spirit purifying array was damaged, Yang Kai put in a lot of effort to ask Sangde to repair it, which led to all the subsequent events. When Ling Yinchin came out of the solitary void-sealed world, she also brought out her husband's ashes. The last time they parted in the Northern Territory, Ling Yinchin said that she wanted to send her husband's ashes to Heavenly Wolf Valley so that he could rest in peace. After briefly telling Lan He about Ling Yinchin and her husband, Lan He also sighed and said, That Sister Ling must be an infatuated woman. If she wasn't infatuated, how could she be willing to go from the Northern Territory to the Eastern Territory just to send her husband's ashes back to the sect? One had to know that not only was the journey long, but it was also full of dangers. The slightest carelessness could lead to death. Big Sister Ling was a very good person, Yang Kai said solemnly. What was her husband's name? If he was really a disciple of Heavenly Wolf Valley, maybe I've heard of him. Lan He asked. Yang Kai shook his head. Big Sister Ling didn't mention this. It doesn't matter. When the time comes, if we can see Big Sister Ling, we can just ask her. Lan He didn't delve into this issue. Yang Kai said. Big Sister Ling was infatuated with her husband. I think that even if she sent his ashes back, she probably wouldn't want to leave his side. It's just that Big Sister Ling isn't a disciple of Heavenly Wolf Valley, so Heavenly Wolf Valley may not let her stay for long. This Yan wants to ask Sister Lan, if you can see Big Sister Ling in the future, please take care of her. If she can join Heavenly Wolf Valley and become a disciple, it would be best. If not, please let Big Sister Ling mourn for her husband from time to time to relieve her lovesickness. Since it's Brother Yang's request, there's naturally no problem. Lan He was also a straightforward person and agreed at once. Yang Kai was overjoyed. With Sister Lan's words, I can rest assured. Lan He was the great senior sister of Heavenly Wolf Valley. Her status was definitely not comparable to an ordinary disciple. Since she had agreed, she would definitely do it. Although this woman's appearance and figure were average, she had a heroic spirit that was not inferior to men. What's Big Sister Ling's cultivation now? Third Order Dao Source Realm. Although her strength isn't at the top, it's definitely not bad. Yan Kai gave a pertinent evaluation. Third Order Dao Source Realm? Lan He's eyes lit up when she heard this. She clapped her hands and said, Then there's absolutely no problem for her to join our Heavenly Wolf Valley. If she's someone of unknown origin, she may need to be assessed, but since she's someone Yang Kai mentioned, she can be exempted from the assessment. I'll tell Master when I go back. Thank you very much. Yang Kai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although he didn't have much of a friendship with Ling Yingqin, they had come out of the solitary void-sealed world together. With her cultivation, it wouldn't have been a problem for her to join Ice Heart Valley, and Bingyan also wanted her to stay, but she was troubled by love and wanted to go to Heavenly Wolf Valley, so everyone could only let her. If she could join Heavenly Wolf Valley in the future, it would be a good place for her. This way, not only would she have a sect to rely on, but she could also accompany her husband day and night. Yang Kai believed Ling Yingqin wouldn't refuse. While the two were talking, Yang Kai suddenly stopped in his tracks, and Lan He also stopped. Yang Kai released his divine sense to check the surroundings and said, This is the place. I'll tear space later. Sister Lan He, you can rest assured that there won't be any danger. Good. Lan He nodded and cupped her fists. Brother Yan, you must also be careful. If there is a chance in the future, you must come to my Heavenly Wolf Valley as a guest. Of course, of course. Yang Kai replied. After saying so, his expression turned solemn as he stretched out his hand and thrust it into the void in front of him. The force of space surged, and the laws of space fluctuated, causing the void corridor to distort and become unstable. Lan He's expression changed slightly as she held her breath, not daring to disturb him in the slightest. Open! Yang Kai shouted as his hands suddenly moved to the sides. Under Lan He's shocked gaze, the void in front of them was torn apart like a piece of silk, and a crack appeared in it in an instant. And as Yang Kai moved, this crack grew bigger and bigger. Lan He's eyes trembled as she watched in amazement. Tearing space with one's bare hands was something she had only heard of and had never seen with her own eyes. But now, this scene was clearly presented in front of her eyes, shocking her. From the void crack, Lan He clearly saw the dilapidated scenery of the Shattered Star Sea and immediately understood that they could return to the Shattered Star Sea through this crack. Let's go! Yang Kai shouted in a low voice. Lan He didn't dare to hesitate. Her figure flickered as she rushed towards the crack. In the blink of an eye, she had reached the other side. When she turned around, the crack had already closed quickly. Yang Kai stood in the void corridor and waved at her with a smile. Brother Yang, take care! Lan He shouted, but the crack had already closed. She didn't know if Yang Kai had heard her or not. Standing in place for a while, Lan He sighed and looked for a direction to fly towards the depths of the Shattered Star Sea. Although her contact with Yang Kai was short, it was as if a new door had opened in front of her, allowing her to see how powerful a Dao Source Realm cultivator could be. In front of a cultivator in the same realm, the elite disciples of top sects were as insignificant as ants that could be killed with a wave of his hand. She knew that she couldn't cultivate to this extent. If she wanted to become stronger, she could only break through to the Emperor realm. An urgent thought emerged from the depths of her heart. She wanted to break through as soon as possible and obtain more power. Chapter 2459. Inside the void corridor, Yamkai quickly passed through it as if he was walking on flat ground, completely ignoring the ubiquitous void turbulence and the erratic void cracks. This place might be dangerous for others, but for Yamkai, it was like his own back garden. When he was cultivating the Tao of space, he had entered this place countless times, comprehending the mysteries of space and experiencing the wonders of space force. He had a clear understanding of the characteristics of this place. Less than an hour after separating from Lanhe, Yamkai suddenly felt a slight burning sensation on the back of his hand, which was the reaction between star seals. His expression changed and he immediately rushed in a certain direction. His current star seal was a 6-pointed star seal, which was a relatively high-end existence, so he could sense the location of most cultivator from a long distance. Not long after, he arrived at the place, but when he looked around, the scene he saw made him frown. Because the scene in front of him was bloody, with countless severed limbs and minced flesh constantly floating in the void undercurrent. There was not a single living person in sight. In that place, however, there were 7 or 8 ownerless star seals floating quietly. 7 or 8 star seals meant that 7 or 8 people had died here. They had not been killed by others, but had fallen into the void corridor and been swallowed by the void undercurrent, or had been killed by the void cracks here. When Yamkai walked over, the ownerless star seals seemed to be attracted by something and flew towards the back of his hand, transforming into specks of starlight that imprinted themselves on the back of his hand, causing his 6-pointed star seal to become even brighter and warmer. He couldn't help feeling a little worried. Previously, everyone had been swallowed by the collapsed space, and their futures were uncertain. He wasn't worried about the life or death of others. The only one he was worried about was Yin Lisheng. This guy had better not die before he found him. If he died, Yamkai would have no way to find him to inquire about information. There were still some vague reactions coming from the front. Yamkai didn't stop for long and continued on his way. The further he went, the more corpses Yamkai encountered of cultivator corpses and star seals left behind. He didn't need to do anything at all. Along the way, he had already collected more than 20 star seals. In other words, of the more than 40 Tao Source Realm cultivator who had been swallowed here, half of them had died. And from what he observed along the way, they should all be together, probably trying to find a way out. Unfortunately, they didn't understand the Tao of space and couldn't break through the barrier of space, so they couldn't find an exit. According to this situation, this group of people would die sooner or later. Suddenly, Yamkai heard a faint shout. His eyes flashed as he quickly rushed towards the source of the sound. After a short while, he arrived in front of a surging void undercurrent. Seemingly aware of Kai Ying's arrival, the person hurriedly shouted in Kai Ying's direction. "Friend, save me! Don't leave me behind! Save me!" Yamkai was indifferent. Kai Ying's divine sense. Yang, 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 and yang, yang. "Where is Yin Lisheng?" Yamkai suddenly asked. When the man heard Yamkai's voice, he was startled for a moment before calling out in a low voice. "Yamkai?" He obviously recognized Yamkai's voice. "Where is Yin Lisheng?" Yamkai asked. The man smiled bitterly. "Brother Yang, save me first. Everything else can be discussed." Yamkai coldly snorted. "Zhang Hao won't save you, why should I?" This man was Zhang Xian of Brahma Holy Land. He and Zhang Hao were both holy sons of Brahma Holy Land, so their strength was extraordinary. However, no matter how powerful he was still a Tao Source Realm cultivator. Falling into the void undercurrent, he could only wait for death. The more he struggled, the faster he would die. However, there was no trace of Zhang Hao here. It seemed that Zhang Hao had abandoned him. "Zhang Hao!" Hearing Yang Kai mention this name, Jiang Xian seemed to be touched. He gnashed his teeth and growled, "Don't mention that despicable villain's name in front of me! I will kill him sooner or later!" Yang Kai didn't know what happened between these two holy sons, but Jiang Xian actually hated Zhang Hao to the bone. Yang Kai didn't bother to get to the bottom of it, and just sneered, "Wait until you have a chance to get out of here." Hearing this, Jiang Xian's momentum fell to the bottom as he cried and begged, "Brother Yang, please be magnanimous and don't bother with me. Save me from here. I, Jiang Xian, will definitely repay your kindness. First, tell me where Yin Lixing went." Yang Kai looked at him indifferently. Jiang Xian said, "If I tell you, will you save me?" Yang Kai asked back, "What do you think?" Jiang Xian was angry and said, "Then why should I tell you?" As soon as his voice fell, he suddenly realized that he didn't have the capital to be angry at this time, so he hurriedly said, "Brother Yang, don't be angry." Jiang Xian misspoke. Yang Kai snorted, "I don't have the heart to save you, and I won't save you. No matter what you say, it's useless." Jiang Xian panicked and his heart was filled with anger, but he didn't dare show it, so the bitterness in his mouth was like eating a gold thread. "Although I won't save you, I can avenge you." Yang Kai sneered. "Zhang Hao and Yin Lixing are together, right? Tell me where they went, and I will help you kill Zhang Hao." "Kill Zhang Hao." Jiang Xian was stunned and was silent for a while before he suddenly burst into laughter, his laughter full of madness. Yang Kai didn't urge him and just stood to the side and stared at him coldly. After a while, Jiang Xian's laughter faded and he said with a ferocious expression, "If you can find Zhang Hao, tear him to pieces for me. That's easy, I promise you." Yang Kai nodded, thinking that there must be some unknown grievances between these two holy sons, otherwise, Jiang Xian wouldn't be so hostile towards Zhang Hao. "They went that way." Jiang Xian casually pointed in a direction. Yang Kai turned his head and nodded, his hand moving slightly as a moon blade slashed towards Jiang Xian. Jiang Xian was shocked. Although he felt the energy fluctuations coming towards him, he was now trapped in the void undercurrent and couldn't dodge even if he wanted to, so he could only ask in horror, "What are you doing?" With a light swish, Jiang Xian felt a slight pain in his arm. Yang Kai coldly said, "I'll take your star seal, consider it as interest for the two of you joining forces to attack me. As for the rest, you can count on your own luck." Saying so, he stretched out his hand and collected the star seal on Jiang Xian's severed arm before turning around and rushing off in the direction Jiang Xian had indicated before. "Bastard, bastard!" Jiang Xian covered his wound with his other hand and roared with a ferocious expression. Yang Kai, however, had long since disappeared. About half a day later, Yang Kai finally sensed the location of the others, but most of them were dead, either swallowed by the void undercurrent or strangled to death by the void cracks. Their corpses were in tatters, leaving only their star seals to guide Yang Kai. Another day later, Yang Kai had collected most of the star seals of the more than 40 people. After swallowing more than 30 star seals, the 6-pointed star seal on the back of his hand finally changed, turning into a 7-pointed star seal, allowing him to perceive further distances. It was rumored that if a star seal could be upgraded to the highest level, a 9-pointed star seal, one could find the inheritance of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. Whether this was true or not, Yang Kai had no interest in the so-called inheritance, so he didn't insist on it. At a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly sensed the fluctuations of several star seals in front of him. After a little calculation, Yang Kai knew that the owners of these star seals were the last survivors. And Yin Lixing must be among them, because along the way, although Yang Kai found the corpses of the other two Netherworld sect disciples, he did not see Yin Lixing's. That guy was really lucky. He actually managed to survive until the end of the void corridor. How did he do it? Without hesitation, Yang Kai's figure flickered as he rushed over. After an incense stick worth of time, he arrived at the place where these people were. Sweeping with his divine sense, Yang Kai found that there were only 4 people left. Yin Lixing and Zhang Hao were among them, and the remaining 2 seemed to be top Dao Source Realm Masters, but Yang Kai was not familiar with them. Moreover, not only were the four of them here, but even the mountains and rivers Bell, which had disappeared into the void, was also here. This unique treasure from the untainted land was responsible for the birth of an emperor, and witnessed the war between emperors. After being silent for tens of thousands of years, it was now lying quietly in a corner of the void corridor. Its brilliance was restrained and it had no spirituality at all. It was like an old object that was quietly waiting for the arrival of its next owner. "You're not dead!" Yin Lixing turned his head and looked at Yang Kai in astonishment when he arrived here. Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, which Yin Lixing knew. When the two fought in the Starlight Corridor, Yang Kai had used the Space Divine technique to shatter the Starlight Corridor. Yin Lixing was stunned because Yang Kai had clearly withstood the shock of the mountains and rivers Bell at such a close distance, and was struck by his Azura Earth Demon, yet he could still survive. And now, it seemed that not only did he survive, but he was also alive and kicking. Yang Kai curled his lips and said, "You're not dead either. Why is Brother Yin so surprised?" Yin Lixing's eyes lit up as he nodded. "Good, very good, you're not dead." He actually had a look of joy on his face for Yang Kai, but it was unknown what he was so happy about. Yang Kai looked at him doubtfully and said, "Brother Yin, it's easy to misunderstand what you're saying. It's as if we have a very good relationship." Yin Lixing laughed. "No matter what your relationship with me is, it's a good thing that you're not dead." Yang Kai's face became cold as he said, "I'm not dead, but you're dead." Yin Lixing said calmly, "There is no enmity between you and me, so why don't we just forget about it with a smile?" Yang Kai's eyes widened as he said, Did I hear you right? Brother Yin, you actually want to forget about enmity with a smile? Is there something wrong with your head?" Zhang Hao and the other two also had strange expressions on their faces. After all, they had seen the conflict and resentment between Yang Kai and Yin Lixing before. Both of them were itching to kill the other, so why did Yin Lixing's attitude change so much in the blink of an eye? Chapter 2460. Yin Lixing smiled and said, "My head isn't broken, and I'm actually quite clear-headed. Because I know that if I want to leave this place, Brother Yang's strength is indispensable." Yang Kai raised his brow and grinned. "I understand what Brother Yin means, but why do you think I will take you out?" Yin Lixing quickly said, "Don't you want to inquire about that puppet? That puppet is of great use to you, isn't it?" Hearing him mention Xiao Xiao, Yang Kai's face sank and he shouted, "Where is it?" Yin Lixing chuckled and said calmly, "Brother Yang really values it. Since Brother Yang has a request, and I have one, why don't we make a deal?" Yang Kai gritted his teeth. Although he wanted to rush over and beat Yin Lixing up and then force him to tell him about Xiao Zhao's whereabouts, at this time, brute force couldn't solve the problem. As long as Yin Lixing didn't tell him about Xiao Xiao, Yang Kai couldn't do anything about it, and even if he did, Yang Kai couldn't be sure whether he was telling the truth or not. Compared to killing Yin Lixing, Yang Kai wanted to know more about Xiao Xiao. After pondering for a while, he nodded and said, "What kind of deal?" "Let's hear it," Yin Lixing said. "You take me out of this damned place, and I'll tell you the whereabouts of that puppet." Yang Kai sneered. "How do I know you're telling the truth? Maybe you don't even know where Xiao Xiao is." "I know!" Yin Lixing's expression turned solemn. "I might as well tell you that your puppet did fall into the Eastern Territory with me, but with my strength at the time, I couldn't subdue it, so I followed it, trying to find a good opportunity, but unfortunately I never succeeded. Where did it go now? In this world I am the only one who knows about this, there is no second person. Brother Yang, you'd best think clearly about whether you want to fight me here to the death, both of us suffering heavy losses, or make a fair trade where we each take what we need." Yang Kai's face turned cold. "Tell me first, and I'll immediately send you away. I promise I won't attack you." Yin Lixing chuckled and said, "Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Then what do you want?" Yang Kai shouted impatiently. The two of them kept arguing, causing the other three to be amazed. Although they didn't know what Yang Kai and Yin Lixing were arguing about, they could more or less understand what was going on. Zhang Hao suddenly said, Brother Ian, can he take us out of here? Ian Lushan glanced at him and said, If he can't, then no one can. Ian Lushan frowned. Because Brother Yang Kai is proficient in the Tao of space. Proficient in the Tao of space? Zhang Hao was pleasantly surprised. The other two were also very excited, secretly licking their lips. This young master is proficient in the Tao of space. It's none of your business. Yang Kai glared at the three men, his stomach full of displeasure. Zhang Hao smiled apologetically and said, Haha, Brother Yang, it can be said that we don't know each other until we fight. Now, only the few of us are still alive. How about you take us out with you? Don't worry, we will repay you generously in the future. Yes, yes, Brother Yang's kindness will be engraved in our hearts, and we will repay you in the future. Brother Yang, the more friends you have, the more options you have. If you come to my Western territory in the future, this son will definitely welcome you. The two men also shouted along with Zhang Hao, looking at Yang Kai pleadingly. Scram! Yang Kai shouted impatiently. Zhang Hao's expression gradually became cold when he heard this, turning to Yang Kai and saying, Yang Kai, don't be too insensible. Although your strength is good, if the four of us join forces, you won't be able to defeat us. Don't force us to be rough with you. Yang Kai coldly snorted. This young master wasn't afraid of 40 of you before, but now there are only 4 of you left. What can you do to me? If you want to die, come up and try. Zhang Hao's face stiffened, but he also knew that Yang Kai was telling the truth. The previous 40 people couldn't do anything to Yang Kai, so even if the 4 of them joined forces, they might not be able to take him down. What's more, it was rumored that a cultivator proficient in the Tao of space was the most difficult to deal with. Even if they couldn't win, they were first class at escaping. Yang Kai no longer paid any attention to Zhang Hao and the other two, turning to look at Yin Lisheng and saying, Since you want to make a deal with me, then come up with an explanation that can convince both of us, otherwise you will die today. At worst, I will go to the Eastern Territory and slowly look for you. Yin Lisheng's face sank as he asked, Brother Yang, are you so confident that you can kill me? Yang Kai curled his lips and said, In this environment I can make you die without a burial place with just a wave of my hand, so do you think I can kill you or not? Saying so, Yang Kai waved his hand, and an undercurrent suddenly appeared in the void, as if it had received a command, and like a long river, it rushed towards Yin Lisheng. Yin Lisheng was startled and quickly dodged to the side. After regaining his footing, his face was incomparably pale. He thought that since he had a trump card, there was no need for him to be too afraid of Yang Kai, but now it seemed that this special environment not only did not bind Yang Kai, but instead increased his strength imperceptibly. If he really fought here, his chances of winning were less than 20%. He had to get out of here quickly, lest something unexpected happened. Thinking of this, Yin Lisheng quickly said, Brother Yang, look at this. Saying so, he casually tossed something towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai wasn't afraid of him playing tricks, so after catching it, he swept it with his divine sense and asked in surprise, Oh? A soul contract? Yin Lisheng raised his brow and said, Since Brother Yang recognizes this thing, it'll be easy. The spirit contract was a little toy that the Serene Soul Great Emperor, the palace master of the Serene Soul Palace in the eastern region, had come up with when he was bored. It was like a contract, and the people who signed the contract swore with their spirits. However, because the spirit contract contained a strange power, both parties who swore an oath could not violate the contents of the contract. Once they violated the contract, they would suffer the pain of having their souls devoured. Soul contracts were extremely rare in other places, and Yang Kai had seen one in the past, so he recognized it and knew the authority of this thing. As long as the two parties who signed the contract swore with their souls, after the contract took effect, they could no longer violate it, unless they wanted to court death. Because soul contracts were developed by the great emperors of the Serene Soul, and the Serene Soul Palace of the great emperors of the Serene Soul Palace was in the Eastern Territory, it was normal for Yin Lisheng, a disciple of the Eastern Territory, to have a soul contract. Is this enough to show my sincerity? Yin Lixing looked at Yang Kai with a serious expression. Yang Kai nodded and said, "Since there is a soul contract, of course there is no problem." Yin Lixing said, "Good, you send me out of here, and I will tell you the whereabouts of the puppet." Yang Kai pondered for a moment and nodded. "No problem," Zhang Hao anxiously said. "Brother Yin, take me with you. My Brahma Holy Land and your Netherworld sect are allied sects. You can't just stand by and watch us die." Yin Lixing frowned and glanced at Yang Kai. Yang Kai snorted and said, "Zhang Hao's life has been decided by someone, he must die here." Zhang Hao's eyes widened as he angrily shouted, Who? Who wants my life?" Kai Yang coldly glared at him and snorted, "Whoever you leave behind, that person will take your life." Zhang Hao was stunned and absent-mindedly said, "Zhang Xian?" Then he shouted angrily, "Impudent! I am brother, yet he wants someone to kill me! Simply a bastard!" Yang Kai slowly shook his head, ignoring him and instead looking at Yin Lixing and said, "Brother Yin, swear!" "Good!" Yin Lixing nodded and immediately swore with his soul that if Yang Kai was willing to send him out of here safely, he must tell Yang Kai Xiao Zhao's whereabouts. Immediately afterward, Yang Kai also swore with his soul. As his spiritual energy surged, the soul contract suddenly shone brightly and split into two, turning into two streams of light that poured into Yang Kai and Yin Lixing's bodies, causing both of them to snort lightly as they felt a layer of shackles binding them. Both of them knew that this was the effect of the soul contract. "Where is Xiao Xiao?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes at Yin Lixing. Yin Lixing smiled slightly, his lips squirming as he transmitted a message. Yang Kai's expression changed as he asked in amazement, "How could he be there?" Yin Lixing was surprised. "Oh? Brother Yang knows that place?" Yang Kai calmly said, "I heard someone mention it not long ago. Are you sure he went there?" Yin Lixing replied, "I saw it with my own eyes, how could it be false? At first, I didn't know where it was, but after living in the Eastern Territory for a while, I realized how dangerous that place was. Fortunately, I didn't go in at that time, otherwise I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to see Brother Yang today." Yang Kai's face was ashen. Compared to not knowing Xiao Zhao's whereabouts, he was more worried now. Yin Lixing had already made a soul oath with him, and was bound by the soul contract, so it was impossible for him to lie to him. But if Xiao Xiao went to that place, it would definitely be disastrous. His expression was extremely ugly. Yin Lixing, however, smiled and said, "Okay, this Yin has told Brother Yang the truth, now it's time for you to fulfill the agreement, right?" Yang Kai glanced at him unhappily before suddenly stretching out his hand and inserting it into the void nearby. Yin Lixing stared intently, and when he saw a void crack being torn open by Yang Kai, a look of surprise and joy appeared on his face as he quickly said, "Brother Yang is really amazing. If he breaks through to the Emperor realm in the future, he will definitely be the second Li Wuyi." "Scram!" Yang Kai coldly snorted. Yin Lixing laughed. "Then this Yin will take his leave. I hope we will meet again. The day we meet again will be the day you die." Yang Kai ground his teeth. Yin Lixing didn't care and his figure flickered as he rushed towards the void crack, instantly arriving on the other side. On the other hand, Zhang Hao and the others impatiently followed closely behind him when they saw this, and they executed various divine abilities with the intention of escaping from here. Yang Kai just looked at them coldly and didn't stop them. Chapter 2461. Zhang Hao and the other two were overjoyed, thinking that Yang Kai had acquiesced, so they moved even faster. But just as the three of them passed through the void crack, Yang Kai suddenly clenched his hand. The spatial rift that had been torn closed with the speed of lightning. Caught off guard, the bodies of the other two were cut in half, blood and internal organs spilling out of their bodies. Their auras were instantly sucked dry, making for a terrifying sight. On the other hand, Zhang Hao reacted extremely quickly and retreated at the critical moment, avoiding this fatal blow. After standing firm, Zhang Hao glanced to the side with lingering fear before turning to Yang Kai and saying, You really want to kill us all?" Yang Kai looked at him with a sullen face and said, "No one who has provoked this young master has a good end. Don't be too arrogant. I, Zhang Hao, am also the holy son of Brahma Holy Land. Don't think I'm afraid of you. Zhang Hao roared. Yang Kai looked at him indifferently. Are you done? Zhang Hao was startled and asked in horror. What do you want to do? If you're done, then be on your way. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly waved both of his hands. The surrounding undercurrents in the void suddenly boiled up, and as if they had received some kind of order, they all rushed towards Zhang Hao, surrounding him tightly in an instant, making it impossible for him to move. Zhang Hao's face changed wildly as he desperately urged his source chi to struggle, but he couldn't break free from the strange void undercurrents. Instead, the more he struggled, the deeper he sank. His face suddenly turned pale as he looked up at Yang Kai and said in a trembling voice, Spare me, I'm willing to pay any price, even if it means handing over my soul brand. Handing over his soul brand meant that he would have to obey Yang Kai's orders in the future. He would become Yang Kai's slave. As the holy son of Brahma Holy Land. Since he could put forward such a condition, it could be seen that he was really desperate. But at this moment of life and death, Zhang Hao only wanted to survive, so how could he care about anything else? Your strength is too low, what's the use of keeping you alive? Yang Kai raised his hand slightly, and under the fluctuations of space principles, countless tiny void cracks suddenly appeared around Zhang Hao's body. They were densely packed and innumerable. Your strength is too low. Zhang Hao's expression was dull. For the first time, he felt deeply insulted. Yang Kai was just a third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. Zhang Hao's cultivation was the same as his, but he actually said that his cultivation was too low. Enraged, Zhang Hao shouted hysterically, I'll fight it out with you! As he spoke, his face flushed red, and his origin energy suddenly became restless. An extremely dangerous aura emanated from his body. Yang Kai's face darkened as he harumphed. Trying to self-detonate? That depends on whether you have the chance. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The tiny void cracks suddenly shot towards Zhang Hao as if they had been given a life of their own. After a series of light noises, Zhang Hao froze in place, his expression sluggish. His eyes were lifeless. His life force quickly dissipated, and the dangerous aura that came from his body also disappeared. After a short while, accompanied by a soft crashing sound, Zhang Hao's entire body turned into countless fragments, scattered all over the ground, and was swallowed up by the surging void undercurrent. Just as Zhang Xian had requested before, Zhang Hao was really torn to pieces this time. A six-pointed star seal shot out from where he stood and rushed straight towards the back of Yang Kai's hand, turning into specks of starlight that were absorbed by his seven-pointed star seal. After killing Zhang Hao, Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. His gloomy mood improved slightly. He stood in place, frowning as he recalled the information Yin Lixing had revealed to him before. Xiao Xiao had actually gone to that kind of place. This was something he had never expected. However, if he had really gone there, there were pros and cons. Yang Kai had always been worried that Xiao Xiao would become the target of other people's pursuit. If he had gone there, he would not have this concern, because even cultivators rarely set foot in that place. But that place was full of danger, and he did not know if Xiao Xiao could survive there safely. It seemed that he still had to make a trip to the Eastern Territory. He secretly decided that after the matter in the Shattered Star Sea was over, he would set off to find Xiao Zhao's whereabouts. After making up his mind, Yang Kai adjusted his mood and turned his head, looking at the mountains and rivers Bell with fiery eyes. When the mountains and rivers Bell was born, dozens of cultivators had been eyeing it covetously and had chased it all the way to this place. Now, he was the only one left in this void corridor, and the rest had either left or died. He had a lot of time to try to refine this mountains and rivers Bell. Qihai had said that this mountains and rivers Bell was an ancient treasure that the Yuan Ding great emperors had brought out from the ancient wildlands. If he could refine it, then this trip to the Shattered Star Sea would not have been in vain. However, refining such a treasure was definitely not a simple matter. Yang Kai did not know how to refine it, so he could only try to use the method Qihai had mentioned before. The Yuan Ding great emperors had withstood 81 rings of the bell and not died. Only then did they obtain the approval of the artifact spirit and bring it out of the ancient wild lands. Yang Kai could only follow suit. Thinking of this, Yang Kai took a deep breath, adjusted himself to the best state, and walked towards the mountains and rivers Bell step by step. For some reason, the mountains and rivers Bell's brilliance was restrained at this moment, and even the mysterious patterns on its surface were no longer visible. It now looked like an ordinary, worn-out bell. Even if it was thrown in front of the world, no one would take a look at it. However, it still gave Yang Kai the feeling of a sleeping dragon, as if it would let out a monstrous roar once it was awakened. After a while, Yang Kai came to the front of the mountains and rivers Bell, but to his surprise, the mountains and rivers Bell did not show any reaction. Holding his breath and concentrating, Yang Kai carefully stretched out his hand and stroked the mountains and rivers Bell. The moment Yang Kai's palm touched the mountains and rivers Bell, the mountains and rivers Bell suddenly shook slightly, and a world-shaking sound suddenly rang out in Yang Kai's mind. This sound contained a primordial aura and destructive power, causing Yang Kai to feel dizzy for a moment, as if he had been brought back to the ancient wildlands by a torrent of time. In his mind, inexplicable illusions appeared one after another. Among those illusions, there were scenes of the heavens collapsing and the earth splitting apart, tsunamis raging, as if the end of the world had arrived. There was a strong naked giant with his head touching the sky and feet stepping on the ground, walking proudly, and wherever he passed, all living beings would retreat. There was the first cultivator who moved mountains and drained seas, flying through the heavens and burrowing into the earth, using the great divine technique to fight against the disasters of the heavens and earth, seeking a slim chance of survival. There were countless divine spirits fighting with each other, fighting for territory, causing blood to spill all over the earth, shattering the heavens and earth. The sea changed into mulberry fields, and in an instant, it felt like thousands of years had passed. Yang Kai let out a muffled groan as if he had been hit by a mountain, spitting out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying backwards, sliding through the void for tens of thousands of meters. His face was as pale as paper, and his aura was chaotic. After a while, he suddenly sat up cross-legged and silently circulated his secret art to heal his injuries. The pain in his mind was simply unbearable. It was a wound to his soul. If it had been anyone else, they would not have been able to recover and could only wait for their soul to dry up and die. Even if Yang Kai had the soul-warming lotus, it would not be easy for him to recover. Not only that, Yang Kai also sensed a strange power invading his body along with the mountains and rivers Bell's vibrations. This power was indescribable, but it didn't do him any harm. It just gave him a vague sense of its existence. It took Yang Kai 10 days to completely heal the wounds on his soul, and he had also completely refined that strange power. Somehow, he seemed to have gained something, but it was extremely vague, and he couldn't grasp it. After opening his eyes, Yang Kai pondered for a while before getting up and walking towards the mountains and rivers Bell again. After a short while, just like the first time, he was sent flying by the mountains and rivers Bell, vomiting blood and directly losing half his life. After getting up in a sorry state, he hurriedly healed his injuries. In the following days, Yang Kai repeated this process, being sent flying, healing, continuing to try to refine and subdue the mountains and rivers Bell, then being sent flying again, healing. What he was most thankful for was that he had cultivated a powerful physique and possessed the 7-colored soul-warming lotus. No matter what he lacked, it was not enough to support him to carry out such an action. Even if he did not die on the spot, there would be hidden injuries. But his strong physique and the soul-warming lotus were enough to allow him to fully recover. Moreover, as time passed, the time it took for him to recover became shorter and shorter, and the injuries he suffered each time gradually became lighter. The accumulation of that strange power made him gradually realize what kind of power it was. 2 months later, Yang Kai was finally able to withstand the first blow of the mountains and rivers Bell and come out unscathed, but he was sent flying again after the second blow. 3 months later, he was able to withstand 5 consecutive shocks. Half a year later, 20. A year later, 60. His progress was extremely fast. One day, a year and a half later, Yang Kai's face was full of vicissitudes. His clothes were ragged, his hair was disheveled, and his tattered clothes were full of blood residue. He looked extremely miserable, but his aura was more and more powerful and unfathomable. He closed his eyes and covered the surface of the mountains and river's bell with both hands. At this moment, this ancient exotic artifact had once again returned to its original appearance when Yang Kai first saw it. Its whole body was shining brightly, and countless mysterious patterns on its surface were swimming back and forth like fish, filling the air with a rich ancient aura. The sound of the bell echoed in Yang Kai's mind, and each sound was enough to make a peak Dao Source realm cultivator vomit blood and retreat. But the expression on Yang Kai's face was as if he was enjoying the hardship. Not only did he not feel the slightest pain, but he also looked like he had gained a lot. Asterisk hong hong hong, asterisk 10 times, 20 times, 30 times. Yang Kai did not move. 50 times, 60 times, 70 times. His expression finally became much more dignified, but he was still fine. After the 70 times, the sound from his knowledge sea made Yang Kai's face turn slightly pale, and his vitality surged, as if he could not hold on at any time. But he still did not move, bearing the violent shocks of the mountains and river's bell. It was not until the 80th time that Yang Kai suddenly groaned, blood overflowing from the corner of his mouth, and his whole body shook slightly, almost being sent flying. Chapter 2462. At this final juncture, Yang Kai forced himself to remain motionless. Asterisk Hong, asterisk the 81st ring of the bell came as scheduled, and the violent impact almost completely tore him apart. The pain that penetrated deep into his soul made him unable to help but let out a beast-like roar. Blood flowed out of his 7 orifices, giving him a terrifying appearance. The ferocious savage force raged and boiled within his body, and the cracking sounds of bones dislocating rang out incessantly. Yang Kai felt as if he was about to die, and the aura of death made him feel cold all over, his hands and feet turning cold. With a loud shout, he surged his source chi and pushed his cultivation to the limit. In just an instant, Yang Kai felt as if thousands of years had passed. When the aftermath of the shock disappeared, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly bloomed with a dazzling light. Success! After a year and a half of hard work, he had finally withstood the 81st ring of the mountains and river's bell and remained unscathed. Although his appearance was somewhat miserable, at least he had not been sent flying. If what Chi-Hai said before was true, then his hard work and tenacity would be recognized by the mountains and river's bell artifact spirit, and he would become the new owner of the mountains and river's bell. Thinking of this, Yang Kai raised his head and looked at the mountains and river's bell with a face full of expectation. But what he saw made him dumbfounded. Because the surface of the mountains and river's bell once again glowed with a dazzling light. Yang Kai's face suddenly turned pale, and he was overwhelmed with shock. He had witnessed this situation countless times in the past year and a half. Every time the surface of the mountains and river's bell glowed, it was when the bell rang. Again? Kai Yang suddenly felt a sense of despair and powerlessness, with his current strength. With his current strength, he had spent so much time. Withstanding 81 rings at a time was already his limit. If there was another one, he would definitely not be able to bear it, and would most likely die. The first thought in his mind was to withdraw and retreat. It was more important to preserve his life first. Whether Chi-Hai's method was invalid or the ancient record was wrong, he had tried his best, so even if he failed, he would not regret it. But then, a trace of unwillingness surged in his heart. He had already worked so hard. If he were to give up now, wouldn't all his previous efforts be in vain? A surge of hot blood suddenly surged in his chest as Yang Kai let out a loud roar. Instead of retreating, he pushed his source chi and fiercely blasted it towards the mountains and river's bell. To his surprise, his source chi flowed smoothly into the mountains and river's bell in front of him. This was something that had never happened before. In the past year and a half, Yang Kai had tried to do the same. However, every time, the result was that his power was reflected back at him, causing him to suffer even more damage. But now, his source energy had been accepted by the mountains and river's bell. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, then he was overjoyed. However, in the next moment, a shock that came from the depths of his heart and soul. His vision turned black, his mind went blank, and he fainted. The mountains and rivers bell radiated a dazzling light from the surface of the bell, enveloping Yang Kai and wrapping him up. A primitive aura filled the void. As time passed, this strange phenomenon gradually disappeared, and the mountains and rivers bell also slowly shrank. In the end, it became the size of a palm and fell beside Yang Kai. Not knowing how much time had passed, Kai Yang slowly opened his eyes. All he could feel was pain all over his body. Even thinking about it caused his head to feel like it was being torn apart. He couldn't help but let out a cry. He clearly remembered the scene before he fainted. The first thing he wanted to do when he woke up was to check the situation of the mountains and rivers bell. He really wanted to know if he had successfully subdued the unique treasure from the untainted land. But when he looked up, the original position of the mountains and rivers bell was empty. He did not know where this ancient treasure had gone. Yang Kai's face darkened, thinking that it had broken through the void and disappeared again. A sense of loss suddenly surged in his heart. He had worked so hard in the void for so long for the mountains and rivers bell, but in the end, he had gained nothing. It was not easy for anyone to accept this. But soon, Yang Kai noticed that something was wrong. Because there was a strange feeling that was connected to him, making him involuntarily cast his gaze to the side. In his field of vision, a small palm-sized bell was floating quietly beside him. It looked simple and unremarkable. The mountains and rivers bell! Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Although this ancient treasure had shrunk countless times, Yang Kai still recognized it at a glance. In surprise, he stretched out his hand and the mountains and rivers bell flew into his palm. The moment he touched it, the vague feeling became much clearer. Yang Kai was indifferent for a moment, and finally grinned. The method Chi Hai told him was correct. As long as he could withstand 81 shocks from this ancient treasure, he could gain its recognition and become its master. The great emperors Yuan Ding had successfully subdued it in this way, and so had he. However, when the great emperors subdued it, he was only a third-order emperor realm master. After obtaining the mountains and rivers bell, he was able to peer into the higher heavenly way and become one of the great emperors. And he was only in the third-order Dao Source realm, so naturally, he could not compare with the cultivation of the great emperors, which was why it took him a year and a half to subdue it. Although it took a long time, Yang Kai felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. He played with the mountains and rivers bell in the palm of his hand for a while, and after confirming that he had subdued it, he happily wanted to put it away. But to Yang Kai's surprise, he could not take it into his body. Yang Kai was puzzled and tried to circulate his source chi to refine it, but strangely, he could not even refine it. In other words, although the mountains and rivers bell was now his and he could use its power, he could not refine it, let alone take it into his body. Is this a characteristic of this ancient treasure? After all, it was an artifact that was born at the beginning of the world, not artificially refined, so it was reasonable that it was somewhat different from today's artifacts. However, Yang Kai did not delve into it. He was still seriously injured, so it was not the time to study the mountains and rivers bell carefully. He could only slowly familiarize himself with it in the future. After putting away the mountains and rivers bell, Yang Kai began to heal his injuries. 5 days later, he had fully recovered. Compared to a year and a half ago, Yang Kai's aura was much more profound now. In the process of subduing the mountains and rivers bell, he had not grown at all. On the contrary, every time he was struck by the mountains and rivers bell, his divine sense would increase. Not only that, he could also feel the power of the mountains and rivers bell. It was a strange kind of power that made all living beings submit to it. It was hard to imagine how strong the Yuan Ding great emperors were when they possessed the mountains and rivers bell. But even such a powerful person was still no match for the heaven-devouring great emperors. In the War of Emperors, a total of 4 great emperors were killed by the heaven-devouring great emperors. Since ancient times, the strongest master in the star boundary was well deserved. This reminded Yang Kai of the one-eyed giant demon. That one-eyed giant demon was also a master from ancient times. Countless ancient almighty masters had besieged it, but they had all been killed by it. In the end, even after they had died, the one-eyed giant demon was unable to be destroyed. It had been sealed outside Maplewood City by those ancient almighty masters. Whether it was the Cyclops giant demon or the heaven-devouring great emperors, they were all cruel people who regarded all living things as nothing more than grass. Life and death were only in their hands, but such slaughter was against the cycle of the heavenly way, so there was bound to be a calamity. Suddenly, a trace of enlightenment appeared in Yang Kai's heart. His future path seemed to have become much clearer, and the source chi in his body even began to undergo a mysterious change. Emperor Chi transformation. Yang Kai was overjoyed, realizing that he had taken another big step forward from the Emperor realm. When a Tao Source realm cultivator reached the Emperor realm, the power in their body would undergo another earth-shaking change. A Tao Source realm cultivator's power was Source Chi, while the Emperor realm's power was Emperor Chi. There was a huge difference in quality between the two. Generally speaking, after a cultivator reached the Emperor realm, the Source Chi in their body would gradually transform into Emperor Chi, just like when an Origin King realm cultivator reached the Tao Source realm. This transformation was a long process. Unlike a Tao Source realm cultivator who could take source condensing pills to accelerate this transformation process, there was no shortcut to the transformation of Emperor Chi. It could only be done through hard work and the accumulation of time. The Sky Illumination Palace's Jiuzhe, whom Yang Kai had killed earlier, was a cultivator from the Emperor realm who had just reached the Emperor realm not long ago. Although he had the cultivation of an Emperor realm cultivator, his realm had not stabilized, and his Emperor Chi had not transformed much, so he could not display the full strength of an Emperor realm cultivator. That was why Yang Kai had killed him so easily. If it had been someone like Gao Shueting, Yang Kai might not have been able to defeat her with his current strength. Gao Shueting had reached the Emperor realm for a few years now, so she had already transformed her Emperor Chi completely. Her strength was not something Jiuzhe could compare to. And now, the Source Chi in Yang Kai's body was transforming into Emperor Chi, which was the most obvious sign that he was about to break through to the Emperor realm. Perhaps he only needed an opportunity, or perhaps he only needed to wait a little longer, but he would eventually be able to glimpse the mysteries of the Emperor realm. He had subdued the mountains and rivers Bell, touched the threshold of the Emperor realm, collected so much Source Chi, and even obtained a rare treasure like the Phoenix True Fire. Yang Kai felt that this trip to the Shattered Star Sea was not in vain. He did not know what others had gained, but for him, this trip had been worth it. For a moment he felt refreshed. He turned his head and looked around. Reaching out, he tore open the void barrier and walked out of the crevice in which he had stayed for a year and a half. What he saw was still the dilapidated and desolate scenery of the Shattered Star Sea. And this place was no longer the place where he had entered the void. Yang Kai did not know where he was in the Shattered Star Sea. There was no one around, but the seven-pointed star seal on the back of his hand could vaguely sense some energy fluctuations coming from a very distant location. He thought for a moment, then leaped up and rushed towards the location of those fluctuations. Since there was someone there, it meant that there should be something good there. He did not want to rob others, but he thought that he might be able to exchange information with others. Maybe he could learn something from them that he did not know. About 2 hours later, he saw a broken star in the distance, and those stars were the source of those star seal fluctuations. Chapter 2463. Before Yang Kai could get close, a wave of Emperor aura suddenly came from there. Yang Kai's eyes bulged as he exclaimed, "Another Emperor artifact?" When the mountains and rivers Bell was born, he had sensed similar energy fluctuations. Now that he had just subdued the mountains and rivers Bell, he encountered a similar scene again. He couldn't help but sigh at the countless treasures in the Shattered Star Sea. But soon, Yang Kai found that something was wrong. The Emperor aura fluctuations were not the traces of the birth of an Emperor artifact, because the situation there was completely different from when the mountains and rivers Bell was born. Not only that, But there were also crackling sounds of thunder and lightning as the terrifying power of heaven and earth gathered, demonstrating the vastness of the heavenly way. Break through! Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he realized that someone was about to advance to the Emperor realm. He stared at the heaven and earth manifestation that had just begun to take shape over there, his blood surging. Although he knew that a cultivator in the shattered star sea could break through the shackles and advance to the Emperor realm, Yang Kai hadn't seen anyone reach this step in the past 2 to 3 years. At this moment, there was such a person who was doing such a feat not far from him. The Emperor realm was the highest realm on the martial Tao, the ultimate pursuit of a cultivator's life. This realm symbolized great strength and extremely high status. So, although he didn't know who was about to advance, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little excited after seeing the heaven and earth manifestation. One day, he would climb to the peak of the martial Tao, and one day, he would also advance to the Emperor realm. Perhaps, he could secretly go and observe. To be able to witness the birth of the Emperor realm with his own eyes. This was an opportunity that no one could miss. In the process of observing, one could accumulate valuable experience for one's future. Of course, most people didn't want to be disturbed when advancing to the Emperor realm. However, Yang Kai was just going to observe and not cause trouble, so he didn't have any psychological burden. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated. His figure moved and he rushed towards the source of the movement. Not long after, he arrived above the shattered stars. Just as Yang Kai steadied himself, before he could approach, 3 figures suddenly appeared from all directions. These 3 figures had hidden themselves extremely well. Yang Kai had focused all his attention on the heavenly anomaly, so he hadn't noticed them for a while. It wasn't until these 3 people rushed out that he suddenly woke up. The moment the 3 of them appeared, they unleashed their killing moves without mercy. As the sword light flickered, the concept of ice spread out, turning the surrounding land into frozen earth in an instant. Yang Kai couldn't help but shudder. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He raised his hand and blasted in all directions. In an instant, the sky was filled with palmed shadows. Boom, 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 after a series of violent collisions. Yang Kai stood motionless in the same place, but the 3 people who had launched a sneak attack on him cried out in alarm and were sent flying backwards. Form the formation! One of them seemed to have realized Kai Yang's strength. Her eyes filled with shock and horror as she suddenly called out. The other 2 were obviously fellow disciples who had cooperated with her countless times. When they heard this, they hurriedly flew to her side and used some kind of secret technique to merge their auras. Yang Kai didn't have time to take a good look at the 3 people until now. What he saw caused him to raise his brow and hurriedly raise his hand. Wait! The 3 people who had formed the array looked at Yang Kai coldly. They didn't give him any chance to speak at all. Their 3 long swords slowly waved and an even fiercer chill descended. You're from Ice Heart Valley? Yang Kai shouted again. He had snuck into Ice Heart Valley before, so he was quite clear about the robes of Ice Heart Valley's disciples. The 3 women in front of him were obviously wearing the robes of Ice Heart Valley's disciples. However, Yang Kai hadn't expected that the people who had launched a sneak attack on him without saying a word and wanted to kill him were actually from Ice Heart Valley. There had to be some kind of misunderstanding here. Yang Kai's thoughts turned sharply. These 3 people were most likely guarding the person who had broken through to the Emperor realm, and his arrival had caused them to misunderstand, so they had attacked without any explanation. Yang Kai's question didn't cause them to stop moving. Looking at the 3 people's postures, it seemed that they were about to use some kind of shocking killing move. The surging energy fluctuations caused even Yang Kai to be shocked. Yang Kai had no choice but to introduce himself. My name is Yang Kai. I wonder if these 3 young ladies have heard of me. As soon as this statement came out, it really had an effect. The 3 women's movements paused as they stared at Yang Kai in surprise, the chill that had enveloped them gradually dissipating. The woman leading the group was stunned and asked, Are you brother Yang Kai? Indeed! Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that the 3 of them had indeed heard of his name. After all, back in Ice Moon City, he had done a lot for Ice Heart Valley. He looks a bit like you, whether it's his silhouette or figure, it's similar to the image senior sisters showed us. It's just that he's too dirty, I can't even see his face clearly, his clothes are also tattered. The three women gathered together and whispered to each other for a while, constantly glancing towards Yang Kai, seemingly trying to confirm his identity. Although the three of them spoke softly, Yang Kai could still hear them clearly, and could not help patting his head in embarrassment. He had spent 1.5 years in the void, during which time he had been trying to subdue the mountains and rivers Bell. As a result, he had been injured time and time again, making him look like either a human nor a ghost. After successfully subduing the mountains and rivers Bell, Yang Kai had been so happy that he had forgotten that he was still in a mess. If not for these 3 Ice Heart Valley disciples reminding him, he might not have realized it. Thinking so, Yang Kai pushed his source chi and shook off all the blood on his body. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and summoned his 5 elements indestructible sword chi, the water sword chi, and a water ball immediately appeared in his hand. He fiercely rubbed his face a few times, then raised his head and revealed a brilliant smile at the 3 people. He bared his pure white teeth and said, "The 3 of you take a closer look. Ah, it's really Brother Yang." "Yes, it's Brother Yang." After confirming that it was Kai Yang without a doubt, the 3 of them immediately cheered and retracted their hostility, walking over to Kai Yang with embarrassed expressions. The female disciple leading the group cupped her fists awkwardly and said, "Senior Brother Yang, please don't take offense. We senior sisters and junior sisters thought you were an enemy that was pursuing us, so we acted rashly just now. We hope Senior Brother Yang will be magnanimous and not bother with us." "It's fine." Yang Kai waved his hand and asked, "Is someone chasing you?" The woman nodded and said, "They have been chasing us for many days." "Who?" The woman's face sank as she gritted her teeth and said, "Who else could it be other than Seeking Passion Sect's young sect master? Feng Shi." Yang Kai raised his brow and said in surprise, "Although Feng Shi's strength is good, you are not bad either." "Why are you afraid of him?" The woman said. "If it was the previous Feng Shi, we wouldn't be too afraid, but a few days ago, eldest senior sister's aura fluctuated. Obviously, she is on the verge of a breakthrough. We don't dare to act rashly against Feng Shi, lest eldest senior sister miss the opportunity to break through." "Senior sister." Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he glanced at the place where the heavenly manifestation was converging and said in surprise, "So, the one who is breaking through to the Emperor realm is Lady Ziyu?" "Yes. When we arrived here, eldest senior sister could no longer suppress her aura and could only choose to break through here. The 3 of us senior sisters were responsible for guarding and defending. When Brother Yang arrived, we thought he was from Seeking Passion Sect, so we—" Speaking of this, her face turned red. After all, they had acted a little rashly by attacking Yang Kai without asking for the reason. Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, "Lady Ziyu is truly a heavenly genius. Truly admirable." He didn't expect that the person breaking through to the Emperor realm here would be Ice Heart Valley's Ziyu. He had some dealings with Ziyu before, and although he wasn't too familiar with her, he knew that she was the most outstanding disciple of Ice Heart Valley. Now, she really lived up to the expectations of Ice Heart Valley's disciples. 2.5 years after entering the Shattered Star Sea, she had found an opportunity to break through. The female disciple from Ice Heart Valley said, "Eldest senior sister said that Brother Yang is the most powerful. Eldest senior sister rarely praises others, even Feng Shi of Seeking Passion Sect is not worthy of her attention. However, she highly admires Brother Yang. So when we met in the Shattered Star Sea, she deliberately showed us your image and told us to treat you with respect if we met you. Yes, we all heard about what Brother Yang did in Ice Moon City. Brother Yang is really amazing." Yang Kai chuckled and said, "Lady Ziyu is not worse than anyone else. She said that just to give me some face. Don't you see that she is now breaking through to the Emperor realm while I am still in the Dao Source realm?" Hearing what he said, the 3 from Ice Heart Valley remembered that Yang Kai was still in the 3rd Order Dao Source realm, while their eldest senior sister was breaking through to the Emperor realm. Regardless of whether Ziyu succeeded or not, at least she was ahead of Yang Kai. So, in the eyes of the three women, she was indeed not worse than Yang Kai. In fact, she was even more outstanding. Yang Kai's expression turned solemn as he said, "Breaking through to the Emperor realm is fraught with dangers. Since ancient times, countless geniuses have fallen at this juncture. Ziyu is in a hurry to break through. How confident is she?" One of the Ice Heart Valley disciples said. "Senior sister said that she only has a 60% chance of success." The other two women also showed worried expressions. 60%. Yang Kai frowned. This probability was not high. Even if Ziyu failed to break through and died under the world energy baptism, it would not be strange. Also, the seeking passion sex people are still chasing us. I don't know if they will find us here. Yang Kai said. Don't worry, since I am here, I will wait here with you. If the seeking passion sex people dare to come, I will make sure they don't return. When he said this, Yang Kai's face was filled with murderous intent. He still had old scores to settle with Feng Shi. Feng Shi's Emperor Authority bead had made him suffer a lot that day. If he hadn't retreated in time and had extraordinary strength, he would have been killed by Feng Shi. Chapter 2464. Emperor Authority beads had always been rare. Even if Feng Shi was the young sect master of Seeking Passion sect, it was impossible for him to have many Emperor Authority beads. He had already used up the one he had, and without the Emperor Authority bead, Feng Shi was nothing more than a sick cat. Yang Kai didn't need to worry about him at all. Before entering the Shattered Star Sea, Yang Kai could easily crush any cultivator in the same realm. He could be called an invincible existence in the Tao Source realm. In the Shattered Star Sea, he comprehended the divine technique of the great emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor and subdued the mountains and rivers Bell. Both his divine sense and source chi had grown tremendously. Yang Kai believed that if he were to face Feng Shi's Emperor Authority bead now, he wouldn't be as embarrassed as he was last time. Brother Yang, don't be careless. Feng Shi is no longer the same as before. The female disciple from Ice Heart Valley hurriedly reminded him when she saw that Yang Kai didn't put Feng Shi in his eyes. But before she could finish her words, Yang Kai suddenly looked up in a certain direction and shouted, "They're here! They're here?" The three female disciples from Ice Heart Valley were stunned when they heard this and looked in the direction he was looking. But even if they released their divine senses, they couldn't detect anything. Yang Kai smiled faintly. My star seal is a 7-pointed star seal, so I can sense things much further away than you. Feng Shi also has a 7-pointed star seal. One of the Ice Heart Valley disciples' pretty face turned pale. Brother Yang can sense them, so Feng Shi must have sensed us too. How many of them are here? Yang Kai said. I can sense 2, so there should be 3. If Feng Shi had a 7-pointed star seal, Yang Kai naturally couldn't sense his existence. But there was one thing that puzzled him. Feng Shi also had a 7-pointed star seal. How did he do it? Yang Kai had collected the star seals left behind by dozens of dead cultivators in the void to obtain a 7-pointed star seal. How could Feng Shi kill dozens of cultivators? Although he was strong, he couldn't be that strong, right? Which one of the cultivators in the Shattered Star Sea was easy to provoke? While he was pondering, Yang Kai's divine sense had already detected the auras of the three people, and they were rapidly approaching. One of them was particularly familiar to him. It was indeed Feng Shi. In the next moment, Yang Kai's eyes widened in shock. When did Feng Shi ascend to the Emperor realm? He could clearly sense a clear Emperor's aura lingering around Feng Shi. Although the power in his body was not very stable, there was no doubt that he had advanced to the Emperor realm. This discovery shocked him even more than when he learned that Violet Rain had made a breakthrough here. He had only stayed in the void for a year and a half, and such a huge change had happened outside? First, Ziyu had already begun to break through, then Feng Shi had already become an Emperor Realm Master. What about the geniuses of the other sects? Could it be that they had already advanced or were in the process of advancing? It's precisely because Feng Shi has already ascended to the Emperor Realm. That's why we sisters were completely no match for him and could only flee in embarrassment. Fortunately, his realm is not very stable, Otherwise, we would have nowhere to run," the Ice Heart Valley disciple said with a wry smile. Yang Kai suddenly understood why she had said that Feng-Shi was no longer the same as before. Although the difference between the Tao Source realm and the Emperor realm was only one realm, it was a huge difference. The difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. "Brother Yang, you'd better leave quickly," the Ice Heart Valley disciple said anxiously. "Feng-Shi has a grudge against you. If he sees you, he will definitely not let you go. What will you do if I leave?" Yang Kai glanced at her. The woman said, "Feng-Shi has been chasing us, but not to kill us. He just wants to force senior sister to submit, so our lives are not in danger." Yang Kai said, "Even if Feng-Shi doesn't want to kill you, Ziyu is currently breaking through. Do you think Feng-Shi will just sit back and watch?" Seeking Passion sect cultivated the Tao of Passion, so if Feng-Shi wanted to obtain Ziyu, he would have to have absolute strength to suppress her. No matter what, Feng-Shi would not just sit back and watch Ziyu successfully break through. Once Ziyu successfully broke through, he would have no advantage. But at such a critical moment, how could he let others interfere? If the person who intervened controlled the situation well, he should be able to make Ziyu fail in her breakthrough without any danger to her life. But if he didn't control it well, Ziyu would directly die under the world-defying tribulation. No matter what the result was, Ziyu couldn't accept it. The three female disciples of Ice Heart Valley had obviously thought of this as well, so after Yang Kai asked, all three of them wore worried expressions, not knowing what to do. "Perhaps we can replace senior sister and make Feng-Shi stop," one of them suggested bitterly. The other two women turned pale, but they remained silent. Yang Kai coldly snorted. "It's not that I want to discourage you, and it's not that you aren't beautiful. It's just that you think Feng-Shi has countless wives and concubines. What kind of beautiful woman has he not seen? Since he has taken a fancy to Ziyu, he naturally won't give up easily. It can be said that Ziyu is already a hurdle in his heart, and he must find a way to cross this hurdle. The three of you can't replace Ziyu. Then what should we do? Fight with them?" Yang Kai sneered softly and said indifferently, "Don't worry, if they really dare to come, I'll make sure they don't return." As soon as these words came out, the three women looked at Yang Kai in astonishment, their faces full of surprise. If Yang Kai had said this before because he didn't know that Feng-Shi had already broken through to the Emperor realm, then now that he knew Feng-Shi's true strength, he still dared to say this, which made him seem arrogant and conceited. No matter how strong Yang Kai was, he was only a Tao Source realm cultivator. How could a Tao Source realm cultivator be an enemy of the Emperor realm? The two were not on the same level at all. If they really fought, Yang Kai would definitely die miserably. Yang Kai saw the strange expressions on their faces and knew what they were thinking, but he didn't explain. Instead, he said with a solemn expression, "The Emperor realm is very powerful, and Ziyu is at a critical juncture in her breakthrough. She can't be disturbed in the slightest, so I will think of a way to draw Feng-Shi away. The three of you will do your best to protect Ziyu." "Brother Yang, are you planning to?" An Ice Heart Valley disciple suddenly covered her red lips with her hand and looked at Yang Kai with both gratitude and shock. She seemed to understand what he was planning to do. He was obviously disregarding his own safety to create space and time for Ziyu to break through. Her expression suddenly sank and she said, "Brother Yang, I'll go with you." Yang Kai frowned and said, "What can you do with me?" She bit her red lips and said, "Whatever Brother Yang can do, I can do." She looked as if she didn't care about her own life. Yang Kai laughed and said, "No need, I can do it alone." After saying so, without waiting for her to say anything else, Yang Kai directly flew into the void and said, "Keep an eye on Ziyu. Observing the Emperor Realm's breakthrough at such a close distance will also be of great benefit to you. Don't miss this opportunity." By the time he finished speaking, he had already disappeared. The three Ice Heart Valley disciples looked at the void worriedly, wondering if they should go with him to help. But now, Ziyu needed someone to stay here and stand guard, so they didn't dare to act rashly. They were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. High up in the sky, The 3 Seeking Passion sect disciples who were rushing over were in high spirits. The one in the lead was none other than young sect master Fengxi. Since Fengxi broke through to the Emperor realm half a year ago, the 3 of them were simply invincible in the Shattered Star Sea. Thanks to Fengxi, his 2 disciples had also upgraded their star seals to 6-pointed star seals. And Fengxi even had a 7-pointed star seal. One could imagine how many people they had killed during this time, and how many star seals and things they had robbed. The strength of the Emperor realm made Fengxi's confidence soar. He felt that no one in this world was his opponent. While flying, Fengxi suddenly frowned and stopped in the void, squinting his eyes as he looked ahead. "Young sect master, what's wrong?" Seeing this, the other 2 hurriedly stopped and looked at him suspiciously. Fengxi said indifferently, "Someone is coming to greet us." One of the yellow-faced young men heard this and coldly snorted. "Who is it? How dare he offend young sect master?" Another middle-aged man dressed like a scholar also said, "It's probably some blind guy. Let's just kill him." Fengxi gently nodded and said, "Naturally, we'll kill him. It's just that this person's aura feels familiar, as if I've met him somewhere before." As he spoke, Fengxi suddenly felt an extremely uneasy feeling. His heart was beating wildly, causing his mind to become unsteady. This surprised him greatly. Ever since he broke through to the Emperor realm, no matter how many enemies he faced, he had never experienced such a situation. He thought that he had already reached the realm of imperturbability, but now, ripples were appearing in his mind. "Who is it?" Fengxi suddenly became a little concerned and squinted his eyes as he looked over. After a short while, a ray of light shot over from the distance and landed not far from the 3 Seeking Passion sect disciples. When the light dissipated, a familiar and hateful face suddenly appeared in front of Fengxi. How is this possible? Fengxi's face changed drastically as he looked at Yan Kai in shock, unable to believe his eyes. 2.5 years ago, when he had just entered the Shattered Star Sea, he and Yan Kai were teleported to the same place. Knowing that he was not Yan Kai's opponent, he decisively summoned the Emperor Authority Bead. After one blow, Yan Kai's aura disappeared completely. Fengxi thought that Yan Kai had already died without a burial place. It turned out that he had never met Yan Kai again in more than 2 years, nor had he heard any news about Yan Kai. This loathsome guy had almost disappeared from Fengxi's memory. But now, he appeared in front of him like a ghost, seemingly unscathed. How is this possible? A Tao Source Realm cultivator took the power of my Emperor Authority Bead and didn't die? Fengxi was almost in a mess as he cried out involuntarily. "Are you a human or a ghost?" Yan Kai grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, and said, "We haven't seen each other for more than 2 years, but young sect master is still as enthusiastic as ever. Asking such a sensitive question as soon as we meet, how do you expect me to answer?" Chapter 2465. Fengxi's expression was gloomy as he constantly scanned Yan Kai with his divine sense. All the humiliation he had suffered at his hands in the past suddenly surged into his mind, causing Fengxi's aura to become violent in an instant. More than 2 years ago, he wasn't Yan Kai's opponent, so he had to use the Emperor Authority Bead, but today, the situation was completely different. He had broken through to the Emperor realm, while this bastard was still in the Tao Source realm. The difference in strength was too great. Thinking of this, Fengxi's gloomy mood suddenly relaxed. He smiled coldly at Yan Kai and said, "Whether you are a human or a ghost, since you have met this young master today, you will not have a good end. Your soul is destined to scatter. Oh, young sect master is so fierce. Do you want to eat me?" Yan Kai looked at him with a mocking expression and said, "Actually, I am quite curious about one thing. How did young sect master break through to the Emperor realm?" Fengxi smiled proudly and said, "This young master's talent is not something an ordinary person like you can look up to." Yan Kai said, "Is that so? But according to the uniqueness of your Seeking Passion sect's secret art, this Yang's existence should be your heart demon, right? If you don't get rid of your heart demon, how can you stabilize the Emperor realm? Or..." Yan Kai grinned sinisterly and said, Young sect master thought this Yang was dead, so you broke through to the Emperor realm with a clear conscience. Is it really okay for you to do this? As soon as this statement came out, Feng Shi's expression changed drastically. Under Yang Kai's burning gaze, he felt like he was hit by a sledgehammer, his body swaying slightly as he took 2 steps back. With a light crack, a sound that came from the depths of his soul, Feng Shi's face turned pale. He felt as if something inside him had cracked. Dao heart! A crack had appeared in his Dao heart. And the origin of all this was only because of Yang Kai's words. As early as in Ice Moon City, Yang Kai's various provocations and methods had turned his existence into a heart demon for Feng Shi. If this heart demon was not eliminated, Feng Shi's cultivation would not be able to progress. He had thought that he had killed Yang Kai, so he was in a good mood and his thoughts were clear. Only then could he advance to the Emperor realm and the Shattered Star Sea. But reality proved that Yang Kai, the demon in his heart, was not dead. Instead, he once again appeared in front of him alive and kicking. Yang Kai's words stirred up the inner demon that he thought he had slain. It affected his Dao heart and caused cracks to appear in it. Feng Shi's face instantly turned pale. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Die, die, die! I want you dead!" It was as if he had gone mad. His entire body was filled with an unimaginable ruthlessness. He raised his hand. A beam of Emperor's Chi blasted towards Yang Kai, and the aftermath of the impact even sent the 2 Seeking Passion sect disciples standing next to him flying. After stabilizing themselves with great difficulty, the 2 disciples stared at Feng Shi in horror. The 2 of them had never seen Feng Shi in such a ferocious and terrifying state. At a glance, they knew that Feng Shi's heart demon was surging. It was a sign that he was about to become the demon race. They were so frightened that they hurriedly shouted. They wanted to pull Feng Shi back from the brink of becoming the demon race. Yang Kai laughed heartily. Facing Feng Shi's ferocious but disorderly attack, he easily dodged it with a flicker of his body. Looking at Feng Shi contemptuously, he hooked his finger and continued to provoke. "Young sect master, if you want to kill me, then come with me. Otherwise, I'm leaving." Saying so, he directly rushed into the depths of the void. Feng Shi's eyes turned red as he roared again and again. He followed closely behind. The yellow-faced young man and the Confucian scholar glanced at each other, and also anxiously chased after him. Both of them cursed Yang Kai in their hearts for being despicable and shameless. He had deliberately rubbed salt on the young sect master's wound, causing the young sect master's mind to be in chaos. If he didn't calm down soon, the young sect master might really become the demon race. After all, the young sect master had just advanced to the Emperor realm not long ago, so his realm was still unstable. Now that Yang Kai had triggered his heart demon, it was a great omen. But in this situation, the 2 of them were powerless to help Feng Shi. They could only pray that Feng Shi would be able to recover from his anger. As the 4 of them fled, they soon left the Shattered Stars where Ziyu and the others were. The reason why Yang Kai did this was that he was afraid that the aftermath of their fight would interfere with Ziyu's advancement. However, he didn't expect that Feng Shi would be so easily angered by him. It seemed that this guy's temperament wasn't good enough, or he hated him too much, so he was enraged by his words. An hour later, when Yang Kai was far enough away from Ziyu and the others, he suddenly stopped, turned around, and coldly looked at the 3 Seeking Passion sect disciples chasing after him. What he saw made him slightly stunned. Because during this 2-hour chase, Feng Shi had gradually calmed down. Although his face was still very angry, it was no longer as uncontrollable and violent as before. At this moment, Feng Shi's anger was mixed with some clarity. This made Yang Kai click his tongue in amazement, thinking that this guy really did have some skill. No wonder he could advance to the Emperor realm in such a short time. It seemed that he wasn't an idiot. Feng Shi stood 1,000 feet away from him. The yellow-faced young man and the Confucian scholar quickly caught up and stood beside him. Seeing that Feng Shi's condition had improved, the 2 secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The Confucian scholar whispered, "Young sect master, no matter what he says later, you must remember not to get angry so easily. This young master knows." Feng Shi shouted impatiently before looking at Yang Kai indifferently. You led this young master here because you want Ziyu to break through in peace? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said, Young sect master's IQ is quite high. You can even guess this. Feng Shi coldly snorted. It's obvious. But it's meaningless. Yang Kai asked curiously. How is it meaningless? Perhaps Ziyu has already advanced to the Emperor realm. Feng Shi sneered. What do you think the Emperor realm is? A child's play? That anyone can break through at will? Ziyu still needs some time to break through to the Emperor realm, but this young master can kill you with a wave of his hand. It's not too late for this young master to find her after I kill you, Yang Kai said with a sullen expression. Young sect master, you're making me very unhappy. The corners of his mouth rose as he ridiculed. Last time, an Emperor authority bead didn't take my life, so what makes you think you can kill me? Hearing this, Feng Shi's face turned angry. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly took a deep breath and calmed his agitated mood. He said indifferently, Last time, this young master was careless and let you escape with your life. But this time is different. His face was ferocious as he said in a cold voice. This time, this young master will personally tear you to pieces. Yang Kai coldly said, Young sect master, don't be so full of yourself. Be careful, or you won't be able to clean up the mess later. Hee hee. Feng Shi smiled slightly and said, Actually, this young master should thank you. If you hadn't appeared in front of this young master at the right time, I'm afraid I would have thought you had died long ago. If this young master had continued to cultivate like this and learned that you were still alive one day, this young master might have become the demon race and burned to death. But it's different now. This young master only needs to kill you to make up for my Tao heart and complete my cultivation. I might even be able to advance to the next level. When he spoke up to here, his eyes glowed with divine light that was as bright as the stars. Yang Kai said solemnly, I didn't expect that I would be so useful to young sect master. How should young sect master thank me? Feng Shi said proudly. Make your move. Otherwise, don't blame this young master for not giving you a chance when you die. Yang Kai laughed. Since young sect master is so sincere, then this young master won't be polite. He raised his hand and the myriad sword appeared in his palm. As his sword chi surged, the broad long sword slashed forward fiercely. A huge sword chi appeared in the air, as if it wanted to break through the void and slash horizontally. The power of this sword had already demonstrated Yang Kai's extraordinary strength. It was far beyond what a Tao Source Realm cultivator could display. The yellow-faced young man and the scholar standing beside Feng Shi were shocked. Facing this unparalleled sword chi, their hands and feet turned cold, and their bodies shivered. Sure enough, you have some skill. Feng Shi was not afraid and sneered. But how can the light of a firefly compete with the brilliance of the bright moon? While speaking, he also summoned a long sword and pointed it forward with a slight shake. This sword pointed at the void and magically shattered the huge sword chi, causing it to fall apart in an instant. The yellow-faced young man and the scholar were overjoyed when they saw this and cheered loudly. Get lost! After Feng Shi resolved Yang Kai's attack with one move, he immediately became high-spirited and shouted at the two people who were in his way. These two people did not dare to disobey and hurriedly fled to the side and watched from a distance. Yang Kai, you are really not an ordinary Tao Source Realm cultivator. If this was Ice Moon City's arena, this young master would definitely not be your opponent, but this young master is a cultivator of this world. This young master's realm is one realm higher than yours. How can you compete with me? He kept talking, but his hands were not idle. As he waved his sword, the sword chi turned into a sword net and enveloped Yang Kai. Not only that, when he waved his sword, an indescribable aura suddenly filled the air. Affected by this domain, Yang Kai felt an extremely uncomfortable feeling well up within him. This feeling caused him to lose his will to fight, and his mind was constantly filled with all kinds of memories. He recalled the past with Su Yan, with Xian Ning Chang, with Shan Qing Luo, and with Shui Yu, all of which were both warm and intoxicating. Yang Kai was shocked. He knew that this was the strange divine technique of the seeking passion's supreme art. It could affect his 7 emotions and 6 desires. It really couldn't be underestimated. He bit the tip of his tongue to dispel the discomfort in his mind. The myriad sword moved back and forth, and the sword chi fluctuated freely as it fought back and forth with Feng Shi. A strange light flashed in Feng Shi's eyes. He suddenly made a seal with one hand and wiped the sword with his finger, shouting in a low voice. "The life of an ant, what's the use of struggling? Die!" Kong. The shocking sword chi rushed straight at him as fast as lightning. Yang Kai's face changed drastically. He found that he could not avoid this attack with his movement skill and speed. In a hurry, he could only use his nihility secret technique to banish himself into the void. His body suddenly faded as the sword chi directly penetrated Yang Kai's body and flew out. Chapter 2466. After a short while, Yang Kai's body condensed again, but his face turned pale and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Although he had resolved Feng Shi's attack with his nihility secret technique, he was still somewhat shaken. Feng Shi, on the other hand, was unforgiving. Taking advantage of Yang Kai's distraction, he flew up and wrapped his body in sword light, turning into a rainbow as he bombarded Yang Kai with unparalleled momentum. The Emperor pressure spread out, and Yang Kai's body was pressed down, causing him to stumble back with a look of panic on his face. "How boring! This young master hasn't even warmed up, and you're already at your limit. If you're reincarnated in your next life, remember to give the masters the respect they deserve." As he spoke, a rainbow-like sword chi slashed straight at Yang Kai. But at this moment, an inexplicable palpitation suddenly rose in Feng Shi's heart, causing his face to darken and become gloomy. When he looked up again, there was no trace of panic on Yang Kai's face. Instead, there was a mocking smile on his face. "What's going on? This brat is just a Dao Source Realm cultivator, yet he's showing me such a strange smile in this life and death situation. Does he have some kind of trump card?" As his thoughts raced, Feng Shi gritted his teeth and followed his intuition. He tapped his foot and floated back. The moment he retreated, a huge moon blade suddenly slashed in front of his feet. The void crack that tore open gave off an extremely unsettling aura. "Hiss!" Feng Shi sucked in a breath of cold air as he stared at the moon blade with a look of disbelief on his face. This attack was extremely mysterious and soundless. Moreover, it was extremely lethal. He believed that if he hadn't dodged in time, this attack alone would have been enough to seriously injure him. What kind of power is this? Feng Shi's face suddenly sank. He thought that Yang Kai's strength was only SOSO, but after this exchange, he discovered that what he had seen of Yang Kai's ability was not all. "Oh? Young sect master's reaction is quite good." Yang Kai also looked at Feng Shi in surprise and said, "If it was more than 2 years ago, facing such a blow from him, Feng Shi was definitely dead, but now that he was in the Emperor realm, he was indeed different from before." Yang Kai also felt that Feng Shi, who was in the Emperor realm, was more powerful than Qiu Zhe, who he had killed that day. As expected of a disciple from a large sect, his foundation and the secret techniques he cultivated were not something Qiu Zhe could compare to. Although Qiu Zhe was the palace master of Sky Illumination Palace was only a mid-tier sect in the Southern Territory. How could it compare to a behemoth like the Seeking Passion sect? The Seeking Passion sect had produced one of the great emperors. "You were actually hiding your strength?" Feng Shi gritted his teeth and glared at Yang Kai. His face was filled with displeasure and humiliation. As a member of the Emperor realm, he thought that he could kill Yang Kai with a wave of his hand. But in reality, he was almost ambushed by Yang Kai. How could he not be annoyed? Especially when 2 of his junior brothers were watching from the side, which put him in an awkward position. Yang Kai curled his lips and said, "Young sect master's words are interesting. You have grown in the Shattered Star Sea. Are you saying that others should remain stagnant?" Feng Shi had advanced to the Emperor realm in the Shattered Star Sea and his strength had increased by leaps and bounds, but Yang Kai hadn't been idle either. In the year and a half after subduing the mountains and rivers Bel, his strength had greatly improved. Whether it was the source chi in his body or his divine sense, both had increased significantly. Very good. No wonder Father and Master said not to underestimate any opponent, no matter how high or low their cultivation is. Today, this young master has seen it firsthand, Yang Kai. You have taught this young master a lesson. Feng Shi snorted coldly. I wanted to take your life directly, but since you are so stubborn, don't blame this young master for torturing you. Yang Kai snorted. Does young sect master still think he can kill me? Do you think I can't kill you? Feng Shi's eyes widened, as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. You can try. Yang Kai looked at him with a sullen face. As you wish. Feng Shi shouted in a low voice, put away the sword in his hand, and took out another sword. This sword was blue in color, and exuded an extremely cold aura. As soon as it appeared, wisps of white chi floated from the sword, and the surrounding space seemed to freeze. An emperor artifact! Yang Kai raised his brow and fixed his eyes on the blue sword, grinning. That's more like it. Young sect master's identity is honorable, so he should have an emperor artifact with him. Before, he didn't see Feng Shi with an emperor artifact, so he felt a little strange, but now he understood that Feng Shi did have an emperor artifact, he just hadn't taken it out yet. Now that he had taken out this emperor artifact, he was undoubtedly going to use his full strength. You're laughing now, but I'll make you cry later. Feng Shi glanced at Yang Kai contemptuously, shook his sword, and an icy aura swept out in an instant as he shouted. Snow Sky asking love sword! Sword flowers suddenly bloomed, turning into layers of murderous intent visible to the naked eye, and bombarded Yang Kai. Yang Kai felt a chill run down his spine and couldn't help but shiver. He communicated with the space principles, and his space force fluctuated as he stretched out his hand and grasped forward, shouting. Condense! *Wang. A muffled sound suddenly rang out as the space within 1,000 feet around Feng Shi suddenly solidified and became incomparably viscous. The supreme sword technique he had executed was also frozen in the void at this moment. Feng Shi's eyes bulged and he almost fell to the ground. What's going on? The yellow-faced young man and the Confucian scholar, who were watching not far away, were also taken aback. They couldn't understand what was going on at all. They only saw Yang Kai stretch out his hand and directly suppress their young sect master's sword technique. Break! Yang Kai shouted again. Walala, with a crisp sound, the sword flowers that Feng Shi had spent so much effort to condense shattered like a mirror, and the icy aura disappeared in an instant. Not only that, but with Feng Shi as the center, countless tiny spatial rifts as thin as a cow's hair suddenly formed, wrapping around him. The space became extremely unstable in an instant, as if it could collapse at any time. Yang Kai raised his hands and two huge moon blades suddenly appeared in his palms, as if they were real objects. He then looked at Feng Shi with a smile and said, Young sect master, it seems that you haven't cultivated enough space force. Even if Feng Shi was stupid, he still knew what divine technique Yang Kai was using. He suddenly panicked and cried out in alarm. He looked at the countless void cracks around him, then looked at the two moon blades in Yang Kai's hands, and his face instantly turned pale. Yang Kai's face turned cold as he said, This young master has killed more than one person in the Emperor realm. If young sect master thinks that he can do whatever he wants in front of this young master just because he has broken through to the Emperor realm, then he is gravely mistaken. Since he has made a mistake, he must be taught a lesson. Young sect master, this young master will discipline you on behalf of your father. Feng Shi vomited blood in his heart, and was so angry that his whole body was on fire. He wanted to curse a few times, but he didn't know where to start. Yang Kai waved his hand and the two huge moon blades whistled towards him. Feng Shi was startled. Seeing the moon blades getting closer and closer, he knew that Yang Kai wanted to take his life. How was this discipline? In his horror, Feng Shi's face suddenly became solemn. He slowly rotated the Emperor artifact in his hand and an indescribable sword, intense sword, into the sky. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Although he didn't know what Feng Shi was going to do, it seemed that he wasn't willing to sit still and wait for death. This was not surprising. After all, it was not easy for him to break through to the Emperor realm in the Shattered Star Sea. With a great future in front of him, how could he be willing to die here? A solemn and dignified aura filled the air. As Feng Shi slowly swung his long sword, his aura underwent a great change. It was as if he had become a completely different person. His eyes were clear, but they were bone-chilling and emotionless. Seeking love is heartless, the heavenly way is tyrannical. A low voice rang out. Sword light suddenly flashed, and as the sword she soared, a mysterious aura spread out. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and was shocked. He didn't expect Feng Shi to be able to make such a move. This move was clearly a move that only a true master could perform. It actually coincided with the heavenly way. If Feng Shi doesn't die, he will definitely achieve great things in the future. Yang Kai's face darkened slightly as he waved his hand again and punched forward. Exile. A dark black hole suddenly formed in front of Feng Shi, and an aura of nothingness and chaos came from it, making one's heart palpitate. His sword move was immediately disrupted, and flaws began to appear in it. 2 moon blades finally arrived, and the tiny void cracks around them also attacked Feng Shi under Yang Kai's control. Ah! A scream rang out as Feng Shi's stable aura was disrupted. Feng Shi's figure was suddenly wrapped in space force, and blood spurted out. It was a horrifying sight. Young sect master. The yellow-faced young man and the scholar turned pale with fright and couldn't help shouting. They thought that Feng Shi could deal with Yang Kai easily, but they didn't expect that Yang Kai, who was only in the Dao Source realm, could suppress their young sect master. How could such a thing happen? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. However, at this moment, they didn't dare to rush to rescue their young sect master, so although they shouted loudly, they just stood there motionless, their eyes flickering, as if they were ready to escape at any time. If their young sect master died here, they would definitely not be able to escape from Yang Kai's vicious hands. Yang Kai didn't stop after that attack. Instead, he shook the myriad sword and sent an overwhelming number of sword waves towards Feng Shi. Asterisk chi 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 chi, asterisk strange sounds kept ringing out, and after all the sword waves disappeared, the void returned to normal. Yang Kai gasped for breath. On the contrary, Feng Shi was lying there in a bloody mess, looking extremely miserable. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Asterisk Gudong, asterisk both the yellow-faced man and the scholar swallowed their saliva, their faces extremely pale. Both of them looked at Feng Shi with dull eyes. When they swept him with their divine senses, they found that Feng Shi was gasping for breath. Obviously, he had suffered an unimaginable injury. Chapter 2467. Run! I have to run. If I don't, it'll be too late. Just as the yellow-faced young man and the middle-aged scholar had this thought, Yang Kai suddenly turned his head and looked at them coldly. Both of them sucked in a breath of cold air. Under Yang Kai's cold gaze, their legs went soft, and they couldn't summon the slightest bit of strength. Do you want to come and die yourselves, or do you want me to cut you down? Yang Kai stood there with his sword in hand. His figure was calm and his clothes were neat, as if the battle just now hadn't consumed any of his energy. It was as if Feng Shi was just a Dao Source realm cultivator, and he was the high and mighty emperor of the Emperor realm. The situation was completely reversed, and they couldn't accept it. Monster! The yellow-faced young man and the middle-aged scholar's teeth chattered fiercely, making cracking sounds. They were so shocked that they couldn't say a word. It seems that you've chosen the latter. Yang Kai coldly snorted and stepped towards the two. The yellow-faced young man and the middle-aged scholar's breathing suddenly stopped. They wanted to escape, but they couldn't control their bodies at all. A feeling of despair instantly drowned them. But in the next moment, Yang Kai suddenly frowned and turned his head to look to the side. What he saw made Yang Kai's eyes bulge. Feng Shi, who should have been lying on the ground waiting for death, was slowly standing up. However, his state was extremely strange, as if he didn't have his own consciousness. His eyes were closed, and his body was stiff, as if he was a puppet being lifted up by someone. On the other hand, the source chi in his body was tumbling. Not only that. There was also an aura that made Yang Kai feel fear and horror. It was slowly waking up inside Fengshi's body. Soon after, Fengshi stood up straight again and opened his tightly shut eyes. His eyes were bone-chilling cold, but they were blooming with a divine light, as bright as stars. Yang Kai was shocked. The moment Fengshi opened his eyes, the strange aura in his body suddenly rose to the extreme. A rich emperor pressure spread out, making Yang Kai's breathing stop. The blood in his body seemed to have stopped flowing. What the hell? Yang Kai frowned and exclaimed in a low voice. At this moment, Fengshi gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. When he met Fengshi's eyes, Yang Kai had the illusion that he was being stared at by a ferocious beast. It was very uncomfortable. On the other hand, Fengshi's entire person had undergone earth-shaking changes. His previous image of a sexy young master had been replaced by a graceful and noble temperament. His eyes were filled with disdain, as if he wanted to rule the world. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. This feeling was somewhat familiar to him. He had experienced a similar feeling from third-order Emperor realm masters like Yao Changjun, Qi Ri, and Bing Yan. However, Fengshi had just ascended to the Emperor realm not long ago. How could he be a match for these three top-notch experts? Could it be a secret technique of the Seeking Passion sect? Yang Kai wondered. Suddenly, he waved his hand. Two moon blades formed a cross and spun towards Fengshi. They arrived in front of Fengshi in an instant, sealing off all his escape routes. Fengshi looked at the two cross-shaped moon blades and a trace of amazement flashed in his eyes. It was as if this was the first time he had seen Yang Kai use the space divine technique. There was a steadiness and maturity on his face that did not match his age. He had no intention of dodging. Instead, he slowly stretched out a finger. His finger pointed right at the center of the cross. There was no difference. Under the power of this finger, the two moon blades collapsed with a loud bang. They didn't cause any damage to Fengshi. What? Yang Kai was really shocked this time. He naturally knew the weakness of the secret technique he used better than anyone else. Although this was the first time he had used this cross-shaped moon blade, he had simulated it countless times in his mind, so it was quite easy for him to use it. The weakness of this secret technique was right at the spot Fengshi's finger had pointed. How did he know? Yang Kai's expression suddenly became gloomy. If Fengshi had such eyesight and ability, he wouldn't have been beaten so miserably just now. It seemed that in the short time between when he was unconscious and when he woke up, something shocking had happened to him. Who is your excellency? Yang Kai suddenly remembered a legendary secret technique, and his heart shook as he asked in a low voice. Fengshi looked at Yang Kai coldly and the corners of his mouth rose as he said, Junior is really amazing. This old master felt that you were extraordinary back then. Now it seems that this old master's vision is not bad. See? Yang Kai gasped and couldn't help taking a few steps back. Fengshi suddenly spoke to him in such a tone, which confirmed Yang Kai's guess even more. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and cried out, Soul Descent! You are Fengxian! He had long heard that some top masters would leave a trace of spiritual energy in the bodies of their descendants, or disciples in order to protect them. Normally, it wouldn't be triggered, but when their lives were in danger, this spiritual energy would erupt and fight against the enemy. However, this secret technique came at a great cost, and once it was used, it would cause a lot of damage to the descendant or disciple, so very few masters would do this. Even if they did, they wouldn't reveal this spiritual energy unless they had no other choice. But now, this spiritual energy had appeared in Fengshi's body, which undoubtedly showed that Fengshi was at the end of his rope. Boy, you're quite knowledgeable. It's this king! Fengshi shouted. What? Sect master? The yellow-faced man and the middle-aged scholar were also taken aback, but soon, the two were overjoyed. They rushed to Fengshi's side and knelt down, saying in a trembling voice, Disciple greets master, sect master! She glanced at the two indifferently and coldly snorted. Two good-for-nothings! You can't even protect the young sect master properly and force this king to show himself. What use do I have for you? The two's expressions changed drastically, but they didn't dare to say anything. The bitterness in their hearts was simply unbearable. Both of them were thinking, the young sect master is already the emperor realm and is much more powerful than us. But he was still seriously injured and unconscious by this Yan Kai in just a few moves. With our cultivation, what can we do? We'll just be killed with a flick of his finger. Although they were cursing in their hearts, the two didn't dare to say it out loud. They just lowered their heads, their foreheads dripping with cold sweat. She snorted and said, Later, take the young sect master to a safe place to heal. If you can't bring the young sect master back to the sect in one piece, you don't need to come back. Since these two could enter the Shattered Star Sea, they were undoubtedly elite disciples of the Netherworld sect, but in Feng Xian's eyes, their value couldn't even compare to a strand of his son's hair. Moreover, from Feng Xian's tone, it was obvious that he would be able to deal with Yang Kai soon, so he asked them to take Feng Shi to a safe place to heal. The two felt as if they had been granted amnesty and quickly said, Yes. Feng Shi turned his head and looked at Yang Kai again, coldly snorting. Junior, is Shear's injury your masterpiece? Yang Kai said with a dark face. Would you believe me if I said no? Feng Shi said. What do you think? Yang Kai angrily said. Then why the hell did you ask? Feng Shi's face sank and he said, Junior, you're quite arrogant. How dare you yell at this king? I wanted to give you a quick death, but since you're so arrogant, don't blame this king for being impolite. Yang Kai sneered and said. Feng Shi also had the same intention before, but this young master beat him up very badly. Sect Master Feng, be careful not to follow in your son's footsteps. Feng Shi said in a deep voice. You dare to look down on this king? Yang Kai said lazily. If Sect Master Feng came in person, this junior would naturally not be your opponent, and would immediately scram and run as far away as possible. What a pity! Sect Master Feng, you borrowed your son's body to descend, so how much of your strength can you display? It's enough to take your life. Yang Kai laughed. Sect Master Feng, be careful not to lose your integrity in your later years. Shut up! Feng Shi shouted angrily. This king will take your dog life now. Seeking passion finger! Saying so, he pointed his finger towards the spot where Yang Kai was standing. An unimaginable force suddenly blasted over, invisible and formless, as if it wanted to tear the void apart. Wherever the finger passed, the void collapsed layer by layer, making for a terrifying sight. Although the power of this finger was not as strong as the Emperor Authority bead Feng Shi had used before, it was not much worse. The reason why it was not comparable was not because Feng Xian's strength had declined over the years. When he condensed the Emperor Authority bead, Feng Xian had just broken through to the Third Order Emperor realm. After so many years, his cultivation must have improved a lot. If Feng Xian used this secret technique with his real body, its power would only be greater. But now, he was in the body of a soul descender, so the strength he could display depended entirely on the limits of Feng Shi's body. Therefore, the power of this seeking passion finger was greatly reduced. Even so, it was not something Yang Kai could take head-on. Yang Kai's figure flickered as he hurriedly tried to dodge, but the power of this finger actually had the effect of sealing space and suppressing the world. When Yang Kai's figure paused, he was swept by the finger. As if he had been hit by a mountain, Yang Kai let out a muffled groan and spat out a mouthful of blood. He was sent flying, and the bones in his body creaked. It was unknown how many of them were broken, and the parts of his body that were grazed by the finger were badly mutilated. With just one move, Yang Kai was seriously injured. Feng Xian's astonishing strength was evident. Before Yang Kai could regain his balance, Feng Shi swept his sword over again and shouted, Seeking Passion Sword! Separated by a distance of 1,000 meters, the sword wave fanned out and arrived in front of Yang Kai in an instant. Yang Kai could not avoid it. The yellow-faced young man and the middle-aged scholar could not help but rejoice when they saw this scene. They were excited by the strength of their sect master. No matter how strong Yang Kai was, he was still as fragile as a piece of paper in front of the sect master's soul descender. After the sword attack, Feng Shi's momentum also fell a lot. It seemed that these two moves had consumed a lot of his strength, and he was even slightly panting. However, this was enough. Feng Xian believed that Yang Kai could not take this move with his strength. In the next moment, he would be torn apart by the sword wave. Feng Xian withdrew his sword and stood there, looking forward coldly, waiting for the moment Yang Kai died. Chapter 2468. But at that moment, Feng Xian's heart skipped a beat as a feeling of uneasiness suddenly welled up in him. It was a kind of intuition, and the higher one's cultivation, the more accurate it would be. He stared at Yang Kai with wide eyes, only to see Yang Kai's expression suddenly turn solemn as he quickly formed a strange seal with his hands. An indescribable aura lingered around him. This aura was so profound and mysterious that even Feng Xian was moved. He couldn't help but want to immerse himself in it and comprehend it. What secret technique is this? Feng Xian's expression instantly changed. Although he instinctively felt that something was wrong, he still couldn't restrain himself. He stared at Yang Kai, wanting to understand. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai completed his hand seals and a mysterious seal floated in front of him. He then sent it out with his palm. Flowing time, great emperor's withering glory, shuttle like a dream. Yang Kai's deep voice, like a soul-stirring voice from purgatory, rang in Feng Shi's ears. Feng Shi's expression changed drastically as he exclaimed in shock. The flowing time, great emperor's divine technique, the flowing time, great emperor's shuttle like seal. Unlike an ordinary cultivator, Feng Xian was a third-order emperor realm master, the sect master of the Seeking Passion sect, and a descendant of the Seeking Passion great emperors. As such, he was extremely knowledgeable and experienced. As soon as Yang Kai made his move, he recognized that it was the famous divine technique of the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor. Feng Xian's heart was beating wildly and his face was filled with shock, but his eyes were filled with excitement. The flowing time great emperor was rumored to be the only great emperors to have comprehended the principle of time. Throughout the star boundaries' billions of years of history, he was the only one. Since ancient times, countless masters had tried to comprehend the principle of time, but they couldn't even cross the threshold. This showed how strange and mysterious this principle was. Feng Xian originally thought that the flowing time great emperor had fallen with the great emperors. No one in this world could comprehend the principle of time. But now, he actually saw the unique divine technique of the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor from Yang Kai. Didn't this mean that Yang Kai had obtained the inheritance of the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor? Otherwise, how could he release the flowing time great emperor's shuttle seal? For a moment, Feng Xian's heart was filled with envy, jealousy, and shock. His mood was extremely complicated. As soon as the flowing time great emperor's swift shuttle seal appeared, Feng Xian knew that he had underestimated Yang Kai's strength. Under the influence of this strange principal strength, he actually felt everything around him slow down. He knew that this was just his imagination. It was an incorrect feeling he had under the influence of the law of time. While his mind was in shock, he pulled the long sword in his hand, and the source energy in his body surged. Sword chi appeared on the blue long sword, and his entire body was filled with sword intent. His expression was solemn, the 6 desires in his eyes extinguished, and the 7 emotions dispersed. Asking for love is heartless, and the heavenly Tao is tyrannical. Merciless / It was the same secret technique, divine technique, displayed by the same body, but the power was incomparable. When Feng Shi had used this secret technique before, Yang Kai had used the space divine technique to knock him unconscious. But at this moment, Feng Xian, who had used soul descent, was using it. But it was enough to shock the heavens and earth and make ghosts and gods weep. The merciless slashed across and collided with the flowing time great emperor's shuttle seal, which had crossed the barrier of time. 2 completely different principal strengths collided with each other, causing the void to collapse and the world to collapse. A rumbling sound rang out, and the aftermath of the impact erupted and swept out in all directions. Whether it was Yang Kai or Feng Shi, they were like canoes sailing in the sea amidst strong winds and waves. Their bodies swayed as if they could capsize at any time. The yellow-faced young man and the middle-aged scholar, who were watching not far away, were in a miserable state. The two men's eyes were dull, and they seemed to be in a daze. However, wrinkles soon appeared on their skin and their hair turned white. The power of time flowed through them in an instant, turning them into old men in a very short time. Hong hong hong! Loud bangs rang out continuously as Yang Kai was suddenly sent flying. This time, he was actually at a disadvantage. It was not that the flowing time Great Emperor's divine technique was inferior to the seeking passion sex secret technique, but Yang Kai's strength was not comparable to Feng Xian's. Seeing this, Feng Xian's pupils shrank and his face turned fierce. His body swayed as he urged the remaining power in his body to kill. Although he wanted to capture Yang Kai alive and inquire about the inheritance and secret technique of the great emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor from him, Feng Shi's current physical condition did not allow him to do so. After using soul descent, Feng Shi was greatly damaged. He had no choice but to use the Taoist ruthless slash. If he continued to entangle with Yang Kai, Feng Shi's body would disintegrate without him needing to suffer any more injuries. Feng Xian was annoyed. That day in Ice Moon City, if he had disregarded his face and attacked Yang Kai, there would not have been such trouble today. Perhaps he could have captured Yang Kai. At that time, the inheritance of the flowing time Great Emperor of the Great Emperors would have been his. At that time, he would have the inheritance of two Great Emperors, and it would only be a matter of time before he became the overlord of the Northern Territory. Since I am ruthless, how can I seek love? Since there is no Tao, how can I pursue the martial Tao? As Yang Kai retreated, he suddenly shouted with a ferocious expression. Your seeking passion sect is deceiving itself, ha 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 ha. He suddenly burst into laughter. Feng Xian angrily retorted. Junior, what do you know? Quickly accept your death. As soon as his words fell, he slashed his sword towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai angrily shouted. You want to kill this young master? You're not qualified. Mountains and Rivers Bell, suppress. With a wave of his hand, a palm-sized bell-shaped artifact suddenly flew out. It was the Mountains and Rivers Bell he had subdued not long ago. Even the flowing time Great Emperor's swift shuttle seal could not do anything to Feng Xian, so Yang Kai only had the Mountains and Rivers Bell as his trump card. If even the Mountains and Rivers Bell could not suppress Feng Xian, Yang Kai could only escape immediately. He believed that even if he was seriously injured, with the space secret technique he had mastered, it would still be difficult for Feng Xian to kill him. As soon as the Mountains and Rivers Bell came out, Yang Kai immediately felt the source chi in his body and the spiritual energy in his knowledge sea rapidly drain away like a broken dam, drying up in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai was startled and his face turned pale in an instant as he felt a splitting headache. This was the first time he had used the Mountains and Rivers Bell, so he did not expect to pay such a high price. In the past, when his cultivation was not high enough, he had a similar experience when he used the Annihilation Thunder Bead, but compared to this experience, it was simply like a little wizard meeting a great wizard. Yang Kai obviously felt like he was going to die at this time. As soon as this exotic artifact came out, it had not hurt the enemy, but it had already made him unable to take care of himself. He did not know what the result would be. Yang Kai forced himself to stay awake and stared at Feng Shi. Feng Shi's face changed drastically as he exclaimed, Mountains and Rivers Bell? The Yuan Ding Great Emperor's natal artifact? He was shocked to the extreme. When Yang Kai used his Space Force secret technique before, he was already amazed. After all, Space Force secret techniques weren't something just anyone could comprehend and cultivate. Later, Yang Kai used the divine technique of the great emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor. Feng Xian could not imagine what kind of opportunity Yang Kai had to obtain something that countless masters could not obtain in their lifetime. At this moment Yang Kai even used the Yuan Ding Great Emperor's natal artifact. Feng Xian almost bit off his tongue. Fake, this is fake. Feng Xian screamed in his heart, But when he focused his gaze, the mountains and rivers' bell rapidly grew in size. The sound of the bell was transmitted to the depths of one's soul, causing one to palpitate uneasily. On the surface of the bell, mysterious runes were looming, flowing endlessly, and an aura from the great desolate era filled the air, making it difficult for him to breathe. It was the real mountains and rivers' bell. The aura of the great desolate era was not something that could be imitated at will. Feng Xian's face instantly turned as pale as paper. Without even thinking about it, he turned around and tried to escape. However, a mysterious force suppressed the world and sealed the space around him. He could not move, and the power in his body was sealed in his meridians, unable to circulate. The mountains and rivers' bell suppressed the mountains and rivers, and the Emperor's rhythm changed the world. When the bell rang, it would be suppressed, and no one could escape. Even someone like Yang Kai, who was proficient in the Tao of space, could not escape once locked by the mountains and rivers' bell, let alone Feng Xian. If not for this, it would not have been able to suppress the Phoenix True Fire for tens of thousands of years. Seeing the mountains and rivers' bell coming down on him, Feng Xian felt his soul tremble and shouted in horror. "Junior, stop! If you dare kill my son, this king will chase you to the ends of the world and tear you to pieces! Fuck you!" Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood and cursed angrily. Hong. Without any suspense, Feng Xi's body was directly suppressed by the mountains and rivers' bell and completely disappeared. The yellow-faced young man and the middle-aged scholar stood there trembling. They were so shocked that their eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. Yang Kai, a Tao Source Realm cultivator, had actually suppressed their sect master's soul descent. Is this something a Tao Source Realm cultivator can do? Both of them felt a chill in their hearts as a chill ran down their spines from head to toe. "Young sect master, is he dead?" The yellow-faced young man opened his mouth and all his teeth fell out. He could not even speak clearly. The same was true for the middle-aged scholar. Although the two of them were not hit directly by the flowing Time Great Emperor's shuttle seal, they were affected by the time principles and were no longer in their prime. Cough. Yang Kai kept coughing, looking extremely miserable. He slightly moved his finger and flicked the mountains and rivers' bell. Hong. The bell rang again, and a huge impact spread in all directions. "Don't!" The yellow-faced young man and the middle-aged scholar shouted, trying to escape, but the sound waves directly drowned them. The two of them vomited blood, which was mixed with fragments of their internal organs. In the blink of an eye, they were no longer breathing. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and the enlarged mountains and rivers' bell flew back to his hand, returning to the size of his palm halfway. At the place where the mountains and rivers' bell had originally suppressed, Feng Xi had already become a pool of flesh and blood. He had died in an extremely miserable manner. 3 star seals with different radiances flew out from the 3 corpses and fell on the back of Yang Kai's hand. These 3 star seals were of extremely high grade. Feng Xi's was a 7-pointed star seal, while the other 2 had 6-pointed star seals. With such star seals, Yang Kai's star seal had taken a big step forward from upgrading. However, Yang Kai was not in the mood to care about this at the moment. He did not even have the strength to collect the 3 space rings. The after effects of summoning the mountains and rivers' bell swept over him, making him weak and powerless. His vision turned black and he fainted. Chapter 2469. Northern Territory, Seeking Passion Sect. As one of the top sects in the Northern Territory, Seeking Passion Sect occupied a vast area with countless disciples. The buildings here were magnificent and extraordinary, and the world energy here was extremely rich. Suddenly, a deafening roar rang out from an inconspicuous building. In an instant, the entire Seeking Passion sect seemed to tremble as countless disciples looked towards the source of the sound, their eyes filled with horror. Because everyone could tell that this was the voice of the sect master, but no one knew why the sect master was suddenly so angry. Feng Xian was already a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so his mind was as calm as water, like an ancient well without ripples. If he hadn't encountered something unacceptable, it was impossible for him to be so emotional. So, what could make a third-order Emperor Realm Master so angry? At that moment, a pale-faced person rushed into the building, pushed open the door, and knelt down while trembling. Sect Master, this is bad. This subordinate just received a message, young Sect Master's soul lamp. Before this person could finish speaking, Feng Xian suddenly sent a palm strike towards him. Although this person had a powerful cultivation in the third-order Dao Source realm, how could he resist a master like Feng Xian? Under a single slap, he was directly smashed into a meat patty. Yang Kai! Inside the secret room, Feng Xian's face was pale as he shouted out a person's name with a violent expression, his eyes flashing with anger. His soul descent had taken place in Feng Xi's body, so although he was in the Seeking Passion sect, he could more or less perceive what happened in the Shattered Star Sea. Although it was not comprehensive, he could clearly feel Feng Xi's death. His son had finally broken through to the Emperor realm in the Shattered Star Sea. But in the end, he was killed by someone from the third-order Dao Source realm. What's more, it was under the premise of his soul descent. This was a great humiliation to him and the Seeking Passion sect. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't enter the Shattered Star Sea, he would have already set out to settle accounts with Yang Kai. The enmity of his son's death was absolutely irreconcilable. Feng Xian's heart surged with anger. Suddenly he got up, turned into a stream of light, and flew out of the Seeking Passion sect, heading in a certain direction. Looking at the direction he was heading, it seemed to be the location of Ice Heart Valley. He couldn't find Yang Kai now, so he could only go to Ice Heart Valley to find Bingyun first. In any case, Yang Kai must die, and only by finding Bingyun would he be able to inquire about Yang Kai's whereabouts. Feng Xian's sect he no longer cared about the dispute between the two sects. If Bingyun couldn't give him a reasonable explanation, he would massacre Ice Heart Valley. After Yang Kai's Yang sect of his Yang sect, he regained his consciousness. Yang of Yang Yangs. Kai Yang's heart moved. Then, he realized that the one calling him was not someone else, but his Dharmakaya. There was always a soul connection between him and the embodiment, so even if they were separated by the sealed world bead, the embodiment could contact him at any time. Yang Kai had suddenly fainted earlier, and the embodiment didn't dare to pull him into the sealed world bead to heal him. Although he could do so, if he did, the sealed world bead would definitely be exposed to the void. There were countless masters in the Shattered Star Sea, and if someone saw the sealed world bead, it would definitely be troublesome. Therefore, the embodiment could only let Yang Kai drift in the void. It kept calling out to him. How long has it been? Yang Kai communicated with the embodiment with his divine sense and struggled to prop himself up. Not long, just a few hours. Fortunately. Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief and examined his current condition. His injuries weren't too serious, but his back was a little bloody after being swept by Feng Xian's finger. The biggest problem now was that he was very weak. Using the mountains and rivers bell had consumed all his strength, so there was no way for him to fully recover in the next few hours. Even now, when he tried to use his divine sense, he felt pain in his head. If he encountered any danger at this time, he could only hide in the sealed world bead immediately. After thinking about it, Yang Kai summoned his wooden boat and let it fly forward. He then sat cross-legged on the wooden boat, took out some restorative spirit pills, stuffed them into his mouth, and closed his eyes to adjust his breathing. In the desolate Shattered Star Sea, Yang Kai's figure was like a speck of dust, inconspicuous as he drifted without any particular target. 2 days later, he exhaled softly and stood up again, crackling sounds coming from all over his body. Although he hadn't fully recovered, his body was fine. Yang Kai raised his eyes and looked around, but there was nothing special. Even his 7-pointed star seal didn't sense the existence of others. It had been 2 or 3 years since he entered the Shattered Star Sea. At first, he thought he had gained a lot, but after meeting the people from Ice Heart Valley and Feng Xi, he realized that he had fallen behind. Even Feng Xi had advanced to the Emperor realm early, and Ziyu was at the critical juncture of her breakthrough. Perhaps she had already successfully broken through and reached the Emperor realm, but what about him? He hadn't sensed the aura of a breakthrough yet. The Phoenix True Fire and the Mountains and Rivers Bell were indeed very good. After all, they were once owned by the great emperors, but the strength of a cultivator was always based on their own strength. Other external aids were just icing on the cake. Without strong strength as a guarantee, even if one had good treasures, it would be difficult to play any role. Yang Kai felt that if he was in the Emperor realm now, he wouldn't have been so embarrassed when using the Mountains and Rivers Bell. Ziyu and Feng Shi were already ahead of him, but what about the other sect's prides? What about the rising stars that he knew? Yang Kai suddenly felt an urgent sense of crisis. If one's cultivation fell behind others, they would truly fall behind. No matter how many good things he found in this shattered star sea, it would be useless. While thinking about it, he controlled the wooden boat to fly quickly, trying to find his own opportunity in this shattered star sea. For several days, Yang Kai didn't meet anyone, nor did he sense the aura of source strength. This made him feel a little strange because this phenomenon was very abnormal. He had been in the shattered star sea for a while, but such a thing had never happened before. A few days later, Yang Kai still didn't sense anything. This made him a little suspicious, wondering what had happened in the shattered star sea. It wasn't until the 10th day that Yang Kai suddenly felt a slight heat on the back of his hand. This made him feel refreshed, and he immediately realized that he had sensed the existence of a cultivator. Then, the warmth on the back of his hand became stronger and stronger. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and quickly flew in that direction. As he got closer, Yang Kai was surprised because he sensed the aura of many cultivator. There seemed to be not only the aura of a cultivator, but also an extremely rich source aura. It was resonating with the star seal on the back of his hand. What was going on over there? Yang Kai became curious and sped up a lot. Half a day later, the scene that entered his eyes made Yang Kai slightly stunned. Because in the star field, who knew how many tens of thousands of kilometers in front of him, there was a large blue halo, showing an irregular oval shape. At first glance, it looked like a vast sea. Although this sea didn't seem too big now, Yang Kai knew that it was because he was too far away from it. If he were really in it, he would definitely feel its magnificence. What the hell? Yang Kai muttered in his heart. After a few hours, Yang Kai had already flown to this strange place. After seeing the situation over there, Yang Kai sucked in a breath of cold air and said involuntarily, "So much source aura?" He could clearly feel the rich aura of source energy from the blue halo. The shattered source energy was hidden in the blue halo, like fish hiding in the sea. At this moment, when he looked closer, this place was like a real sea, and he couldn't see the end at a glance. The blue waves were blue, and the light was like the tide of the sea. It looked extremely strange. Through the star seal on the back of his hand, Yang Kai clearly felt the countless cultivator, scattered in this huge blue light, and he didn't know if they were absorbing and refining the source aura. But, how could there be so much source aura here? With so much source aura, if one person were to refine and absorb it, how much benefit would they get? Yang Kai didn't dare to think about it anymore. But this was basically impossible. No single cultivator had the ability to refine so much source aura. No wonder he hadn't met a single person or sensed any source aura after walking for more than 10 days. It turned out that all the source aura had gathered in this place. Yang Kai was excited. Although he wanted to snatch the source aura in front of him right now, he still carefully examined the situation of the blue light. To his surprise, his divine sense was not hindered in any way, nor did he detect the slightest danger. It was as if the blue light was just like the sea, a carrier of the rich source aura. Yang Kai's face lit up with joy, and he rushed forward and plunged into the light. "Ha ha, another fool!" There was a burst of laughter not far away. This person had obviously been observing Yang Kai, and when he saw him rush into the blue light, he laughed and said sarcastically, "How dare you be so reckless in the source sea? You really don't know how to write the word death." As soon as his voice fell, a figure suddenly shot out from the place where Yang Kai had rushed in. This person took a closer look and saw that it was Yang Kai. His eyes widened as he exclaimed in horror. How is this possible? You're still alive? Yang Kai grimaced in pain, and his whole body was in pain. There were sizzling sounds coming from all over his body, and his clothes were completely corroded in a very short time, revealing his strong body. His skin seemed to have been scalded by hot water, and countless pustules suddenly appeared all over it. It was a horrifying sight to behold. However, although his appearance was miserable, Yang Kai was not in danger of losing his life. He stimulated the source chi in his body to expel the corrosive force that had invaded his body. Chapter 2470. After a while, Yang Kai let out a sigh of relief and took out a new set of clothes to wear. The corroded wounds on his body were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon the blood fell off, revealing new skin. Gudong! The onlooker could not help but gulp in horror. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at the man before his figure flickered and he suddenly appeared in front of him. This person was a second-order Tao Source Realm cultivator. In the entire Shattered Star Sea, such a cultivation was neither high nor low, belonging to the lower middle class. This person had a strange appearance, and he looked a little like a rat. He didn't look like a good person. Seeing Yang Kai appear in front of him, he was startled and quickly took 2 steps back, asking in horror, What do you want to do?" Yang Kai looked at him unhappily and snorted coldly. "I just heard you say that this is the Source Sea?" Yes. This is the Source Sea." The man seemed to be tongue-tied as he replied repeatedly. "What is the Source Sea? Tell me clearly." The man looked bitter and said, "The Source Sea is the Source Sea. A lot of source strength is gathered here, and this place looks like an ocean, so everyone calls it the Source Sea. There is no special name for it. How did you find this place? Why are there so many people here?" Yang Kai looked at him coldly. "I came with my brother from the same sect. My brother was called here by someone else." "Friend, what do you want to ask?" The man seemed to have calmed down and saw that Yang Kai did not have much malice. He looked at him curiously and asked, "Tell me about the Source Sea. Tell me everything you know." The man suddenly asked suspiciously, "Friend, have you never heard of the Source Sea?" Yang Kai slapped him and said angrily, "If I had heard of it, would I need to ask you?" The man shrunk his head and was annoyed, but he did not dare to show it. He said in surprise, "That can't be. Friend, your cultivation is not weak. How can you not know about the Source Sea? This place should be recorded in the ancient books of all the major sections. There are records of all of them?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "Yes, the Source Sea is a very famous place in the Shattered Star Sea because there is a large amount of source strength here. We can absorb and refine it here. As long as we find this place, we don't have to look for the source strength of the Shattered Stars. However, the Source Sea did not appear every time. The time and location of its appearance were not fixed. However, there were 3 times when the Shattered Star Sea opened. One day, the Origin Sea will appear. This is a blessed land for us cultivators. There's only origin energy here? Then what is the blue halo here? Why does it have such a strong corrosive power?" Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. He had suffered a loss from that faint blue halo. It looked like seawater, and his spiritual force did not detect any danger at all. But when he dived in, he could feel an extremely strong corrosive force. If Yang Kai had not retreated quickly, he would have suffered more serious injuries. No one knows what this faint blue halo is. It has been here since the first appearance of the Source Sea, but it's very dangerous. If someone rushes in, they'll definitely die. Speaking of this, he suddenly remembered that Yang Kai was still alive, wasn't he? He smiled awkwardly and said, "Friend, you are amazing. You actually managed to retreat from there. It's all thanks to you." Yang Kai laughed sarcastically. This guy was watching from a distance, and did not warn him when he rushed in. Although he was not friends with this guy, it was immoral of him to just sit back and watch. If it was any other cultivator with slightly weaker strength who rushed in, they would not have survived. However, he could not blame others for this. Bystanders had the right to watch. The man could tell that Yang Kai was blaming him and could not help but smile awkwardly. Go on! Yang Kai snorted. The man quickly cleared his throat and said, There are great benefits to be gained from the Source Sea. Many people find this place and stay here to absorb and refine the Source Sea until the shattered star sea closes. Friend, as you can see, the Source Sea is extremely vast, just like a real sea, so no matter how many people come here, it is impossible to refine all the source strength here. And let me tell you a secret, there are not only fragments of source strength in the Source Sea, but also complete source strengths of stars in the 5 elements. Complete source strengths? Yang Kai's expression changed. He was a Star Lord himself, so he could naturally understand the huge gap between the fragments of source strength and the complete source strength. A complete source strength could allow a cultivator to easily sense the heavenly way and martial Tao, but a fragment of source strength would be greatly reduced. He did not expect that there would be complete source strength in the Source Sea, and not only the source strengths of stars, but also the source strengths of the 5 elements. Although the Phoenix True Fire he obtained before was also a fire attribute source, it was a divine spirit source, not a 5 elements source. There was still a difference between the two. The reason why his sealed world bead could not allow people to break through to a great realm inside was that the world principles were incomplete. In order to complete the world principles, a complete source strength was indispensable. If he could find the complete source strength here and fill the small sealed world with it, perhaps the world principles of the small sealed world would become complete. If he wanted to break through in the future, he would be able to do so in the small sealed world without worrying about being disturbed. So, after hearing that there was a complete source strength in the Source Sea, Yang Kai was immediately excited. But soon, his face darkened again. This Source Sea is so dangerous. How can I safely absorb and refine source strength in it? Are you lying to me? How would I dare? The man shouted with a wronged expression. Friend, you haven't entered the Source Sea, so you don't know the situation inside. In the Source Sea, there are many island-like places where people can settle down. In those places, you don't have to worry about being corroded by the Source Sea's corrosive power, and you can refine source strength with peace of mind. Oh? There's such a good place. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. He just rushed into the Source Sea and did not go deep inside, so he did not find any island-like existences. But judging from the way this man spoke, it did not seem like he was lying to him. Friend, you can fly over and take a look later. Don't rush into that thing that looks like seawater again. The man seemed to give a kind reminder, but after that, he looked at Yang Kai flatteringly. I've said everything I need to say, so humph. Yang Kai said with a straight face. Since the Source Sea has so many benefits, why are you still here and not going in? Is there any other danger? The man hurriedly said. I'm staying here to wait for my other brothers. It was Big Brother who told me to stay here. Otherwise, do you think I want to stay here? I also want to go in and absorb and refine source strength. He had an aggrieved expression on his face, probably cursing his big brother in his heart. Yang Kai nodded, turned around, and flew over the Source Sea. The man's voice came from behind. You should be careful. There are now several people from the Emperor realm in the Source Sea. If you provoke them, no one can save you. Yang Kai's heart sank when he heard this. He found that things were as he thought. Many people had already advanced to the Emperor realm in the Shattered Star Sea, and Ziyu and Feng Shi were not the only ones. And this was only the situation in the Source Sea. What about the other masters scattered all over the Shattered Star Sea? Perhaps there were many who had advanced to the Emperor realm. The Shattered Star Sea was indeed an incredible sealed world. Yang Kai's mood was solemn as he flew over the Source Sea. When he looked down, he suddenly had a strange feeling of dislocation. Right now, it was as if he was flying above a vast ocean. Below him were blue waves and surging tides. Above this ocean, there were indeed some island-like existences. They were of different sizes. The small ones could only fit one person, while the big ones could only fit 4 or 5 people. These places were already occupied by cultivators. They sat there cross-legged, absorbing and refining the source energy that was escaping from the sea. On the surface of the sea, the tides were surging, sometimes calm, making it difficult to predict. In such a situation, it was impossible for a cultivator to refine source strength steadily above the sea. It seemed that he had to find a place to settle down first. Yang Kai had suffered from this sea before, so he knew how powerful it was. If he could not find a place to settle down, he would not be able to refine source strength in peace. Thinking of this, he scanned the area below, trying to find a suitable place. There were many cultivators like him who were looking for a place to settle down. They were all flying in the air, but none of them intended to fight each other. The source strength here was so rich that as long as they could absorb it steadily, they would surely reap great benefits. It was meaningless to fight here, unless they were fighting for territory. There were indeed people fighting for territory. When Yang Kai flew through the air, he saw at least a dozen groups of people fighting each other. Cultivator corpses were constantly falling from midair, and as soon as they fell into the source sea, they disappeared without even making a splash. After wandering over the source sea for an hour, Yang Kai still could not find a place to settle down. All the places had been occupied. This made him feel very helpless. He was not the kind of person who liked to snatch other people's territory for no reason, so he could only search patiently. Fortunately, the source sea was big enough, and there were still some places he had not searched. He believed that he should be able to find a good place. In the distance ahead, there was another group of people fighting for territory. The sky was dark and the earth was dark as energy surged. Yang Kai wanted to go around the battlefield, but at this moment, a low voice suddenly came into his ears. Earth sword! Falling thunder! The voice was accompanied by a burst of crackling sounds. In the sky over there, a blue lightning bolt suddenly cut across the sky and shot towards a certain place. His expression changed and he quickly looked in that direction. Chapter 2471. Earth Sword Falling Thunder was a secret technique, and it was a secret technique that Yang Kai knew. This secret technique was divided into 3 moves: Human Sword Revolving Annihilation, Earth Sword Falling Thunder, and Heaven Sword Star Shattering. Each move was stronger than the last, and the combined power of the 3 moves was infinite. And the one who cultivated this secret technique was Xiao Bai of Azure Sun Temple. Yang Kai had fought with Xiao Bai in the Flowing Time Temple of the 4 Seasons realm and had experienced the power of this secret technique, so it was still fresh in his memory. Now that he saw someone using this secret technique in the Origin Sea, his attention was immediately drawn to it. When he turned his head, a figure in white fluttering in the chaotic battlefield suddenly came into view. Who else could it be but Xiao Bai? This guy had always been wearing a white robe since Yang Kai met him, looking chic and cold, but at this moment, he seemed to be in a bad situation and was being besieged. His white robe was stained with red blood, which was very dazzling. And with him was another figure that Yang Kai was familiar with. Murong Xiao Xiao. These 2 elite disciples of Azure Sun Temple were standing on top of a small island at this moment, back to back, each casting a secret technique to resist the attacks coming from all directions. The island they were on was not big, just enough for the 2 of them to settle down. Both of them were elites among elites. After not seeing each other for a few years, both of them had reached the peak of the 3rd Order Dao Source realm, but they were outnumbered and in an extremely difficult situation. Xiao Baiyi's body spurted blood from time to time, while Murong Xiao Zhao's hair was messy and her clothes were wet with sweat, clinging to her exquisite and plump body. When Yang Kai saw this scene, he found that the people besieging them did not block the space. In other words, Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao Xiao still had a chance to escape. However, the 2 of them had no intention of escaping. One of them looked cold and determined, while the other looked angry and indignant. They stood their ground and unleashed their power. They were fighting for territory. Yang Kai could tell at a glance that the territories occupied by Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao Xiao had obviously been targeted by this group of people, so these people had come to snatch them. Yang Kai guessed that they wanted to rely on their numbers to bully Murong Xiao Xiao, but after fighting, they realized that Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao Xiao were not easy to provoke. The gap that was deliberately left open was for Xiao Bai-yi and Murong Xiao Xiao to escape. Besieging a city was a necessity, so they did not want to engage in a life-or-death battle and only wanted to force the two of them away. Unfortunately, Xiao Bai-yi and Murong Xiao Xiao had no intention of escaping, causing the battle to reach its climax. Yang Kai quickly turned around and ran in that direction. He was, after all, a registered disciple of the Azure Sun Temple. When Zi Shan and Gao Shueting had taken care of him in every possible way, and he had some friendship with Xiao Bai-yi and Murong Xiao Xiao, so how could they not help him when he encountered such a situation? Seemingly aware of Yang Kai's actions, one of the long-faced old men who was besieging Xiao Bai-yi and Murong Xiao Xiao said, "I'll give you one last chance, leave or not." Murong Xiao Xiao gritted her teeth. She shouted, "You want to take our place? Unless you kill us!" Xiao Bai-yi did not say a word, but the long sword in his hand blossomed like a flower, his fierce murderous intent giving a silent answer. "Good, there is a path to heaven but you don't want to take it, there is no door to hell but you want to throw yourself into it. In that case, don't blame us for being ruthless." While speaking, the long-faced old man gestured to the others with a gloomy expression on his face, obviously not willing to delay any longer. It was time to end this quickly. The others understood tacitly. Their momentum changed, and their attacks became much more decisive and fierce. Both Xiao Bai-yi and Murong Xiao Zhao's faces sank as they felt immense pressure. The long-faced old man himself flickered and greeted Yang Kai, cupping his fists from afar and saying, "The Western Territories' Pointed Star sect is handling some matters, friend, please give us some face and take a detour." "Oh? You're from Pointed Star sect?" Yang Kai not only did not stop, but also sped up with a look of joy on his face. "Yes, Your Excellency is?" When the long-faced old man heard Yang Kai say this, he thought that Yang Kai was also a cultivator from the Western Territory, and could not help but look at him suspiciously, wanting to know which sect he came from. Yang Kai said with a smile, "I'm from King of Hell's Palace." "King of Hell's Palace?" The long-faced old man had a suspicious look on his face because no matter how he thought about it, there was no sect called King of Hell's Palace in the Western Territory. But soon, he reacted and his face sank. "Your Excellency, are you playing with this old master? How could a sect use a name like King of Hell's Palace that could easily provoke hatred?" Obviously, Yang Kai was just making things up. Yang Kai grinned and said, "How could that be? I'm really from King of Hell's Palace." At this point, his face sank and he said in a deep voice, "King of Hell sent me to take your dog lives." The long-faced old man's face changed and he shouted, "You're courting death, boy." He urged the source chi in his body and quickly formed a mysterious seal with his hands. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Yang Kai. It seemed that he wanted to give Yang Kai a show of strength. But to his horror, Yang Kai suddenly disappeared in front of his eyes. This strange scene shocked the old man because he did not know how Yang Kai disappeared at all. In an instant, a chill came from the soles of his feet, and he could not help but wonder if he had really seen a ghost. But before he could finish this thought, Yang Kai's face appeared in front of him again. But at this time, Yang Kai was only 3 inches away from him, and their faces were almost touching. "See!" The long-faced old man sucked in a breath of cold air and without even thinking about it, he quickly retreated. At the same time, source chi surged out from his body, turning into a visible barrier that lingered around his body as a form of protection. Yang Kai's lips curled into a sly grin as a white lotus bud appeared in his left eye and disappeared in a flash. Blossoming lotus! Over the past year and a half, Yang Kai's divine sense had greatly increased while subduing the mountains and rivers Bell. Now, he could use this soul's secret technique more skillfully and freely, and its power seemed to be much greater than before. The white lotus bud instantly turned into a mysterious force that tore through the long-faced old man's divine sense defenses and rushed into his knowledge sea. The long-faced old man, who was rapidly retreating, suddenly froze in place, his eyes glazing over as a look of pain appeared on his face. In his vision, all that was left was the white lotus bud, which quickly bloomed and swallowed his body and mind. Yang Kai suddenly threw a punch, and under the violent eruption of power, the long-faced old man directly burst into a cloud of blood mist, leaving no trace of his body behind as he fell towards the source sea. Ah! Exclamations suddenly sounded as the people who were besieging Xiao Bai and Murong Xiao were all horrified when they saw this scene. Although the long-faced old man was a little older, his strength was not to be underestimated. Among the Western Territories' Pointed Star Sect's Dao Source Realm cultivator, he was ranked in the top 3, but such a person was defeated by a young man who appeared out of nowhere with a single punch, seemingly unable to fight back at all. Just now, he told them to end this quickly, so how did he suddenly die? Could the person who killed him be from the Emperor Realm? Although there were not many people from the Emperor Realm in the Shattered Star Sea, there were still quite a few of them. The bloody scene of the old man's death scared the Pointed Star Sect disciples out of their wits, and the suspicion in their hearts made them tremble in fear. Seeing Yang Kai rushing towards them with a cold smile on his face, how could they dare to continue staying in place? They all left Xiao Bai and Murong Xiao and turned to flee. At this moment, they did not even have the courage to avenge the old man, and only wanted to escape from this place to save their lives. Condense! Yang Kai stretched out his hand and clenched it, and under the surge of space principles, the space in front of him instantly solidified. The few people who were fleeing in a hurry widened their eyes in horror, only to find that their speed was as slow as a turtle's crawl. They were so anxious that their foreheads were sweating and their bodies were cold. Xiao Bai and Murong Xiao were overjoyed when they saw this scene. The two of them still did not know who secretly helped them, and they did not have time to check the appearance of the person who came. The anger they had been suppressing at the hands of these Pointed Star Sect disciples could finally be released at this moment. Human sword, revolving annihilation. Earth sword, falling thunder. Heavenly sword, shattering star. Xiao Baiyi's long sword suddenly unleashed 3 secret techniques at the same time, and when the 3 swords combined into one, the ferocious power caused even the world to tremble. Although Murong Xiao was a woman and gave Yang Kai the impression of gentleness and elegance, she showed no mercy at this moment. She summoned a pair of heavenly feather rings, and in an instant, 1 divided into 2, 2 divided into 4, and 4 divided into 8, layer by layer, shrouding the Pointed Star Sect disciples. Screams rang out one after another. The Pointed Star Sect disciples only wanted to escape and had no fighting spirit, so after being suddenly bound by Yang Kai, they could not even resist. As soon as the 2 great disciples of Azure Sun Temple attacked, these people fell like straws. In an instant, the sky was filled with blood, flesh, and broken limbs. In less than 10 breaths, several Pointed Star Sect disciples died on the spot, and their bodies fell into the source sea. Star seals shot out from the backs of these people's hands, flying towards Xiao Bai and Murong Xiao, and were quickly divided up by the 2. Thank you, brother, for your help. Hey, it's Brother Yang! Murong Xiao turned around and wanted to thank him, but when she saw Yang Kai's face, she immediately cried out in joy. She was still wondering who had helped her and Xiao Bai, but she did not expect it to be Yang Kai. Xiao Bai didn't say a word, just turning his head to look at Yang Kai with an expression that seemed to say, "I've already guessed it." After all, when he fought with Yang Kai in the Flowing Time Temple, Yang Kai used his space force, so when he noticed the fluctuation of space force just now, Xiao Bai guessed that Yang Kai had come. Now that he turned his head, he found that he was right. Miss Murong, I haven't seen you for a few years, but you've become even more beautiful. Yang Kai flew in front of the 2 with a smile and greeted Murong Xiao. Murong Xiao blushed and stomped her feet. Brother Yang, you're making fun of me. I'm not making fun of you, I'm just telling the truth, Yang Kai said solemnly. Murong Xiao's face turned even redder. Chapter 2472. Xiao Bai suddenly snorted coldly. Flirting with my junior sister in front of me, do you think I'm deaf, or blind? Yang Kai turned his head with a smile and said, Xiao Bai, long time no see. Xiao Bai's face went black as he said, I said, my name is Xiao Bai Xiao. Bai. Yi. Not Xiao Bai. The veins on his forehead bulged, obviously extremely annoyed by the name of Xiao Bai. After a pause, he said with a sullen face, "I heard that you are also a disciple of the temple. Although you entered the temple late, on the road of martial Dao, those who have reached the top are first. If you don't want to call me by my full name, you can call me Junior Brother Xiao. I don't want to hear the word Xiao Bai again." "I know, Junior Brother Xiao Bai." Yang Kai grinned. Xiao Baiyi's face suddenly turned white with anger. Murong Xiao Xiao pursed her lips and snickered. "Brother Yang, did you come to help because you saw our message?" "Message?" Yang Kai frowned and looked at her suspiciously. Murong Xiao Xiao asked curiously. "Brother Yang didn't see it?" Yang Kai said. "I don't have your communication beads or communication artifacts, how could I see?" Speaking of this, he suddenly remembered something and quickly took it out of his space ring. This was a golden token. It was the Azure Sun golden token that Gao Shueting had given him in Maplewood City. The holder of this Azure Sun golden token was an elite disciple of Azure Sun Temple. In the entire Azure Sun Temple, there were only a few disciples who possessed such a token. However, Yang Kai had never used this Azure Sun golden token since he obtained it, nor did he have the opportunity to use it. He probed it with his divine sense. Only then did he understand what Murong Xiao Xiao meant. This Azure Sun golden token had the function of a communication artifact. It allowed the disciples to communicate with each other because at this moment, there was only one message left in the token. It was the message that Murong Xiao Xiao had sent not long ago. Seeing his expression, Murong Xiao Xiao knew that this was the first time he had heard of such a thing. Pursing her lips, she smiled and said, "Brother Yang, you should check the information in the golden token more often in the future because you never know when you will come across a message left behind by your junior brother or junior sister." "I'll remember it." Yang Kai nodded and put away the Azure Sun golden token. Although he did not receive Murong Xiao Zhao's message in time, he did not receive it. However, he had come here by accident and saved her and Xiao Bai. "Where is Xia Sheng? Why don't I see him?" Yang Kai looked around and asked suspiciously. Since Xiao Bai and Murong Xiao Xiao were together, there was no reason for Xia Sheng not to be here. But there was no trace of Xia Sheng here, and no one knew where he had gone. Xiao Bai said, "Big brother separated from us 2 months ago, saying that he was looking for a place to break through." Yang Kai raised his brow and said, "Oh? Xia Sheng is going to break through to the Emperor realm?" Murong Xiao Xiao said with a worried expression. "And Big Brother's cultivation has already reached the peak of the Dao Source realm. It's just that he hasn't had an opportunity. This time, he finally came to the Shattered Star Sea and hurriedly went to prepare." "Then why didn't you follow him?" Yang Kai frowned. Since Xia Sheng wanted to break through to the Emperor realm, he definitely needed someone to protect him. Otherwise, if he encountered a sneak attack, he would not be able to resist. Xiao Bai sighed. "He would have let us. We secretly followed him for a few days, but he managed to get rid of us using the cicada shedding carapace." "Got rid of?" Yang Kai's face darkened. But thinking about Xia Sheng's character, it was possible that he would do such a thing. It seemed that Xia Sheng did not have much confidence in breaking through to the Emperor realm. If he really had a lot of confidence, he would not have secretly prepared by himself and left his junior brother and junior sister behind. It was precisely because he was not sure that he would fall under the world energy baptism that he did not want Xiao Bai and Murong Xiao Xiao to follow him, lest they see a shadow in their hearts. Xiao Bai and Murong Xiao Xiao were also in the third order Dao Source realm. If they really had a shadow in their hearts because of Xia Sheng, it was very likely that they would never be able to break through in the future. Yang Kai thought of this, and Xiao Bai and Murong Xiao Xiao undoubtedly also thought of this. So both of them looked anxious and uneasy. Seeing this, Yang Kai quickly comforted them. "Xia Sheng has a strong foundation, so there shouldn't be much of a problem for him to break through. Along the way, I have already met people who have successfully broken through. Since others can do it, so can Xia Sheng. You don't have to worry too much." "I hope so." Xiao Bai also knew that there was nothing he could do at the moment, so he could only pray that Xiaxing would be blessed. Brother Yang, you came here to find a place to refine source strength, right? Murong Xiao asked. Yes, I happened to pass by here and found that the situation here was strange, so I came to have a look. Murong Xiao smiled and said, This is the famous source C. Once you find this place, you don't have to go anywhere else to find source strength. Brother Yang, you can stay here and absorb the source strength with Brother Xiao. This place is just enough for 2 people. What about you? Yang Kai asked. This island was not big, only enough for 2 people. If Yang Kai stayed, there would definitely be no space for Murong Xiao. Murong Xiao smiled gently and said, I'll stand guard for you. Xiao Bai said, The 3 of us can take turns. It just so happens that one of us can watch from the side to avoid being sneak attacked. Yang Kai thought for a while, but shook his head and said, No, it's hard to find such an opportunity. You 2 just stay here and absorb the source strength. I'll go somewhere else to look for it. If there are any blind people looking for trouble, remember to send me a message and I'll rush over as soon as possible. Murong Xiao said, But there are no other places here, so many people are fighting for territory. No place? Yang Kai's face turned black when he heard this. Xiao Bai also said, Basically, there's no place left. We also searched for a long time before we found a place to settle down, but we were targeted by those people before we could even find a place to stay. It's useless for you to continue looking unless what? Yang Kai looked at him in amazement. Murong Xiao bit her red lips and said, Unless Brother Yang has the Emperor Realm's cultivation. Why does it have to be the Emperor Realm's cultivation? Yang Kai's expression became strange. Xiao Bai explained, In this source C, the deeper you go, the richer the source strength is, and the easier it is to absorb and refine it. So, the deeper you go, the higher the cultivator's cultivation. Haven't you noticed along the way that the cultivator's cultivation at the edge is not very high? Yang Kai heard this, thought about it carefully, and found that it was indeed as he said, but he still asked curiously, What does this have to do with the Emperor Realm? Xiao Bai said, Because in the deepest part, where the source strength is the richest, there are several cultivators from the Emperor Realm who occupy a large area. People who are not from the Emperor Realm are not allowed to get close. Many people who accidentally wandered in were killed by them. So overbearing. Yang Kai's face darkened when he heard this. Murong Xiao said, Although there are many places to settle down there, and the source strength is relatively richer, no one dares to go there. Brother Yang, you must not go there, or your life will be in danger. I'll remember. Yang Kai nodded and did not explain too much to her. He was really not afraid of the newly promoted cultivators from the Emperor Realm. Even Feng Xian, who used soul descent, was killed by him, so how could these newly promoted cultivators from the Emperor Realm in the Shattered Star Sea make him afraid? But I still want to look for them, if I really can't find them. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before grinning sinisterly. I can go and snatch one. Murong Xiao and Xiao Bai broke out in cold sweat when they heard this. But thinking about the strength Yang Kai just showed, they were not too worried. Yang Kai's strength seemed to have surpassed the level of the Dao Source Realm, otherwise, he would not have been able to blow up the long-faced old man from Pointed Star Sect with one punch. Anyway, you just have to be careful. Xiao Bai saw that he could not dissuade him, so he could only exhort. You have to be careful too. If there is any trouble, remember to send me a message. Yang Kai said, then cupped his fist to the 2, turned around, and flew towards the deepest part of the Source Sea. Looking at his back, Xiao Bai and Murong Xiao were silent. After a long time, Xiao Bai said, Hurry up and refine it, don't miss this opportunity. Murong Xiao nodded, and the 2 immediately sat down cross-legged. While flying, Yang Kai took out his Azure Sun golden token from his space ring and kept it close to him. This way, he could sense the fluctuations of a message immediately. Before, he had been keeping it in his space ring, so he could not detect it at all. Along the way, the source strength became richer and richer. Yang Kai did not know how far he had flown, but he knew that along the way, he could see many Tao Source Realm cultivators sitting cross-legged on the islands below, refining and absorbing source strength. However, after a certain moment, no one could be seen anymore. Even if there were some empty islands below, there was no one occupying them. Instead, on those empty islands there were some extremely miserable corpses lying there, as if they were a warning to those who came later. Yang Kai understood that these should be the masterpieces of the few people from the Emperor realm who occupied the best spots. Although this method was bloody, it was extremely effective because the people who died were the top Tao Source realm cultivators in the star boundary. Even their corpses were left here, so those who came later would definitely have to weigh their own abilities. If it were anyone else, they would have turned around and left immediately after seeing such a scene, but Yang Kai turned a blind eye and continued to rumble forward, not intending to hide at all. At a certain moment, a burst of Emperor intent suddenly shrouded him from somewhere below. Although this Emperor intent was not too pure or surging, it was still Emperor intent, which coincided with the heavenly way. Yang Kai's flying body paused slightly, and his breathing became a little irregular. A Tao Source realm trash dares to come here? It seems that you don't know how to write the word death. A low voice sounded, and immediately, from somewhere in the source sea below, a huge blood-red palm slapped towards Yang Kai. This palm was not only huge, but it also exuded a very strong bloody smell, as if it was formed from blood. It was extremely fierce and nauseating. Chapter 2473. Seeing that the blood-red palm was about to reach him, Yang Kai raised his hand and pushed the source chi in his body, sending out a similarly huge palm print to meet it. Hong long long, with a loud explosion, the wind and clouds changed and energy overflowed. In just a moment, the two palms disappeared, as if they had never existed. Yang Kai stood still like a mountain, quietly standing in place. Somewhere down below, there was a soft sound of surprise. A pure divine sense swept over and scanned Yang Kai back and forth, probably trying to see if he was hiding his cultivation, but no matter what, Yang Kai was still a Tao Source realm cultivator. This shocked the man from the Emperor realm who attacked Yang Kai. He really hadn't met a Tao Source realm cultivator who could take a palm strike from him. Although it hadn't been long since he broke through to the Emperor realm, he had already killed 7 or 8 Tao Source realm cultivators in the depths of the Source Sea. No matter who it was, they were all killed by a single palm strike from him. The difference in strength between an Emperor realm and a Tao Source realm cultivator was like heaven and earth. But when it came to Yang Kai, it did not work. Not only did it not hurt him, it did not even make him move. The man was secretly shocked. He did not know where Yang Kai came from to have such terrifying strength. He was not this strong when he was in the Tao Source realm. Yang Kai grinned and said, "This one is just passing by and just wants to find a place to stay. Friend, you don't have to be so enthusiastic, do you?" His divine sense also swept over the man from the Emperor realm who attacked him. This guy had red hair, as if it was made of blood. His whole body exuded an extremely violent and bloody aura. Yang Kai did not know which sect he came from or what kind of evil arts he cultivated. Although Yang Kai was not afraid of him, there was no hatred between them, so Yang Kai did not want to fight if he could. The red-haired young man looked up at Yang Kai and was silent for a long time before saying, Don't appear within 1,000 kilometers of me." "Many thanks." Yang Kai chuckled. He cupped his fists at him and left. However, after listening to this man, Yang Kai also understood why several people from the Emperor realm could occupy a large area with the richest source strength. This guy alone occupied 1,000 kilometers, so if there were a few more from the Emperor realm like him, where else would there be a place for others? However, there was no reason in this world. If you were strong, you could be unscrupulous. If any Tao Source realm cultivator who dared to disobey him, they would end up like the corpses on the island. Half an hour later, Yang Kai was already more than 2,000 kilometers away from the red-haired youth, but he still couldn't find a place to settle down because he discovered that some of the small islands that originally existed in the depths of this place had been destroyed by the Emperor realm masters who came here first. They obviously didn't want to leave a place for the latecomers to absorb the source energy, so they did such a tyrannical thing. An earth-shattering spear light suddenly rumbled from below. It pierced through the void. Ignoring the barriers of space, it instantly arrived in front of Yang Kai. The piercing cold spear intent pierced through Yang Kai's skin, causing him to feel pain. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Sensing the power of this spear intent, he didn't dare to be careless. He raised his hand and took out the myriad sword, slashing it out. The dazzling sword ray came across and collided with the spear ray, creating a loud sound. A trivial Tao Source Realm cultivator can actually take this young master's blow? How strange. Only then did someone's voice come out from below. Like the red-haired young man from before, he was a little surprised. Yang Kai said with a dark face, "You people from the Emperor Realm, it's fine if you occupy such a large area, but why do you have to sneak up on everyone? Do you have any shame?" The man laughed. "Those who dare to come here without strength can only die." He paused for a moment, then said, "You can come here. Did you pass Chigui's test?" Yang Kai's heart moved. "You mean that red-haired young man?" "Yes. He was the same as you, despicably sneak attacking me, but I blocked it and let me go." Yang Kai snorted unhappily. "No wonder." The man nodded lightly, but after a moment, waved his hand and said, "You can go. Since Chigui let you in, it means you are a promising talent. I won't attack you." Yang Kai curled his lips when he heard this. This man spoke as if letting him in was a special favor. He even boasted shamelessly that he was a promising talent. His tone was bigger than the heavens. "How many more from the Emperor Realm are there? Are they all going to attack me?" Yang Kai asked with a sullen face. If that was the case, then he didn't have to hide his strength. He could just fight his way through and avoid trouble. Unexpectedly, this man's face changed faster than flipping a book, coldly saying, "Boy, you talk too much. If I tell you to go, then go. If you don't want to, then I'll make you stay." Yang Kai snorted and didn't bother to argue with him. He turned around and flew deeper into the Origin Sea. But this time, he changed his previous low-key attitude and directly stimulated his source chi, making it extremely eye-catching. He believed that as long as those from the Emperor Realm were not too focused on absorbing source chi, they should be able to sense his existence from far away. Perhaps it was because Yang Kai was so confident and high-profile, but along the way, although he felt the aura of two more people from the Emperor Realm, they did not attack him again. They just used their divine sense to scan him, and then ignored him. Yang Kai was happy to see this. Half an hour later, his eyes lit up and he flew down to a certain place. Below it, there was a good place to rest. Furthermore, it was extremely spacious, with a radius of about 1,000 feet. It was rare to see such a large place to settle down in the Source Sea because the islets here were not really islets. For some unknown reason, they were not only few in number but also small in size. For example, the place that Kai Yang had found could accommodate up to 100 people and not feel crowded. After Yang Kai landed, he glanced around and was very satisfied with this place. He wanted to ask Xiao Bai and Murong Xiao Xiao to come and join him, but thinking about the methods of those from the Emperor Realm before, Yang Kai decided against it. Unless he went out and brought them in, with Xiao Bai and Murong Xiao Zhao's current strength, there was no way they could pass. After sitting down cross-legged, Yang Kai tried to absorb the source chi here and was soon overjoyed because the source chi here was much purer and richer than in other places. It seemed to be easier to absorb. For any cultivator, this was simply a blessed place for cultivation. He did not rush to refine and absorb the source chi, but instead released his divine sense to check the surroundings. Within a radius of 1,000 kilometers, there was no one. With a wave of his hand, a behemoth appeared beside him. The huge figure seemed to be holding up the sky and stepping on the ground. The moment it appeared, the small island sank slightly. Embodiment. Yang Kai generally did not summon his embodiment out of the small sealed world because the embodiment's body was too big, and it was not very convenient to move around. Summoning it required too much divine sense. But now was a good time to summon it out. There was no one here, so there was no need to worry about the strange existence of the embodiment being discovered. Moreover, there was so much source chi here that Yang Kai could not absorb it all by himself. Summoning the embodiment would also give him some benefits. Previously, the embodiment told him that his cultivation seemed to have reached a bottleneck, and this bottleneck may be related to the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle law he cultivated. Now that he was here to absorb and refine the source chi, he might have a chance to break through that bottleneck. There was no need to communicate with him. As soon as the embodiment came out, it knew what Yang Kai was thinking. It carefully sat down cross-legged and silently circulated its secret art. The embodiment also knew the star refining art. In the past, he used the star refining art to refine the source chi of the floating continent, and thus merged with the floating continent to form a huge body. The star refining art was a secret art that specialized in refining source chi, while the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle law devoured everything. When these two heaven-defying secret arts collided, Yang Kai was very much looking forward to seeing what kind of amazing sparks would be created. After summoning the embodiment, Yang Kai did not stop. He formed a few seals with his hands and pointed at the sealed world bead, opening a gap in the small sealed world so that the sealed world bead could absorb the source chi here to its heart's content. He wanted to make up for the world principles of the sealed world bead, so he could only pin his hopes on source chi. After observing silently for a moment, Yang Kai found that the source chi in the source sea was being crazily devoured by the small sealed world. Only then did he close his eyes and concentrate, urging the star refining art to refine the source chi himself. In an instant, this vast island seemed to have become a source of source chi devouring. The embodiment urged the star refining art, and its huge body was like a bottomless pit. No matter how much source chi came, it could quickly absorb, refine, and absorb it. Needless to say, the sealed world bead was even more terrifying than the embodiment when it came to devouring source chi. Compared with them, Yang Kai's movements were like a small wizard meeting a great wizard. However, the speed at which he refined source chi with the star refining art was not comparable to that of an ordinary cultivator. As time passed, the commotion here grew larger and more terrifying. Constant rumbling sounds could be heard as the source strength in the source sea was sucked into the source sea and then disappeared. The vast source sea was driven by this magical force and slowly flowed towards the island where Yang Kai was located. The movements here seemed to have affected the entire source sea, but Yang Kai, the initiator, seemed to be unaware of it. Slowly, the cultivator absorbing and refining at the edge of the source sea found that something was wrong because they were surprised to see that the source sea seemed to be getting smaller. They were still a little distance away from the edge, but gradually, the distance was getting closer and closer until the source sea was completely away from them. It was as if the entire origin sea was receding, leaving them on the beach even if they did not move from their origin sea. This discovery surprised many martial artists. They did not know why this was the case. Chapter 2474. The decrease in the size of the source sea also caused many cultivators to fight for territory again. For a time, the scene at the edge of the source sea was chaotic. Although this situation had not spread to the depths, it was conceivable that as time passed, the cultivator who was originally in the depths would encounter similar situations and eventually be unable to stay out of it. At the same time, on a broken star far away from the source sea, it seemed that a great battle had just taken place here. The surface of the cold star was in a mess, and the chaotic energy fluctuations had not subsided for a long time. A man and a woman were lying on the ground. Although they were not dead, they could not move. Their eyes were wide open as they stared in horror at a middle-aged man standing not far in front of them. This middle-aged man was burly and had a bold appearance. He exuded an extremely uncomfortable aura, and his eyes were shining with a divine light that made people shudder. There were also several deep wounds on his body. His flesh was torn open, revealing his white bones. Blood flowed all over the ground, looking extremely shocking. However, this middle-aged man did not feel any pain at all. Not only that, he even seemed to enjoy this feeling very much as he grinned hideously. "You! Who the hell are you?" The man lying on the ground was pale as he exclaimed in horror. The middle-aged man glanced sideways at him and snorted. Why do you know so much when you're about to die? You want to kill us? The man was shocked when he heard this and said angrily, My brother and sister have no grievances with you. Why are you doing this? Originally, the two of them were absorbing the origin energy here and were doing well. They did not expect this middle-aged man to suddenly descend from the sky and attack them without saying a word. The two of them relied on their advantage in numbers, so they weren't too afraid and began to fight with him. Who would have thought that the result would be extremely unexpected? Their brother and sister were no match for this guy at all. Although this middle-aged man was only in the third-order Tao Source realm and had not broken through to the Emperor realm. However, this young man's strength was not at the level of a Tao Source realm cultivator at all. In just a few moves he had knocked them to the ground and used some kind of strange secret technique to render him and his junior sister completely immobile. You're wrong! The middle-aged man smiled strangely. That smile made one's hair stand on end. He said indifferently, I'm not going to kill you! You won't kill us! The woman's heart relaxed upon hearing this, and she squeezed out a smile as she said, Mister, please don't kill us. As long as you don't kill us, everything is negotiable. When the man from before heard this, his eyes bulged as he looked at her in astonishment, whispering, Junior sister, you. It was as if this was the first time he had met his junior sister. He had never thought that she would actually say such words to a strange man. There was a sharp pain in the depths of his heart. Anything is negotiable. The middle-aged man smiled. His gaze shifted to the woman. The woman forced a smile and said, Mister, you can do anything you want, as long as you don't kill me. When that brother heard this, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Anger surged in his heart, but he didn't dare to say a word. The middle-aged man laughed evilly. What if I want to eat you? When that brother heard this, his face turned pale. What he was afraid of really happened, but he also knew that he had to lower his head under the eaves. If his junior sister was willing to sell her body and appearance so that they could live, it was not unacceptable. After all, it was most important to live. If they died, there would be nothing left. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth and closed his eyes. Out of sight, out of mind. Eat me. A trace of blush appeared on the woman's face as she said hesitantly, Then you have to be gentle. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up, and he seemed to be extremely excited. He nodded and said, Don't worry, don't be fooled by this king's appearance. This king is a gentle person. As he spoke, he walked towards the woman step by step. Seeing this, the woman hurriedly said, Not here. Can we find a more remote place? Although she was willing to give herself to him, she was still under the eyes of her brother after all, so she was a little embarrassed. She just wanted this middle-aged man to take her to a place where there was no one. As long as she could survive, she would let him do whatever he wanted. The middle-aged man chuckled and said, It's the same wherever we are. He seemed to have some perverted hobbies and insisted on doing what he wanted to do in front of her brother. The woman understood tacitly, and couldn't help but glance at the senior brother worriedly, only to find that her senior brother had his eyes closed and his head turned to the side, but his body was trembling incessantly, seeming to be extremely angry. The woman knew that her brother must be in a bad mood, but now that their lives were at stake, she couldn't comfort him and could only grit her teeth and accept her fate. The middle-aged man walked in front of her and looked down at her condescendingly. His fiery eyes were not concealed in the slightest, as if he wanted to melt this woman. The woman's heart trembled, knowing that it was useless to say anything now that things had come to this. Children, don't look, close your eyes, the middle-aged man ordered lightly. The woman sighed and obediently closed her eyes, but she felt funny in her heart. Although she looked young, she was not a child. It was not like she didn't understand the matters between men and women. This man's hobbies were really strange. Only then did the middle-aged man reach out and suck her over. He directly wrapped his arms around her soft and boneless waist and hugged her tightly. The woman was a little breathless in an instant and couldn't help but moan. She could clearly feel that the middle-aged man's breathing had become hurried, and that boiling hot air was blowing on her neck, causing her body to go soft and her cheeks to burn for no reason. But at this moment she suddenly heard a voice that made her hair stand on end. Heaven-devouring great emperor's battle technique! The next moment she felt a sharp pain in her neck, as if she had been bitten by a fierce beast. The woman's beautiful face suddenly turned pale, and she quickly opened her eyes and turned her head. The scene of being molested and desecrated didn't happen as expected. Instead, the middle-aged man's eyes turned red, his head tilted, and his mouth bit his own neck, swallowing his own blood with gurgling sounds. Not only that, the middle-aged man seemed to have used some strange secret art, and the woman clearly felt that her vitality and cultivation were quickly draining away. "Ah!" the woman screamed in fright. Only now did she know that the middle-aged man's words before were not what she thought. He was really going to eat people. "Senior Marshal brother, save me!" she cried out in terror. On the other side, her brother, who had closed his eyes and endured the shame in his heart, also noticed the abnormality and quickly turned his head. What he saw shocked him. Because at this moment, the man was biting his junior sister's pink and slender neck, and his Adam's apple was constantly squirming as he swallowed her blood. At a speed visible to the naked eye, his junior sister's beautiful face was rapidly aging, and even her beautiful hair was turning white. "Brother, save me!" the woman shouted again. Lying on the ground, her brother was so frightened that his soul almost left his body. He did not respond at all. Staring at this horrible scene in a daze, he only felt cold all over. "Senior! Brother!" In less than 5 breaths of time, the woman looked haggard, and her whole body was surrounded by death chi. After spitting out these 2 words with difficulty, the light in her eyes became cloudy and lifeless. She died just like that. The middle-aged man waved his hand and pushed her body aside. Reaching out, he touched the corner of his mouth and took a deep breath, revealing a look of ecstasy. The terrible wounds on his body were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in the blink of an eye, they had been restored to their original state. His skin became even better than a newborn baby's. This. The brother had been scared silly by the scene just now, and had no idea what he had just seen. Seeing the middle-aged man looking at him, he hurriedly said, "Master, please spare me, master!" The tragic death of his junior sister kept flashing in front of his eyes, and he did not want to die like that. The middle-aged man coldly snorted and just stretched out a hand toward him from afar, shouting in a low voice, "Heaven-devouring great emperor technique!" Circulating his secret art, an extremely terrifying suction force came from the palm of the middle-aged man's hand. The brother lying on the ground felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He could not help but cry out loudly, but the vitality and strength in his body uncontrollably rushed toward the middle-aged man and was absorbed by him. "If you kill me, my eldest brother will not let you go. My eldest brother has already advanced to the Emperor realm," the man lying on the ground shouted, trying to make the middle-aged man hesitate. Unexpectedly, the middle-aged man sneered and said, "The Emperor realm? So what? This king has not eaten the Emperor realm yet. If your eldest brother really comes to avenge you, this king doesn't mind sending him to meet you. You madman, you will die a horrible death." The man was grief-stricken. After gritting his teeth and cursing a few times, his voice gradually weakened and he followed in his junior sister's footsteps. 2 star seals flew out from the 2 corpses and imprinted on the back of the middle-aged man's hand. The star seal of this middle-aged man was the same 7-pointed one as Yang Kai's, but its light was even stronger than Yang Kai's. It seemed to be showing signs of being promoted to an 8-pointed star seal, which showed how many people he had killed in the shattered star sea. After killing the 2, the middle-aged man stood in place and silently sensed for a while. Suddenly his expression became violent. He raised his hands high and roared to the sky, not feeling the slightest joy after killing, but furious. After a long time, the roar subsided. With a gloomy face, the middle-aged man gritted his teeth and said, Bottleneck! Why can't this king advance to the Emperor realm? 700 years, this king has worked hard for 700 years, But why can't I break through? Damn heaven, why are you so unfair? I refuse to accept this. After cursing for a while, he suddenly shouted angrily. A bunch of trash, none of you can withstand the backlash of your secret art. You are not even as talented as this king, all of you are trash. While cursing, he wantonly released his power, blasting the surroundings into a mess. No one knew what was wrong with him. Chapter 2475. At a certain moment, the middle-aged man suddenly turned his head and looked in a certain direction, as if he had discovered something. His eyes widened, and his originally furious mood suddenly calmed down and was replaced by excitement. His body even began to tremble. Ha ha! He suddenly laughed loudly. The seed has matured. Finally, a seed has matured. Who? Who? He shouted crazily for a while, unable to control his excitement. Soon, he summoned a warship and rumbled towards the depths of the shattered star sea. Judging from the direction he was flying, he was actually heading towards the source sea. Time continued to pass by. Although Yang Kai divided a part of his mind to pay attention to the situation around him, and planned to immediately withdraw his embodiment and sealed world bead once he found someone approaching him, he did not delay his absorption and refinement at all. The sealed world bead and embodiment also absorbed more and more fiercely, causing Yang Kai to tremble with fear. 1 day, 2 days, 5 days, 10 days. The area of the source sea had shrunk significantly compared to the beginning, and not only that, but the origin energy contained in the remaining source sea was also countless times thinner than before. Not only did the cultivator at the edge discover the problem, but even the cultivator in the depths also discovered the problem. The deepest part of the source sea was the territory occupied by the Emperor Realm. The red-haired young man who had attacked Yang Kai earlier suddenly frowned and looked up into the sky. He saw a man standing alone in the air, looking at him coldly. The red-haired young man grinned and looked back fearlessly. You're not the one behind this? The man looked at the red-haired young man for a while. He suddenly said something without rhyme or reason. The red-haired young man pondered. He said, I also want to know who's behind this. The two looked at each other, and then turned their eyes in the same direction. The red-haired young man said, The source strength seems to be flowing in that direction. The man nodded and said with a solemn expression, That direction is where Hyoji is. Hyoji. The red-haired young man narrowed his eyes and revealed a trace of fear. It seemed that this Hyoji had a great background. Even as the ruler of the Emperor Realm, he didn't dare to treat them lightly. Do you want to go and take a look? The person asked. The red-haired youth smiled disdainfully and said, So this is the reason you came to me. Are all the cultivator in your southern territory so cowardly? The man snorted but didn't deny it. He only said, Hyoji is the son of the great emperors after all. The red-haired youth sneered. Isn't there also a son of the great emperors in your southern territory? Why don't you look for her instead of this young master? That person said, She's not in the Emperor Realm yet, so it's useless to look for her. If you're scared, I'll go and check it out myself. Who says I'm scared? The red-haired youth said angrily. He stood up as he spoke. He said fiercely, How dare you steal this young master's origin power? Even if it's the son of the great emperors, I'll spit it out. He flew up and flew in the direction of Hyoji. Seeing this, the other person hurriedly followed. Not long after, the two of them suddenly discovered an unusual situation. Not far away, on a vast island, there were 3 newly ascended rulers of the Emperor Realm gathered. Not only that, Hyoji, who they were looking for, was also among them. And standing in front of the 3 rulers of the Emperor Realm was a young man from the Third Order Tao Source Realm. It was unknown what these 4 people were doing at this moment. They were staring at each other, but they didn't seem to have any intention of attacking. And what surprised the 2 of them was that the young man from the Third Order Tao Source Realm didn't change his expression when facing the 3 rulers of the Emperor Realm. There was no fear at all. It's him! The red-haired youth couldn't help but exclaim softly. The other person asked in astonishment, Do you know him? The red-haired youth's face darkened as he replied, This guy passed by this young master's place half a month ago and took a blow from this young master without suffering any injuries. Hearing this, the other person's face changed slightly, as if he couldn't believe it. The red-haired youth said, "This young master didn't hold back. This person is quite interesting. If he can break through to the Emperor realm, his future will be limitless. I don't know which territory he is from, but he's not from my eastern territory." The other person didn't answer, but the shock in his heart couldn't be calmed down for a long time. His eyes were fixed on the young man in the Tao Source realm. "Let's go down and take a look," the red-haired youth called out and took the lead to fly towards the island. On the island, Yang Kai had a look of displeasure on his face. Just as he was enjoying absorbing the source strength, he suddenly felt that someone was approaching him. In a panic, he hurriedly put away the sealed world bead and his embodiment, but before he could react, 3 people from the Emperor realm suddenly appeared in front of him, all of them staring at him with gloomy faces, as if they wanted to eat him alive. These 3 people from the Emperor realm had undoubtedly just broken through in the Shattered Star Sea, so it seemed that their realms were unstable, but in the end, they were from the Emperor realm, so they had the dignity of a master. Yang Kai could more or less guess why they came to find him. It was nothing more than him making too much of a commotion by absorbing the source strength here, so others noticed it and came to check on the situation. This was inevitable. Yang Kai didn't expect the sealed world bead and his embodiment to be able to make such a big commotion. Holding on for half a month was already beyond his expectations. In this half a month, whether it was the embodiment, the sealed world bead, or Yang Kai himself, all of them had obtained unimaginable benefits. Perhaps all the cultivator in the entire Source Sea combined would not be able to absorb as much source strength as he did. At this moment, the source strength contained in the Source Sea had also shrunk significantly, and was no longer as rich as before. 2 more people flew over and landed directly on the side. Yang Kai glanced at them and his eyes suddenly lit up. He greeted one of them. "Hey, Brother Wu Chang, long time no see." He had some impression of the red-haired young man. Half a month ago, he was attacked by this red-haired young man. This person seemed to be called Qigui. And the person who came with Qigui was Wu Chang of the Heavenly Martial Holy Land, one of the top rising stars in the Southern Territory. Yang Kai was not surprised that Wu Chang could advance to the Emperor realm, but he was a little surprised to meet him here. Yang Kai was a little surprised. Qigui immediately turned to look at Wu Chang and asked, "Do you know this boy?" "I don't know him, I've never seen him before." "Don't ask me," Wu Chang said with a cold face. Although he had no grudges with Yang Kai, there was no friendship between them. At this moment, Yang Kai looked like he had angered everyone, so Wu Chang did not want to have anything to do with him. Yang Kai said with a dark face, "Why is Brother Wu Chang so heartless? Back in the 4 Seasons realm, we cooperated well and the ending was a happy one. Even if Brother Wu Chang does not care about our old friendship, you don't have to be so cold," Wu Chang said angrily. "What cooperation? It was nothing more than a mutually willing transaction. Why are you making it sound so nice?" Yang Kai grinned and said, "A transaction is also a cooperation. Didn't Brother Wu Chang benefit from it? You being able to advance to the Emperor realm so quickly is more or less due to me, right? Xia Xing is still working hard to prepare for his breakthrough." He looked at Wu Chang with scorching eyes, implying something. Wu Chang naturally knew that he was talking about the extraordinary treasure pill and immediately snorted coldly. "A transaction is a transaction. We have nothing to do with each other from now on. Brother Wu Chang, you might as well change your name to Wu Qing," Yang Kai said disappointedly. Qigui, who was standing to the side, asked in surprise, "Boy, speak clearly, what did you trade that could help someone break through to the Emperor realm?" The other 3 from the Emperor realm who had arrived first also showed interested looks. Although they had all broken through now and might not need that mysterious thing, how could something that could help someone break through to the Emperor realm be ordinary? If they could obtain some of it, it would be of great benefit to their sect. Which one of these people from the Emperor realm was not a descendant of a top master? Naturally, they had the support of a great sect behind them. What kind of boy is this? Yang Kai's face sank as he glared at Chigui. You red-headed ghost really don't like the way you speak. You actually called me red-headed ghost. Chigui's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The others were also shocked as they looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. After all, among the 6 people here, only Yang Kai was a Dao Source Realm cultivator while the others were all Emperor Realm masters. However, Yang Kai did not show the slightest fear and instead spoke with confidence. He was not even polite when speaking to Chigui. This was too shocking. One of the 3 from the Emperor Realm laughed and said, Chigui, you are being looked down upon. Chigui glared at Yang Kai with an unhappy expression before snorting. It's not that this young master is being looked down upon, it's that he doesn't look down upon himself. Everyone heard this and understood that Chigui was saying that Yang Kai did not feel inferior just because his cultivation was lower, so he spoke without the slightest scruple. I heard that he took a blow from you before? The young man in the black suit spoke again. Chigui snorted. That's right. This young master's attack with 70% of his strength was completely blocked by him. Oh? Another young man surrounded by black chi raised his brow and looked at Yang Kai up and down a few times, as if he was trying to get to know him again. 70% of Chigui's strength was not something an ordinary Dao Source Realm cultivator could take. Even the best Dao Source Realm cultivators would definitely be seriously injured, but Chigui actually said that Yang Kai had completely blocked it. The meaning of this was intriguing. Haha, it seems that the people from your Ahan temple are only SOSO. The young man in the black suit laughed. Chigui was immediately unhappy and said angrily, You speak as if you can do anything to him. Don't tell me this little brat didn't pass through your territory. The young man in the black suit suddenly curled his lips. This person was the one from the Emperor Realm who had sent a spear wave at Yang Kai. He was one of the only 2 people who had taken action against Yang Kai, and it was unknown which sect he came from. Chigui waved his hand and said, If it's nothing important, let's not talk about it. I want to know, what are you guys doing here? The last chubby, charmingly naive man from the Emperor Realm asked. Didn't you notice anything unusual about this source C? This person was extremely fat, and the fat on his face was piled up together, almost to the point where his eyes could not be seen. Moreover, he was not tall, and if someone were to look at him from a distance, they would probably think that this person was a winter melon. However, despite his funny appearance, this person was also from the Emperor Realm. Chapter 2476. As soon as Fatty asked, Chigui answered, It's precisely because we noticed the abnormality that we came to check the situation. Fatty said, So did we. Chigui was stunned when he heard this. He glanced at the man from the Emperor Realm wrapped in black chi and asked, Isn't this your doing, Hyoji? The man from the Emperor Realm named Hyoji coldly snorted and said, Why do you think I did it? I guessed. Chigui sniffed. The strong young man said, It's not Brother Hyoji's fault. The source strength in the source sea is flowing in this direction. This island seems to be the source of the problem. As soon as this statement came out, 5 pairs of eyes looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai's face darkened and said, Why are you all looking at me? I don't even know what you're talking about. What the hell is going on? Why aren't you staying in your own place to absorb and refine source strength? Why are you all making trouble here? The strong young man frowned and said, The source strength in the source sea has been greatly reduced in the past half a month, and the flow of source strength is all pointing to this place. Why do you think we're here? Yang Kai's eyes widened as he showed a harmless expression and said in shock, Really? That can't be right? This statement was as fake as it could be. After all, the decrease and flow of source strength was clearly visible. Not to mention that Yang Kai was a 3rd-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, even a lower cultivation cultivator would be able to detect it. But now, he looked like he didn't know anything, which was obviously a lie. But looking at his expression, it didn't seem like he was lying. Especially his eyes. Clear and bright, without the slightest suspicion of pretense. The 5 of them couldn't help but feel doubtful. They didn't know if they were mistaken. but the flow and decrease of source strength had strangely stopped just now. It really has nothing to do with you? Shigai frowned and asked. Yang Kai snorted. I'm just a Tao Source Realm cultivator. How could I do such a thing right under your noses? If the reduction of source strength here is really due to someone's actions, then why would I do such a thing? That has nothing to do with me. It must be one of you who did something, but you want to frame me. You can't be so despicable. Who did it? Step forward. Seeing Yang Kai speak so righteously, everyone couldn't help feeling puzzled. Although everyone felt that the source of the problem was this island, what Yang Kai said wasn't wrong. He was just a Tao Source Realm cultivator, so how could he do such a thing? The young man said thoughtfully. The abnormality in the Source Sea began half a month ago. In the beginning, it wasn't very big, but later on, it became more obvious. And you, kid, came here half a month ago. Hearing his words, the other 4 people looked at Yang Kai with strange expressions, their faces full of suspicion. After all, the timing was too coincidental. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Yang Kai stared at him and said, Friend, if you continue to talk nonsense, I'll kill you. Be careful, or I won't be polite to you. You won't be polite to me? The young man's eyes widened. As if he had heard the funniest joke in the world, he grinned and said, I'd like to see how you'll be rude to me. He was a cultivator from the Emperor realm, and although Yang Kai had taken a blow from him earlier and showed his strength, he really didn't think that Yang Kai could be his enemy. If it was a life or death battle, he believed that he could take Yang Kai's life in 3 moves. Okay, since it's not the problem here, it must be something abnormal in the Source Sea. Wu Chang didn't know what he meant. At this time, Wu Chang actually stood up to mediate the situation, helping Yang Kai out of this situation. Yang Kai glanced at him suspiciously, but he pretended not to notice and just said, Instead of getting entangled in this baseless matter, it's better to go back and absorb and refine it. Although the Source Sea has decreased a lot, it hasn't completely disappeared. I believe it's enough to meet everyone's needs. The fat man nodded and said, And you're right. The young man and Shigai didn't seem to have any good ideas, but Hyoji, the son of the great emperors, said in a deep voice, Boy, regardless of whether the change in the Source Sea is your problem or not, you must leave this place now. This is the Emperor Realm's territory, and with your current strength, you are not qualified to set foot here. Yang Kai turned to look at him and sneered softly. Do you think I'm not qualified just because you say so? Have you asked for my opinion? Since this guy wanted to drive him away, Yang Kai naturally didn't want to cooperate. Although he had taken away most of the source strength in the Source Sea, there was still a lot left. The world principles in the sealed world bead hadn't been completed yet, and his embodiment showed no signs of breaking through to the Emperor realm. He also hadn't sensed any opportunity to break through. If he left now, wouldn't all his efforts be in vain? Hyoji narrowed his eyes and said coldly, Either leave or die. I'll give you 3 breaths to choose. Why don't you try? Yang Kai squinted at him. Everyone was shocked as they stared at Kai Yang in amazement. If it were any other newcomer from the Emperor realm, it would be fine. Although Yang Kai was only from the 3rd Order Tao Source realm, he seemed to be quite strong and had the right to be arrogant. But who was Hyoji? He was the son of the great emperors. The descendant of the great emperors of the Eastern Territory Serene Soul. Everyone from the Emperor realm present was afraid of him. Although they weren't timid in front of him, they still didn't dare to speak to him like this. But Yang Kai actually dared him to try. Where did this boy get the courage to speak to the son of the great emperors in such a tone? The young man was particularly stunned, thinking that this guy was a fool. Why did he have to compete with a fool just now? He slowly shook his head, feeling that Yang Kai was definitely going to die this time. If one offended him, he might not kill Yang Kai, at most teaching him a lesson, but if one offended Hyoji, how could one still be alive? Wu Chang's expression also changed slightly, but he didn't say anything. The reason he could help Yang Kai out just now was because they were both from the Southern Territory. In the Southern Territory, he could compete with Yang Kai, but that was considered an internal battle, so it didn't matter if they fought to the death. But in the Shattered Star Sea, in front of the masters from the other 3 territories, he couldn't just sit back and watch Yang Kai be bullied. But now he found that Yang Kai was simply unreasonable. Provoking the son of the great emperors like this, what good would come of it? What was hard was easy to break. This boy was still too young and impetuous. For a time, the atmosphere suddenly froze, and even the void was filled with cold, murderous intent. Hyoji looked at Yang Kai indifferently, his eyes cold as if he was looking at a dead man. To his surprise, Yang Kai didn't show the slightest fear, and his burning gaze shook his mind slightly. Hyoji's face sank, and just as he was about to attack Yang Kai, a streak of light quickly flew over from the distance, as fast as lightning, and arrived above everyone. Everyone's eyes shrank as they looked up, wondering who this person was and why he was so arrogant. When the streak of light dissipated, a burly middle-aged man suddenly appeared. He opened his eyes wide and looked down. His expression was extremely excited. His eyes were shining, like a beast that had been starving for countless years and finally saw its prey. But soon, he trembled and swallowed a mouthful of saliva, his expression stiff. The 6 people below were eyeing him covetously, and 5 of them were actually from the Emperor realm. He came here in high spirits, but he didn't expect to see such a scene as soon as he showed up. He was so scared that he almost turned around and left immediately. Although he didn't put the Emperor realm in his eyes, there were as many as 5 people here. If they really fought, he would definitely not be their opponent. Ha! Yang Kai exclaimed in a low voice, looking at the newcomer in high spirits, his heart filled with surprise and joy. He was surprised because he knew this person, and he was happy because he planned to look for this person after this trip to the Shattered Star Sea, but he didn't expect him to deliver himself to his doorstep. Wu Mengchuan, the sect master of Blue Feather Sect, the descendant of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor and the Great Emperors. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle method was taught to Yang Kai by Wu Mengchuan, but Yang Kai didn't dare to cultivate it, so he left it to his embodiment. The embodiment was happy to cultivate it, and his cultivation increased very quickly. But recently the embodiment felt that his cultivation had reached a bottleneck, and he guessed that it was because of his secret art. Perhaps, the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle method that Wu Mengchuan taught to Yang Kai was not complete. Yang Kai wanted to find Wu Mengchuan to ask about the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle method and get the complete secret art from him. Otherwise, the embodiment's cultivation was very likely to remain stagnant. Back then, Yang Kai was only a third-order origin king and was not Wu Mengchuan's opponent, but now he was in the third-order Dao Source realm, so there was naturally no need to fear him. Both of them had different thoughts, but they were extremely surprised to meet here. Why does any Tom, Dick, or Harry dare to come here? The young man curled his lips in displeasure when he found that Wu Mengchuan was also from the third-order Dao Source realm. He let Yang Kai in earlier because Yang Kai had taken a blow from him. He was eager to absorb and refine the Source strength here, so he didn't want to waste time and energy on Yang Kai. But now, another Dao Source realm cultivator had come to the Emperor realm's territory. Just kill him! Shige snorted coldly. Wu Mengchuan was shocked when he heard this. Although he did not know what the 6 people below were doing, it was obvious that the 5 Emperor Realm Masters were looking at him with malicious intent. He hurriedly wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and apologized. My apologies, this one has mistakenly intruded upon your precious land. I will withdraw now, please calm down. Saying so, he glanced over at Yang Kai, intentionally or unintentionally, with a strange expression on his face before turning around to leave. Although he recognized Yang Kai and remembered that he had taught Yang Kai the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle method in the Bone Prison, he couldn't detect any trace of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle method from Yang Kai at close range. This puzzled Wu Mengchuan, because he had sensed that the mature seed was emitting fluctuations from this place, but when he hurried over, the fluctuations had disappeared, and he was surprised to see Yang Kai. He was confused and didn't know what was going on. Chapter 2477. Big cousin, don't go. Since you're already here, Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Yang Kai suddenly shouted towards Wu Mengchuan's position, full of enthusiasm. Wu Mengchuan staggered and almost fell from the air. He hurriedly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said angrily, "Who's your big cousin?" Yang Kai said sternly. "Big cousin, you're too mean. You're pretending not to know me even though you've met me here. I'll tell your mother later, be careful that she doesn't beat you up." Wu Mengchuan was furious and said, "Boy, don't talk nonsense. He's your big cousin?" The well-dressed young man looked at Yang Kai with a strange expression and said, "Why doesn't he look like one?" Yang Kai said, "He's just like that." While speaking, he looked up at Wu Mengchuan and said, "Big cousin, someone here wants to bully me, shouldn't you stand up for me or something?" Wu Mengchuan said with a dark face, "Boy, if you talk nonsense again, be careful that I won't be polite to you." Yang Kai immediately said angrily, "Everyone wants to be rude to me. Do you think this young master is so easy to bully? Believe it or not, I'll go up now and beat you until your mother can't recognize you." Seeing Yang Kai keep saying your mother, Wu Mengchuan was so angry that smoke came out of his body, but since there were 5 people from the emperor realm below, he didn't dare to act rashly, so he just sneered and said, "Come here if you have the guts, let's see who will beat who. Just you wait." After Yang Kai said this, he immediately flew up and threw a barrage of punches at Wu Mengchuan. "Boy, you've got guts!" Wu Mengchuan was furious. Although he was afraid of the 5 people from the emperor realm below, it didn't mean that he was afraid of Yang Kai. Seeing Yang Kai come up and attack without any hesitation, he immediately counterattacked. However, he couldn't figure out the relationship between Yang Kai and the 5 people below, so he didn't dare to kill him and only used 50% of his strength to defend. In an instant, there was a rumbling sound in the air as the 2 people exchanged punches and kicks. Although the scene looked very lively, in fact, no one showed their true abilities. Suddenly, Yang Kai quietly winked at Wu Mengchuan. Although Wu Mengchuan didn't know what Yang Kai meant, he had lived for so many years, so he had some understanding. While fighting Yang Kai back and forth, he cooperated with Yang Kai to quickly move the battlefield away. In a short while, the 2 of them had already left the field of vision of the 5 people from the Emperor realm. After a while, even his divine sense could no longer detect them. "Humph!" Hyoji snorted coldly. With a cold expression, he turned around and flew back to his original position. Although Yang Kai had annoyed him, Yang Kai was now fighting with someone. It wasn't convenient for him to chase after them. He could only ignore it. Chigui looked in the direction where Yang Kai disappeared and chuckled softly. "This little brat found a good way out for himself." The young man nodded and said, "I'm afraid that person was his helper. He was just putting on an act to get us out of here." Although Wu Chang did not say anything, he obviously felt the same way. Although Yang Kai's attitude was tough and arrogant just now, as if he did not put anyone in his eyes, in the end, he was just a Dao Source realm cultivator. If he really fought with Hyoji, there was no way for him to survive. Now, it was just as well. If he fought with his so-called eldest cousin while escaping, Hyoji wouldn't be able to do anything to him. It was just that such a scheming person would make others look down on him. Soon, the 5 people from the Emperor realm who had gathered here dispersed, but strangely enough, in the following days, they did not encounter any significant reduction in source strength. This made them even more convinced that the previous anomaly was caused by Yang Kai. Tens of thousands of kilometers away from the source sea, above a broken star, 2 people stood in the air, looking at each other from a distance. One of them was burly, with a strong body and a burning gaze like a hungry wolf that had seen its prey. The other stood in the wind, his clothes fluttering in the wind, his eyes bright like the stars. These 2 were none other than Wu Mengchuan and Yang Kai. They had retreated from the source sea all the way to this uninhabited star, each with their own ulterior motives. "I didn't expect that you could cultivate to the 3rd order Dao Source realm in such a short time." Wu Mengchuan looked at Yang Kai in surprise and said with a little excitement, "The secret art this king taught you is not bad, right?" He thought that Yang Kai could achieve such a cultivation in such a short time because of the heaven-devouring great emperor's secret art. After all, the heaven-devouring great emperor's secret art was too heaven-defying. As long as one could withstand the backlash of the secret art, it was extremely easy to increase one's cultivation. This young master is talented and intelligent. What does it have to do with your bullshit secret art? Yang Kai curled his lips. Wu Mengchuan chuckled and said, This king was once your sect master and saved your life. Is this how you talk to this king? Yang Kai said with a sullen face. If I remember correctly, it was this young master who saved your life. Wu Mengchuan said. Even so, but are you going to deny that this king taught you a secret art? Yang Kai heard this and suddenly became angry. You have the nerve to mention that? I have a question for you about that bullshit secret art. What? Wu Mengchuan raised his eyebrows. Is the cultivation method you imparted to me incomplete? Wu Mengchuan's eyes suddenly lit up and his breathing quickened as he exclaimed. You really have cultivated a secret art? His expression was like a pervert who had seen a naked beauty, his eyes shining brightly, causing Yang Kai to have goosebumps all over his body. Yang Kai said impatiently, What does it have to do with you whether I cultivate it or not? Wu Mengchuan smiled slightly and said, If you didn't cultivate it, how could you have noticed this problem? Yang Kai said with a dark face, That secret art is really incomplete. You are despicable. This young master risked a great danger to release you from the bone prison and give you back your freedom. Not only did you not know how to repay kindness, you even taught me an incomplete secret art. Where is your conscience? Where is the justice? Damn it, this young master can only blame himself for being too naive to believe you, you bastard! He cursed bitterly, beating his chest and stamping his feet. He had a regretful look on his face, almost wanting to buy some regret medicine to eat. Wu Mengchuan's face was filled with a cheerful smile as he waited for him to finish cursing before saying, The secret art this king taught you is not incomplete, it is complete. Bullshit! Yang Kai saw that he still did not admit it, and spat at him. Wu Mengchuan easily dodged and said lightly, Boy, don't be so rude. Didn't your master teach you to respect the old and love the young? Sorry, I was born like this, Yang Kai said with an arrogant expression. Wu Mengchuan snorted. This king won't lower himself to your level, but about that secret art, do you want to listen to this king explain it to you? Speak! Yang Kai looked at him coldly. Wu Mengchuan didn't care and said lightly, In the past, my ancestor created the heaven-devouring great emperor's secret art, which was an extraordinary secret art. The great emperors were able to achieve supremacy in the heaven and earth, and were invincible in the universe. Unfortunately, in the end, the tree that stood out from the rest was feared by the other great emperors and they joined forces to kill it. It's really the heavens who are jealous of heroic talents. Yang Kai sneered. How come the version I heard is different from what you said? Wu Mengchuan glared at him and said, Do you still want to listen? If you don't want to listen, this king won't say it. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders and stretched out his hand to pull his mouth, making a sewing gesture, indicating for him to continue. Wu Mengchuan snorted unhappily and continued. When my ancestor created the heaven-devouring great emperor's secret art, he had already noticed that there was a huge flaw in this secret art. Guess what it is? Yang Kai pointed to his mouth and made a few HS sound, but he didn't say anything. Wu Mengchuan said helplessly, Although this secret art is heaven-defying, it goes against heaven and earth, so the backlash is extremely strong. Only those with great perseverance can cultivate it and bear the backlash, otherwise, it won't be long before they become the demon race and burn themselves to death. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat when he heard this, knowing that Wu Mengchuan was not lying. This was because the embodiment had once mentioned this problem, but because the embodiment was a stone mongoose, it was born with the ability to refine and expel all kinds of impurities, so this drawback of the heaven-devouring great emperor's secret art did not affect it much. In addition, when this secret art is cultivated to a certain limit, a bottleneck will appear. If this bottleneck is not broken, it will never be possible to advance. Speaking of this, Wu Mengchuan's expression turned solemn as he stared at Yang Kai. And this bottleneck is the third-order Tao Source realm, which is why you and I can't break through to the Emperor realm. Yang Kai thought that his failure to break through was not because of the heaven-devouring great emperor's secret art, but he was willing to listen because he felt that Wu Mingchuan would tell him a solution to this problem soon. This guy seemed to feel that he had already defeated him, so he was now chattering away and revealing a lot of information. Sure enough, Wu Mingchuan said, in order to solve this problem, my ancestor came up with an ingenious solution. Let another person also cultivate the heaven-devouring great emperor's secret art. When this person reaches the bottleneck of the third-order Tao source realm, they can devour him and break through the bottleneck in one fell swoop, thus advancing to the emperor realm. His tone gradually became excited, and his face became ruddy as he said excitedly, my ancestor is truly a peerless genius. I am not as good as him. Yang Kai said in shock. So, you taught me the heaven-devouring great emperor's secret art because your ultimate goal was to devour me? Wu Mingchuan grinned, revealing his white fangs. Naturally, otherwise, do you think this king, as a descendant of my ancestor, would easily teach this secret art to others? Despicable, shameless! Yang Kai said angrily. Wu Mingchuan snorted coldly. You are not the only one this king has taught. Over the past few hundred years, this king has found hundreds of qualified cultivator and taught them the heaven-devouring great emperor's secret art, but you are the only one who has been able to cultivate to the third-order Tao source realm. As for the others, they are all dead. He paused for a moment before continuing. The secret art this king taught you is not incomplete, it is just a copy. Copy? Yang Kai frowned. Yes, the heaven-devouring great emperor's secret art created by my ancestor is divided into two types, the main one and the copy. This king cultivates the main one, while what I taught you is a copy. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.